Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Shikigami Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All men are not created equal. A phrase that Izuku Midoriya knows quite well. Since he was 3 years old he watched video after video of heroes saving people, most noticeably a video of All Might saving people from a collapsing building while shouting, "I am here." This video always inspired Izuku. He couldn't wait till he developed his quirk so that he could get ready to become a hero. It was all he ever wanted to be. Someone who others can rely on. All until one fateful day when he turned 5 years old and went to the quirk doctor. "Yes, sorry bud, it ain't gonna happen," said the doctor. He was a short bald man with glasses. He was looking at a screen while lazily talking to Izuku's mother. "What do you mean? I know his quirk hasn't appeared yet but it spoke Inko before she was interrupted. He has a double joint in his pinky toe which tells us the likelihood of him manifesting a quirk is practically zero since he hasn't manifested one yet," said the doctor with a sad tone. Izuku was a bright child and he knew what being quirkless meant nowadays. He could only hope Izuku has good friends to help him during this harsh age. Izuku heard all this with wide eyes. How did he not have a quirk? His mother had one, and his father, why not him? It didn't make sense. He was glazed and his jaw wide open in shock. "I see, well then let's go home Izuku," said Inko in a sad tone. She also knew about how quirkless kids are treated nowadays. Having a quirk is what people thought made them human, someone without one was less than a bug in their eyes. She could only hope his friends would be understanding. The drive home was quiet. Inko was worried about Izuku. He still had that same shocked look in his face. Like if his whole world had collapsed, which in all honesty it did. When she parked their car in the driveway she got out and opened the door so that Izuku could step out. As she held his hand while walking to the door she wondered how Hisashi would react. Would he care? He probably won't. He never really had anything against quirkless people so she shouldn't worry about it. When she opened the door she saw him holding their second child while watching the news. Her name is Izumi and she was nearly 1 year old. She had the same features as Izuku with the exception of black eyes and she didn't have the diamond-shaped freckles that he did below his eyes. Hisashi had black hair that matched his equally black eyes. He had a scar on his mouth from an accident with his quirk, Flame Breath, when he was young. When Hisashi noticed her saddened gaze he suddenly stood up and walked towards her. "What's wrong? Did Izuku get a weak quirk or something?" he asked, confused. He is quirkless Hisashi," she said while looking at Izuku, missing the short look of disgust Hisashi sent towards the boy. "I see, shit, this will look bad at work. Oh well, we can always put him up for adoption or something. Hopefully Izumi won't be a disappointment like him. He will probably be killed in the purge after Redestro begins his campaign," he thought after gathering his thoughts. Now he would have to think about how to convince Inko to let go of Izuku. "Son," he said in a calm voice, "why don't you go upstairs?" After all he needed to talk to Inko. Izuku quietly left and went to his room. He shut the door and got on his chair and turned on his laptop. He quickly found what he was looking for and pressed play. "Fear not," said a thunderous voice. "Why?" "Because I am here," it shouted while reporters looked in shock at the scene. There stood a tall man with a giant smile on his face. All Might. While watching the video with tears in his eyes he didn't hear the door open. Inko furiously walked up to his room. Hisashi, her husband? Izuku's father dared to try to tell her to give Izuku up for adoption? She was moments away from divorcing him right there and then. Talking about it's for the best, besides we have Izumi and she will probably have a quirk and worst of all, Izuku is just a mistake. Izumi is all we need. She would have slapped him but he was holding her daughter so she wouldn't. But her gaze probably gave her thought away when he slowly stepped back and started apologizing, though she knew he didn't mean it. When she got in front of his door and went to open it she heard the sound of the video her son was watching. Her heart broke. She knew why he was watching it. He always wanted to be a hero. "Izuku," she whispered. Hearing his mother he turned around with tears in his eyes while shakily pointing at the screen. "Mom, do you think I could still be a hero?" he said with a shaky voice. He needed someone to tell him he could do it. Even if they didn't mean it. Something to latch on to. She slowly walked up to him, kneeled, and then hugged the crying child. Repeating the words, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry Izuku." Next day. After a long night of tears Izuku finally managed to fall asleep. When he woke up he had hoped last night was a dream and he had a quirk. He quickly stopped after realizing it was real. He left his room to eat some breakfast when he saw something strange. His mother usually wakes up around 6:30 a.m. while his father wakes up around 6 a.m. to get ready for work. By the time he is finished getting ready for work Mom would have already woken up and would have said goodbye to Dad. Today, however, his parents seemed more distant from each other. Normally they would talk about what they would do after Dad came back from work. Now they aren't even looking at each other. After a silent breakfast they began to leave the house on their separate ways. Hisashi went to work while Inko went to bring Izuku to a daycare he goes to every day. Upon getting to the door, Izuku realizes that he may have to tell his friends about his quirkless status. He is worried at first but then realizes that there is no point in worrying. They are friends after all. They'll probably be disappointed for a bit but move on. After his mother left, he was quickly surrounded by his three best friends. Ranta, Tuya, Naoya. What are you doing? He questioned with a confused look in his eyes. His friends look at him with interest. They knew he went to a quirk doctor yesterday since their parents were connected. They just didn't know what his quirk was. Ranta, a boy with black hair and brown eyes, spoke first. So Izuku, what's your quirk? The boy innocently said with a curious look in his eye. He didn't realize that he attracted the attention of the whole room when he spoke. Tuya had white hair with some red strands and blue eyes. He was Izuku's first friend when he first arrived at the daycare. The boy used to be closed off and only warmed up to Izuku after weeks after meeting him. Naoya, his second friend, had blonde hair and purple eyes. He became very arrogant when his quirk came in, even though he was a nice guy before that. They both quietly looked at him waiting for his answer. Why yeah, I'm quirkless, said Izuku shyly. He dropped his gaze to the floor nervously. In truth, he hopes they would all be understanding about his situation and still support him. Though he had a bad feeling about it. The three of them had wide eyes in shock. They knew he wanted to be a hero, but without a quirk it was basically impossible. Tuya spoke first. Oh well, too bad, he shrugged. It is what it is, he said. He didn't really care that he didn't get a quirk. Sure, that's sad and all, but Izuku is a nice guy, if a bit shy. He helped him get over his inferiority issues when his younger brother Shoto was born a few months ago. Ranta quickly spoke after. Meh, whatever, wanna play heroes versus villains? He asked with a grin. While he didn't care much, he was still a bit apprehensive at the idea of being friends with someone who people might see as an inferior being. Naoya stayed quiet. His eyes were neutral, but there was a hint of disgust in them. Quirkless people were inferior beings to him. His father made sure to tell him that any quirkless people offer no value to society and would be better off gone. Sure, he kept ranting about something called the MLA will return, but he didn't care enough to ask. Yeah, let's play heroes versus villains. Izuku, he said after a bit. Though the way he said Izuku's name wasn't warm at all. They ran to the playground in the backyard of the daycare and made teams. Izuku and Ranta as villains versus Tuya and Naoya as heroes. Stay still, Naoya suddenly said with a venomous voice. When the game started. His quirk was a speed type that even he didn't fully understand how it worked. Izuku was caught off guard by the sudden hostility when Naoya got close. Tuya and Ranta were shocked to hear the venom that came out of Naoya's mouth, but were even more shocked when they saw Naoya plant a weak yet effective gut punch on the confused Izuku. The speed in which Naoya moved made the attack hurt even more and caused Izuku to be sent flying a few feet away. Ack! He yelped at the sudden attack. After he landed on his back, he felt a stinging pain on himself when he tried to move. It was hard to breathe, and being 5 years old he started to spill tears. What are you doing? Dude, calm down. Both Tuya and Ranta shouted. Ranta went to Naoya to figure out why he did that while Tuya ran toward Izuku and tried to help him stand up. Nothing, it's not my fault. Izuku is too much of a weakling that he can't handle a little punch. Didn't he say he wanted to be a hero? If he is going to try to become one without a quirk, then he should get used to being bit, he said like it was obvious. Hearing him made Tuya get sad enough to unconsciously let off a bit of his flame. Their blue color combined with the heat that came off it attracted the attention of the shocked Ranta and the arrogant Naoya. He quickly turned off his flames while trying to ignore the pain of using his quirk. He turned to them with a furious expression. You know that's not a good reason to hit him while using your quirk. He shouted. Oh, and why is that? Naoya said in a mocking tone. Before Tuya could retort, he felt Izuku stop leaning on him and stand up by himself, wincing at the pain as he did. I'm fine, it was just an accident, he said. Surely Naoya didn't mean that. Sure, he was arrogant, but he was trustworthy. They have been friends for almost a year now. You see, he's fine, let's just keep playing, the blonde boy said, not caring about what the inferior being said. Before they could continue, they heard the voice of the daycare attendant telling them to come inside and that playtime is over. As the boys started to head towards her, they didn't notice how the attendant seemed to ignore Izuku and focus on the three others. This was the first day of what will soon be Izuku's hellish days. For a year later, Izuku's alarm rang, waking him and his sister up. Today was Izumi's day to go to the quirk doctor. Their parents weren't going to wait for her quirk to naturally appear like they did to him, so they decided to go today, a week after her 5th birthday. Their parents eventually stopped fighting as much over him being quirkless, though his father still gave him looks of disgust when he thought he wasn't looking. It hurt at first, to be seen as something repulsive by someone you adored, not only by him but by many of the kids he goes to school with, just because of a condition he can't do anything about. After years of this, he eventually grew numb to looks of disgust and contempt. Ranta and Naoya eventually separated themselves from him and Tuya. Naoya because he couldn't stand being near someone inferior, and Ranta because honestly the pressure of being friends with someone quirkless got to him. His only friend was Tuya, which he was happy about. Tuya was the only one who stood up for him in school, and defended him from quirkish teachers whenever he could. Sometimes he felt like Tuya should leave him and find better friends, which was something he slapped out of him the second he mentioned it. Izuku, Izumi said groggily, he knew she was a deep sleeper but they had to wake up early to go to the doctor. She had long green hair that reached her shoulder, black eyes, which was the only thing she inherited from their father. "Do you think Daddy will get mad if I don't get a quirk?" she said in a low voice. She was young but she knew why their parents fought every once in a while. He also tries to get Izumi away from Izuku when possible, much to the anger of their mother. "If he gets mad over something like that, then was he really your dad?" Izuku responded. He honestly didn't see Hisashi as the father anymore. Fathers were supposed to take care and show support towards their children. Hisashi did just the opposite. He didn't buy Izuku school supplies, ignored him when possible, constantly tried to tell his mother that they should put him up for adoption, and looked at him in disgust. He never really beat him since he knew his mother's patience would have ran out the second she heard about it. "I guess," she said in a whisper. She also didn't really like her father all that much. Izuku always took care of her and did everything he could to help her with any trouble she faced in the daycare. Being the sister of a quirkless person was rough, but she paid no mind to it. Izuku was her brother, nobody could tell her otherwise. They got ready to go and left their room. They ate breakfast made by a worried Inko. Hisashi was at work right now, so she would have to take Izumi to the doctor. Izuku didn't have school today, so he planned to join them to get her quirk checked out. The drive there was tense. Today is sure to change how life was at home. Their father's attitude might change if Izumi got a quirk, but they doubted that. They were worried about what he might do if Izumi was quirkless. 2 hours later, after a few tests, they were waiting for the results. Hopefully she would get a quirk, and it appears she has a double joint like her brother. Since she has shown no signs of a manifestation of a quirk, it's likely that she doesn't have one. Oswell, said the doctor, interrupting their train of thought. He was the same man that told Izuku about his quirkless status 4 years ago. Sheesh, what are the chances that the both of them would turn up quirkless in this day and age, he thought. I see, Inko replied. She needed to mentally prepare herself to get divorced with the man she once called a lover. No doubt he would want to have no contact with both of the kids after this. She turned to look at the kids and saw something that broke her heart. Izumi was trying and failing to hold back her tears. She knew what this would mean. She knew that their father would get mad at her. Izuku was patting her back, trying to give her some form of comfort. He has a frown on his face. He knew their father wasn't going to be happy about this. Not to mention what would happen to her at school once her statues got out. When Hisashi got home, he went to Inko to hear the news. But their faces already told him as much. She's quirkless. Just his luck. Not only did he have a useless kid, he had 2 useless brats. It's over. He was done. The only reason he stayed was because he hoped Izumi would have quirk, but since she didn't, he was out. He didn't even bother responding before going to their room and packing his belongings. So that's it? All it took for you to leave was having a quirkless child? What kind of sick BSTRD are you? Inko yelled, following him. The kids decided to stay on the couch to watch some TV, hoping to ignore the fight that would happen. What they didn't expect, however, was their mother being launched across the room and hitting the wall. She had minor burns covering her. Her eyes were closed. It was obvious that she was unconscious. When they turned to where she came from, they saw Hisashi with his mouth open, flames dying out. It was obvious that he was the one who attacked her. It's your fault, he yelled. You gave me 2 brats who will become a stain on my life. I refuse to allow myself to suffer because of 2 mistakes, he screamed in a voice of pure fury before turning towards the kids. He lunged toward Izuku and grabbed him by the neck, making him struggle and lose breath. You are the start of it all. If only she listened and got rid of you, Izumi would have had a quirk. Your uselessness infected her and now she is nothing but an inferior thing, he screamed while putting more force in his grip. Izuku was starting to turn blue while Izumi was in shock. While all that was happening, nobody noticed a shadowy figure appearing behind her. Izuku was in pain. He couldn't breathe. He could feel the heat from Hisashi's flames as he began to gather up his mouth, ready to be released and shot towards him. Before Izuku could black out, he did something. For some reason his hands instinctively stopped struggling and moved to join together. Using his fingers he made what appeared to be a dog's head if one looked at his shadow. Both Hisashi and Izumi saw this and were confused. Hisashi started in confusion, making him hold his flames back, trying to understand what he was seeing. Izumi was still in shock at the scene but was confused at what her brother was doing. She quickly snapped out of it and tried to get Hisashi off Izuku before something impossible happened. Two wolves, one onyx black and another snow white, jumped out of his shadow. They had a strange mark on their forehead, sharp teeth, and vicious claws. They jumped towards Hisashi and bit his hands, which were holding onto Izuku's neck. Their bite was stronger than it looked because the moment their teeth dug into his arms they bit them off. Aagh, Hisashi screamed, causing Inko to wake up and stare at the scene in front of her in a daze. She saw two wolves holding what looked to be hands in their mouths. And she saw a figure behind Izumi lunging towards the falling Hisashi. The figure hit Hisashi in the head, causing him to roll his eyes backwards and pass out. Both kids were silent. They stared at the scene in shock and confusion. What happened? Where did these monsters come from? Why did they protect them? Before anyone moved, the spirit that came out of Izumi moves towards the wolves, who dropped the man's hands and returned to Izuku's shadow. It grabbed both hands and turned to Izumi. "Can I?" it said in a ghostly voice. It sounded feminine, like a young girl asking for a present. Izumi dumbly nodded, too shocked to properly process what was happening. When the spirit saw that, she gave a happy yay and promptly began eating both hands, to the horror of all watching. After that she simply dashed towards Izumi and disappeared. The three were silent for a moment before Izuku and Izumi fainted. Inko quickly regained her senses and dialed the police as well as an ambulance. As much as she hated Hisashi, she didn't want her kids to be the reason he was dead. A week later. Izuku POV. "Ugh, where am I?" he said. His head was killing him. It was like a load of information had been downloaded straight into his head while he was unprepared. His eyes hurt and he felt a burning feeling all over his body. He heard the beeping of a monitor and smelled the usual smell someone who goes to a hospital usually smells, and quickly figured out his location. He decided to stay still for a bit to figure out what was going on. What happened again? Wait, he suddenly remembered the events that transpired before he blacked out. Hisashi's outburst. The monsters that appeared out of his shadow. The monsters ripping out Hisashi's arms while the monster that came out of Izumi punched him, then promptly asked for permission to eat said arms. It was all so confusing. Did someone save them? Was it a hero? Was it a villain? Wait, no, villains don't save people, and there are no heroes that look like that or have a quirk that does that. Did they awaken quirks? If so, then how? Maybe it was because of the situation. Quirks tend to awaken during stressful or life and death situations. Was Hisashi going to kill them? Before he could continue mumbling, he heard a door open. "He's awake. Quickly alert the family." A nurse called out to the hallway. "Hey there, buddy," a doctor said. He sounded friendly, but Izuku couldn't see him for some reason. Did he lose his sight? "Don't worry, buddy, we'll take the bandages off in a second," he said. He apparently decided to answer some of the questions he thought he was thinking of when he suddenly spoke. "It appears you and your sister awakened some interesting summoning quirks. We don't know about yours, but apparently your quirk mutated you physically," he explained while taking off his bandages. When sight returned to Izuku, he had to close his eyes due to the blinding light. "Ow, my eyes, too bright," he exclaimed, feeling like he just stared at the sun. "Sorry, but you're going to have to get used to it. It seems your eyesight has improved." "Well, it makes sense since your mutation did give you extra," said the friendly doctor, while pulling out a mirror. Izuku's eyes quickly adjusted and then he stared at himself in the mirror. What happened?" he said in a shocked voice. He had two sets of eyes. They were his normal eyes, except that their green glow had glimpses of red in it. And directly under them was another set. They were smaller but looked the same except for the lack of eyelashes. They were focused on the mirror like his original set of eyes. But that wasn't even the most important change. He had tattoos? There were intricate, black tattoos etched into his skin. Two lines curved under his eyes, the second set of eyes like tear tracks. Looking at what he could do for the rest of his body. A black ring encircles each of his wrist and below his shoulder. And a black circle appeared on each shoulder. And finally on his forehead there was a singular styled mark. It looked like a crown of thorns. His freckles were gone, likely covered by his black tattoos. Oh no! His mother is going to kill him. Izuku POV. After calming down and praying his mother doesn't kill him after he explains that it's a mutation, Izuku began to look around the room as the doctor explained his situation. "Your father Hisashi Midoriya is currently in a coma," he said, catching Izuku's attention. The blood loss and the heavy concussion he got played into that. We were able to stop the bleeding, but he still lost a lot of blood. His hands were not located, so we can't stick them back in, he said in a sad tone. Izuku knew the man probably wouldn't be too sad if he knew what led up to Hisashi losing his hands. Where is my mother? And Izumi? He asked, trying to forget about Hisashi. He wanted to know how his mother was since last he saw her. She was in a pretty bad condition. She got treated and is in a room with your sister down the hall, explained the doctor. All four of Izuku's eyes focused on the man and saw his ID. She should have been notified by no dash, he continued before the door was slammed open, revealing a bandaged Inko with a confused Izumi behind her. Izuku, bye baby, she yelled while running towards his bed, dragging Izumi with her subconsciously. When she got close and saw her son's appearance, she stopped. Izumi snapped out of her confusion and looked at him. Izu, you got tattoos? Izumi said, bewildered. When her brother looked at her eyes, he saw something odd. For some reason her black eyes had hints of blue in them? Izuku, his mother said in a low voice, sending a chill up everyone's spine, including the doctor. Panicking, Izuku quickly talked, trying to explain the situation before she did something drastic. Mom, it's a mutation, I swear. He hurriedly said. When I woke up, these tattoos were already there. I promise I would never get tattoos on purpose. INKOPOV. While Izuku tried to explain the reason for his tattoos, I was focused on something else. The bandages on his neck were removed, revealing a few nearly healed bruises from when Hisashi was trying to strangle him. The sight was enough to make her heart drop. Her baby almost died. She let the tears fall as she hugged Izuku, much to his surprise. I'm sorry, Izuku, she sobbed. I couldn't protect you, you almost died because of that man, she said, anger quickly replacing her sadness. Not at Izuku but at herself, and especially that bstrd Hisashi. How could he do this to their baby? What type of man did she even marry for him to do that? Izuku POV. After the doctor left the room to give them some space, they quickly began to talk about what happened. They had many questions that needed answering. Especially about those things that appeared out of nowhere. I was yelling at your father for leaving us just because of your condition, Inko started with anger in her voice. Out of anger I used my quirk and pulled a photo on a stand in front of him and hit his nose. He then turned to me and shot a fireball at me before I could react. I blacked out after that. She said, recalling the events as best she could. When I regained consciousness I saw what the things did and quickly called the police after you two fainted. But Izuku, while the police were coming I saw tattoos begin to appear around your body. She said in worry. At the time she thought her baby was dying before she realized he was having a manifestation. I guess I'll go next, said Izumi, drawing Izuku's and Inko's attention. When we saw you get knocked out by Hisashi, he jumped to Izu and picked him up by the neck. I got worried when his face started turning blue. She recalled, tears begging to appear in her eyes. I wanted to save him and suddenly I felt something open. Like something coming out of my body, she said. After that, when the thing ate Hisashi's hands, I felt something go into my body. A warm energy that I felt I could control. After that I blacked out, she said while stuttering a bit. When I woke up I heard a voice in my head, she said, making Izuku and Inko worried. She said that she was glad to finally meet me. She kept rambling about how bored she was watching me grow up while being unable to do anything but watch through my eyes. I realized she was my quirk after that, she said. Suddenly the spirit appeared behind her, making the trio snap their heads towards her. Hi, she said in a happy voice. Startling the family. Hello miss? Inko stammered, trying to figure out if the thing was hostile or not. It's so nice to finally talk to you, Mama Inko, it said, surprising the trio. Ever since Izumi was born I watched through her eyes as she grew up. After what happened with Hisashi I was able to move for some reason, it said with anger while mentioning the man. Are you Izumi Quirk? Asked a curious Izuku. Sure, asking someone if they are a quirk might be rude, but he was too curious to stay silent. He saw a blue aura around the being ever since it appeared, making him more curious. Now that the trio had calmed down they took a closer look at the spirit. It had no eyes, a dome-like head with jagged needle-like teeth. It was a bit bigger than Izumi and was floating since apparently it had no legs. It had big arms and hands as big as Izumi's head. You could say that. Though I prefer being her sister. Yeah, I'm technically her quirk. It's weird to say that out loud. By the way, Izumi, could you give me a name? I've always wanted a name. It responded before asking a question of its own. Izumi looked surprised at being addressed before quickly thinking of a name for her apparently sentient quirk. Upon not coming up with anything she turned to Inko. If I may suggest a name, how about Rika? She said. She had wanted that to be the name of Izumi before Hisashi suggested Izumi. Yay, I'm Rika. Rika exclaimed in childish happiness. Wait, so were the wolves part of your ability? Izuku asked suddenly. Remembering the wolves that took Hisashi's arms. Nope, From what I can tell, my ability has to do with copying someone's quirk when I eat part of their body. Since I'm Izumi's quirk, she can probably also use the quirks I have copied, she said while doing a think it pose mid-air. Really? How do I do it? She said in wonder. Sure, she only had Hisashi's quirk, but that didn't matter. When she becomes a hero, she can use it for good, unlike him. No idea. I don't know much other than what I instinctively know. She replied, much to Izumi's dismay. Most quirks are known to give their users a feeling on how they are supposed to be used. Quirks are known for wanting to be used. If a quirk is forcefully neglected, it can cause mental problems to the user. Izuku, though recalling an old article he read at school. That also brought him to another topic. When I was being strangled, he said, drawing everyone's attention. For some reason I stopped struggling and instinctively did something with my hands, something like this? He said while forming the shape of a wolf's head. When he did that, he had a feeling, like something was telling him to do something. Hold on, I got to test this, he said as he stood, much to the protest of everyone there, including Rika. He stood away from everyone and formed the wolf's head again. He then said some words which came to him naturally. Demon dogs, he said while feeling something leave his body, or more like, his shadow? As the feeling appeared, he got a feeling of what was going to pop out. The onyx black and snow white wolves appeared in front of him again. This time they didn't lunge at anything. Instead they calmly looked at him as if waiting for an order. So that was me? I have a quirk, and that not all I feel like I can summon other things, but they feel locked. He said, focusing on the feeling. When he did, he changed his hand signs to the shape of a bird. As he did that, he felt like he would have to fight in order to summon that. From what I can tell, I can only summon the dogs without problems. Though when I try to summon something else, I feel like I'm going to summon something wild and untamed. He mused, trying to pick apart his quirk from just feelings alone. I feel 10 different summons sitting in my shadow, each of them giving off a different feeling, like the dogs. When I summoned the dogs, I felt claws and teeth, so I'm guessing the feeling is related to the powers each of them has. He continued to mumble before being interrupted by his sister. Can I pet them? She asked with puppy dog eyes while Inko and Rika looked at her in disbelief. Well, more like Inko did, while Rika just stared at her direction. Sure, knock yourself out. I feel like they will only attack someone if I tell them to, he said. The wolves felt like they would listen to commands. She quickly got close and started petting them. They started snuggling with her as she did, prompting Inko to move and join them as Rika started to disappear, saying something along the lines of getting tired. I think being out makes me tired. I feel weak and slow. I'm gonna take a nap, so wake me up if anything happens, she said as she started to turn translucent and disappear. Well, that was odd. I said. Me and her have a mental connection, so I can wake her up if I need to, Izumi says while scratching the wolf's belly, much to their apparent enjoyment. So are my summons sentient or semi-sentient? Whatever, I'm too mentally drained of all of this, he says as he tells the wolves to go back to his shadow, much to her sister's protest. I'm going to take a nap and figure all this out tomorrow, he said while getting on the bed. Honestly, too much has happened in too short of a time and he is mentally exhausted. Alright, I'll come check on you later, Izuku, said Inko with a loving gaze. She too was tired. She was happy her babies manifested quirks, even so they were complicated and the situation wasn't good. But all these revelations were too much for her at the moment. Inko and Izumi left the room and went on their own while Izuku closed his eyes and let the sweet dreams take him away. 3 days later, they were finally cleared and released from the hospital. Inko quickly got rid of all of Hisashi's stuff and filed the divorce papers as soon as she got home. Thankfully they shared a bank account, so while Hisashi was in a coma she could use his money to buy the kids what they need as well as pay rent and buy groceries. Izuku got used to being able to see through all 4 eyes and even learned some other stuff his and Izumi's quirks could do. Izumi learned that when Rika is fully out and manifested she can use flame breath when she focuses inward and thinks about the quirk she wants to use. It took a lot out of her and she nearly fainted after a few flames came out. She would probably need to train that when she got older. Apparently Rika said that she could only copy quirks she ate and nobody was going to go around and ask people for body parts to have someone copy their quirk. Much to Rika's dismay, Izuku and Inko both tried to give her a piece of their hair which she ate. After that she said that she feels like it was too small and that the DNA is too similar to Izumi to be copied. The only reason flame breath was copied was because of the amount that was eaten as well as the fact that Inko's genes were stronger than Hisashi. Izuku figured out that his quirk allowed him to store things in his shadow when a fork fell into it while they were having a meal together at the hospital. Izuku tried willing it to pop out but it didn't work, so he resorted to sticking his hand in it, much to the surprise of his family. When he pulled back with the fork out he got a scolding from Inko for doing something without thinking through the possible consequences. A few minutes after that Izuku got an idea. If he could stick his hand inside his shadow, Could he go inside of it? He quickly tested this out by stepping on his shadow and thinking about hiding. He felt himself fall into the water before looking around. He could see and hear from inside but couldn't smell or feel anything. It was odd, so he quickly got out and checked himself to see if anything was missing. Upon seeing he was fine, he decided to do a little prank on his mother. He sunk back into his shadow and moved it toward the door. He passed through it like it wasn't there and went to his mother's room. What he didn't account for was his mother spotting the shadow moving around her floor. She screamed before using her quirk to pull a vase nearby, ready to throw it at the shadow. Izuku got out and quickly told her to calm down. He saw his mother freeze before giving him a glare and a chilling smile. He learned a valuable lesson that day. Now that I'm going back to school, how will I explain this to Tuya? He thought while walking on the sidewalk. Oh well, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully Naoya decides to leave me alone now. He thought. How naive of him to think that. While walking to school, he starts thinking about the past few days. Mainly about what he could tell about his quirk. He knew his and Izumi's quirks were unique mutations that had nothing to do with their family. How does fire breath and attraction of small objects equal summoning literal monsters from thin air? When he thinks about his quirk, he feels 10 different shadowy beings hidden in the deepest part of his shadow. Out of the 10, 9 are tightly sealed in there, while one of them is sitting there waiting for orders. He didn't know why both dogs counted as one shadow, but he wasn't going to complain. He also could instinctually feel the ability of each shadow, as well as a general outline of what they look like. He wrote about each of them in a notebook he keeps hidden in his room at home. He knew the names of each shadow and their ability instinctually as well. There was demon dogs, call upon 2 dogs who resemble wolves more than dogs. One onyx black and the other snow white. Both dogs have a keen sense of smell that he can use to track down people. Their sharp claws can cut through metal, and their teeth can rip limbs with ease. He saw it firsthand after all. Tamed Toad, call upon a single toad. From what he can grasp about its ability, it's very fast and agile. Its tongue is several meters long and is sticky enough to grab onto things with ease. Not tamed. New, call upon an owl-like being. It feels like static, so its ability might have something to do with electricity. Possibly generated from its talons or wings. Maybe both. Not tamed. Great serpent, call upon a giant serpent. It feels massive, and since it's a serpent it could possibly be venomous. If he tamed it, could he hide inside its mouth depending on how big it is? Not tamed. Rabbit escape, call upon a single rabbit. It feels like something splitting up many times over. Could its ability be to generate a massive amount of rabbits? It would be an ideal distraction while trying to escape something, hence its name. Not tamed. Max elephant, call upon a single elephant. It feels wet. Possible water generation manipulation? It also feels heavy, which is expected since elephants are heavy. Not tamed. Round deer, call upon a deer. It feels like I am healthy yet tired. Could it perhaps heal itself or me? Could I heal others with it? Since I feel tired, it should be the cost of healing something. Maybe it saps energy from myself or anyone nearby and uses it to heal? The heroin recovery girl has a quirk that drains a person's stamina but heals the body. Not tamed. Piecing ox, call upon an ox. It feels moving fast and pointing. Guessing by its name, it can piece things easily. Since it feels fast, it's probably a speed type of Shinigami that accelerates if given time. If I fight it, I should probably try to take it down quickly. Then again, I should probably do that in every fight. Not tamed. Tiger funeral, call upon a white tiger. This one feels scary, as well as it makes me feel trapped. Maybe it has a fear ability? As well as some type of capture ability? Kind of hard to tell. Not tamed. Maharaga, it's hard to understand what it is. When I think about it, a whole chant appears in my head. From what I can tell, I have to do the full chant in order to summon that one. Its ability is confusing, however. I feel like I can overcome anything, that is it? Maybe its ability has something to do with overcoming something? Can it adapt? Maybe it can adapt to situations or something. It feels strong. I think I should leave that one last. I have a gut feeling that if I try to fight it anytime soon, I'll lose quickly. Not tamed. This, of course, is just what he could get based on feelings alone. Especially that last one. He can tell it's the strongest shadow he has. That reminds him of the time he chose a name for his quirk when they were registering both his and Izumi's. Flashback 2 days ago. So what are you going to give your quirks? While Rika's name is hers, as a quirk she will need something else. Inko asked while driving toward the quirk registration center. Some people are known to be late bloomers or figure out things about their quirk and want to change their names. Mine will simply be called the 10 Shadows. It's simple and relates to what my quirk does. Izuku said, looking at the window. He turned towards Izumi, waiting for what she had to say. I think I'll call mine, Copy Shikigami. Rika and I talked about names for a bit before we settled on this one. She said while Rika was telling her how she had wanted her name to be simply Rika at first, but that made no sense when putting it in a registry. Interesting names. I still don't get how that man's quirk and mine managed to become those mutations, but I'm not going to complain, Inko said. Talking about Hisashi was still a rough spot in the house. It was enough to turn down the mood no matter what. Flashback over? He snaps out of his thoughts when he realizes he is in front of his school. Aldera Middle. He hasn't talked to Tuya since his quirk awakening, so he is kind of worried about how he'll react. He is still confused on why Tuya decided to come to Aldera when his family could have put him in a more prestigious school. When he asked, all he got was, "Don't worry about it." He had a feeling Tuya asked his parents to go there because he was there, but he wasn't going to say it out loud. He was happy Tuya stayed with him after all. He always defended him from bullies because of his previous condition. He only hopes he stays his friend after he finds out about his new quirk. Heading inside, he saw the looks of confusion and shock, but mainly fear, that people gave him. It honestly made sense as much as he disliked it. Imagine a normal-looking kid one day suddenly disappearing for a few days and then coming back with extra eyes and tattoos everywhere. He knew he looked a bit scary, but come on. Haven't they been told it's rude to stare? When he arrived in front of his classroom, he sighed and mentally prepared himself for a confrontation. He schooled his expression to a neutral blank stare as he normally did. Showing any expression usually made the bullies more aggressive, so he naturally learned how to stop showing them. His left arm tightly gripped his backpack as he opened the door with his right. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a few eyes on him. After that, he heard some gasp from said people gazing at him, which in turn made more people look at where he was standing. Soon enough, everyone's gaze was on him. "Midoriya, come on in," said the teacher. He stared at the tattooed boy with a bit of sweat. He was told the kid had a Quirk manifestation recently, but he didn't know it would have made him look this different. Izuku's expression remained the same. While he didn't show it, he was surprised at getting acknowledged by the teacher. He knew it was probably because he was a quirkiest a-hole, but still it was surprising nonetheless. He walked towards his seat, which was next to Tuya's. Said boy was staring wide-eyed at Izuku's appearance. However, he didn't look scared. He looked more shocked than anything. "Dude," he said in a low voice. Izuku immediately started to think about the worst outcomes. "He's gonna think I'm scary, won't he? He'll probably stop talking to me and leave the shoe dash. You look sick, man," he exclaimed. His eyes were full of awe, like he'd just seen a celebrity nearby. "Those tattoos look so cool," he continued while examining his friend's new look. Izuku's expression broke and he gave a small smile. It was nice to know Tuya didn't care about his look but instead liked it. As Tuya continued to ramble about Izuku's mutations, he heard a few whispers from the class. "Creepy," whispered a red-haired girl in the back. "He kinda looks like a villain, doesn't he?" A boy whispered to his friend behind him. "I wonder what his quirk even does to make him look like that," said another boy. He was still scared but also curious. Izuku ignored all of that and sat down. He also decided to ignore the glare he felt coming from 3 seats behind him. He already knew who it belonged to, and the confrontation that will probably happen after class. After class. When the bell rang, the students quickly left the room. To go to lunch, and probably get away from me. Not surprisingly, Naoya stayed behind. What was surprising was to see Ranta stay behind as well. He stood behind Naoya with a somewhat neutral expression that did little to hide how nervous and fearful he was. Naoya, on the other hand, stood in front of him with an arrogant face. Grinning with an evil smirk, he looked at Izuku as if he was a whole new plaything. Well, looks like our little quirkless friend isn't so quirkless anymore. Isn't that right, Ranta?" he said with a sarcastic voice. He wasn't expecting Ranta to answer, so he continued to speak. "I do wonder though, how exactly do you plan to become a hero, looking like that?" he asked with fake curiosity. "What do you mean?" Tuya said. He wasn't even mad at them at the moment, he was more confused than anything. "Why do you ask?" "It's because he looks like a villain in the making, in my opinion. Actually, not just my opinion, but the whole school probably thinks the same if all the looks you've been getting say something," he explained, smirk still in his face while trying not to laugh at the sad look Izuku was getting. Izuku knew that. He knew people were scared even though it was just his first day back. He just didn't know why. Why would they be scared of him when he never did anything to them before? "Oh? And you think you can be a hero? With how you've been acting, I'd say you're pretty far from a hero," intervened Tuya with a sad look on his face. His hands were clenched and small flames were starting to appear. "Just drop it, Tuya, you know they never listen," Izuku said calmly. Sure, Naoya's words hurt, but he always ignored them as much as he could. Being called a villain was a new one he wasn't prepared for, but he can adapt. "Nah, keep talking. I'll become a hero that will surpass your daddy Endeavor. Unlike you who can't even use your quirk without burning yourself." What type of flame quirk burns its user? Your cremation quirk is quite weak, huh? He said, trying to provoke Tuya. It worked quite well since his flames started to appear and turn blue. Izuku noticed how Tuya's hands started burning, but the boy didn't look like he was paying attention to it. He quickly decided to intervene and stop this from escalating. That's enough. Tuya, stop it and let's go, he yelled, getting Tuya's attention. They started to leave the classroom as Naoya kept trying to taunt them. Fortunately, Tuya ignored them and they quickly left the room. Tuya decided to leave them a parting gift and gave them the middle. Naoya POV. Naoya, are you sure you should antagonize Izuku? We don't even know what his quirk is. Ranta spoke quietly. His cousin really should learn to shut up sometimes before he gets them both in trouble. Nah, Izuku is too much of a wimpy beach to try anything. The teachers never liked him before he had a quirk. They don't really like him now either, since they probably see him as a villain in the making. Naoya said in a bored tone. Honestly, I hope he gets in Udata so that I can stomp him there and then, though. After school. Tuya POV. They're so fluffy. I said as I petted both demon dogs. I was surprised when Izuku pulled them out when we got outside, but quickly started checking them out and asked permission to pet them. So, what are their names? I said, trying to figure out what the symbol on their head meant. Akage and Snowcasper. Izuku quickly responded. It was obvious he came up with the names on the spot, but they weren't bad names. Cool, anyways, I'm on my rides here, see you tomorrow. He said, and he stopped petting the dogs, much to their apparent dismay. He quickly ran to a car he could distinctly identify as his father. While it was rare for him to come pick Tuya up, it wasn't so uncommon to see him bring and take them from school. When he got in, he saw his siblings Fuyumi and Natsuo in the back. They got to the same school and probably got picked up a bit before himself. He saw both his parents at the front of the vehicle. Since Shoto wasn't here, he guessed they were going to pick him up last. So Tuya, who's that kid you were talking to? The one with the wolves? Asked Natsuo. He had a curious look in his eyes. He had seen Izuku once when he came over to visit, but that person had tattoos and another set of eyes. They couldn't possibly be Izuku. Yes, Tuya, who is that? He looks familiar. Spoke his father from the front of the car. He was driving it while their mother looked at the three of them from the rear view mirror. That was Izuku, I said while looking at their confused looks. I figured they thought it was someone else because of how different he looked. Apparently he got into some sort of accident with his dad. When that happened, he manifested his quirk. He can apparently summon some type of Shikigami from his shadow. He said he can only summon dogs for now. I said, trying to remember what he told me about his quirk. Late manifestations are pretty rare. But that's good for him, said Dad while looking at the road. I should go see Inko soon to see what the accident was about. I have a feeling it wasn't too simple, spoke Mom while gazing at where Izuku stood. Something told her that the accident wasn't a simple thing. Inko and her were friends along with Mitsuki. So she knew that Hisashi was a quirkist a-hole that Inko was planning on divorcing soon. Can I join? I want to play Super Smash Heroes at Izuku's place again, he said, hoping his mother would let him. He and Izuku were tied in the scoreboard they had. Natsuo and Fuyumi also said they wanted to join. Izuku and Izumi were fun to be around. Sure, I'll give her a call later. Rei said. Izuku POV. When Tuya left, IDE summoned demon dogs and began to walk home. I decided to focus on another aspect of my quirk. One that I and Izumi somehow share to some extent. I looked at a random passerby walking down the street and focused all four eyes on them. When I really focused, I saw a blue energy around their body. From what I could tell, that energy was mainly focused on their brain. I quickly looked at another person before they could notice my gaze and saw them emitting the same blue energy, but this time it was focused on their eyes. I at first was confused about the energy that surrounded most people. Mom and Izumi had it as well. Both of them focused on their heads. But Tuya's was different. While it originated from the brain like everyone else's, it was focused around his whole body. After thinking a bit and some online research, I realized that I was seeing what I like to call quirk energy being passively moved around the area where a person quirk normally appears from. Not gonna lie. I want to see a hero's quirk energy and see if it's different from ordinary people. Maybe the heroes found a way to control it more effectively, he muttered. After seeing theories online and seeing it at work from his mom casually pulling objects in the kitchen, he managed to figure that the quirk energy is the fuel that gives the quirk its power. He did see, however, that when a quirk is being used, the energy slowly starts to disappear. He guessed that having all of a person's quirk energy be used to fuel said quirk causes quirk exhaustion. WWW. He found out Izumi could also see quirk essence yesterday when she asked why their mother was glowing. After a bit of talking, he figured out that she basically had the better version of the sight that they both shared. She could see quirk energy easily without needing to focus much. As Izuku got home and opened the door, he saw Inko comforting a sad Izumi. He quickly took his shoes off and went to investigate why her sister was feeling down. "Hey Izumi, what's up?" he asked, calling her by the nickname he usually uses. She looked up at him and began explaining through tears that started falling. "My friends are scared of our Rika, they called her mean names and made her sad." She sobbed. She and Rika were basically sisters at this point. To call her a monster was the same as being called one herself. Everyone was scared except Kaken, she said, remembering how Katsuki defended her. Flashback. Izumi POV. She was trying her best to not cry on her table. Everyone was saying mean things to Rika even though she didn't do anything. She just wanted to show everyone what she looked like, but they all ran away. "It's alright Izumi. They are all just scaredy cats," Rika whispered in her mind. She knew Rika didn't like being called monster or villain, but she didn't care much about it. Suddenly there was a loud explosion a few seats away from her. Quickly turning to see what happened, she saw one of her childhood friends. Bakugo Katsuki, or Kaken as she liked to call him, glared at everyone in the classroom. "So what if her quirk is scary? You do realize," she said, "it's sentient? Do you want it to get mad at you all?" He sneered, looking at everyone in the class as if they were below him. When he looked at Izumi, his eyes softened for a moment before looking away and returning to glaring at everyone. "Besides," she said, "she's going to be a hero. Out of everyone here, she had the best shot at joining me in the hero course at U.A, since she is not a coward like you a lot," he said while scowling. His menacing red eyes managed to make everyone in the classroom stay silent. None wanted to anger the boy they knew was going to get into the hero course with his amazing quirk. "That's what I thought," he said before looking at Izumi. "Izumi, ignore these weaklings. And if I see you falling behind because of them or because of you giving up on being a hero, I'll blow them and you up myself," he said. His menacing eyes pierced her, daring her to try to give because of a few words. Alright," she responded in a shy voice. She knew he was trying to motivate her, but he still was a bit intense when he tried. Flashback over. Izuku POV. Well, that nice of him, even if he acts like a wild dog sometimes," I muttered. Izumi must have heard me because she started giggling soon after, making me and Mom smile. Ringing. "Oh. I wonder who's calling." "Be right back," said Inko while standing up and stretching her legs. Me and Izumi then went to our separate rooms and got out of our school uniforms, and put on stay-at-home casual clothes. We then went to the table and ate the food Mom made us, while she talked animatedly on the phone to who we could guess were her friends Rei Todoroki and Mitsuki Bakugo. Mitsuki and Inko were friends from high school and have kept frequent contact since. Rei, however, joined them after Tuya and I got together for a sleepover one time. The three of them quickly became fast friends. "The Todorokis and Bakugos are coming for a visit. They wanted to celebrate your quirks coming in," Inko said after ending the call. She knew Rei and Mitsuki would probably ask about what happened to Hisashi, so she would need to get ready for that talk. For now she would make snacks and clean up the house. A few hours later there was a knock on the door. Inko quickly opened it and welcomed their guests inside. Both the Bakugos and Todorokis arrived seemingly at the same time. After a few greetings, the adults quickly began to talk while the kids went to Izuku's room. Inko POV. After chatting a bit and noticing Mitsuki and Rei staring at her as if they were waiting for her to start explaining something, she decided to rip the band-aid off before someone did it for her. "So how is Hisashi? I know you told us he and Izuku got in an accident, but what exactly happened?" Enji Todoroki said while drinking some tea she made. He decided to spend the day with his family and visit a close friend of his wife. He was much calmer these days. His ambition to be number one was still there, but he wanted his kids to be their own heroes. At first he wanted them to replace him, but recently he stopped seeing them as tools and more as his kids. "Yeah, what happened to him?" Masaru Bakugo said while looking at her. He and Enji knew that Hisashi and Izuku didn't really get along since he was diagnosed quirkless, but Hisashi was an alright guy in his book. "Me and him are getting divorced as soon as he wakes up from his coma. Honestly, I hope he stays in a coma just so I don't have to see him again while signing the papers," Inko said suddenly, shocking everyone in the room. Enji raised an eyebrow, confused at the sudden hostility between the man and Inko. "Why?" Enji asked, begging to take a sip from his tea. "He tried to kill Izuku," she said in a low voice. "What?" yelled everyone in the room minus Enji, who promptly spat out his tea in shock. He quickly cleaned himself and hurriedly motioned her to continue. "Izumi was diagnosed quirkless that day," she started, getting more shocked looks from everyone. The chances of both kids being quirkless was astronomical. So he decided to pack up and leave. "I got mad and yelled at him, after which I used my quirk to hit him in the nose out of anger. It was basically him betraying me after all the vows we made when we got married," she said with a sigh. "He kindly returned the hit by blasting me with a fireball, knocking me into the wall, making me lose consciousness for a bit," she continued, ignoring the horrified looks from her best friends and the angry looks from their husbands. "From what Izuku and Izumi told me, he lunged at Izuku and started strangling him. Izumi told me how his face started to look blue, signaling that he was running out of air," she said in a pained voice, recalling her kid's side of the events was never easy for her. They were too young to have such an experience like that. Rei covered her mouth in shock while Mitsuki and Enji clenched their hands tightly. Masaru, however, looked to be ready to kill Hisashi, which was something that surprised Inko since he was usually the most tame person she knew. The stressful situation triggered both of their quirks to manifest. Apparently Izuku instinctively summoned 2 wolves which he named Kage and Casper. Both wolves bit into his hands and ripped them out, she said. Her guests all wondered how strong those wolves were to bite someone's hand off so quickly in a single bite. Izumi summoned something she called Rika, a sentient quirk that was apparently with Izumi ever since she was born. She said she couldn't do anything but watch Izumi's life until then. She explained a bit about her daughter's quirk. After his hands were bitten off, Hisashi fell to the floor screaming, which caused me to regain my consciousness. I saw Rika seemingly appear before Hisashi and then knock him out with a single punch. After that she disappeared and the kids fainted. The mental shock of what was happening plus their quirk awakening drained them too much, she said, omitting the fact that Rika ate Hisashi's hands for now. She can tell them that later. The adults spent a few minutes in silence trying to digest the load of information they received before they heard a commotion from upstairs, prompting them to investigate. When they got close to the door they heard a few words that froze them in place. "Dude, you almost died." "What do you mean you're fine?" yelled an angry Tuya. The parents' sweat dropped. Either the kids heard them or Izuku and Izumi told them something. Whatever the case, they should go in and handle the situation before it escalated. A few minutes ago. Tuya POV. Since Super Smash Heroes was a 4-player game, they decided to take turns between the 7 of them. After losing against Izuku and Katsuki, Izumi and Tuya swapped out. Izumi started talking to Shoto, who was quietly watching them play, while Tuya decided to go use the bathroom. He walked downstairs and heard the adults talking. He didn't bother to hear what they were saying before he went to the bathroom. When he got out, however, he heard some pretty interesting things. Apparently Izuku's father is a worse a-hole than he thought. Everyone knew Izuku and Hisashi never got along because Hisashi was apparently quirkist. But to try to kill your own son? That's too far. After hearing the parents finish talking, he quietly went upstairs to do what any smart 11-year-old would do. Confront the victim immediately while ignoring everyone else in the room. Slammed the door open, startling the people inside, and glared at a confused Izuku. "Dude, did your dad really try to kill you?" he asked in a low voice, anger building inside him. His best friend really almost died because his father was that much of an a-hole. Everyone looked at Izuku in shock, minus Izumi, who had a sad expression. They heard there was an accident that involved Hisashi. But him trying to kill their friend was not what they were thinking. "Yeah, he did," he said slowly, trying to ignore the phantom pain he felt when he thought about that moment. "It's all right? I'm fine," he said while giving them a crooked grin. Nobody believed him if their expressions said anything. At that point Tuya's patience reached a limit. "Dude, you almost died. What do you mean you're fine?" I yelled at him in anger. How could he value himself that little? I knew he had low self-worth thanks to all the assholes at school, but come on. At that moment our parents chose to step inside the room. They all looked at me with unreadable expressions. Sheet, guess they heard that. I thought. I got scolded for listening to their conversation. And promised to not do it again. The other kids were still confused, so the adults had to explain what happened in the nicest, kid-friendly way they could. Needless to say, nobody liked Hisashi by the end of the day. -6 years later. Izuku POV. 15-year-old Izuku was once again walking home after saying goodbye to Tuya. Today, however, he wasn't idly musing about his quirk or thinking about what he's going to eat at home. Today he was focused. He had a single goal that he hoped to finish this weekend. It was Friday, so he had tomorrow and the day after to accomplish his goal. His goal being to finally get started on taming his shadows. 6 years ago he had decided to tame the shadows when he was older, since a 9-year-old didn't have much of a chance against them. He figured now he could do something. He had even started working out to prepare himself for both the hero business and to be in peak condition to tame his shadows. He was currently thinking about how to defeat the first Shikigami he wanted to get. Toad. After agonizingly thinking about it for so long, he had decided to tame Toad first. He had wanted to tame New first but thought it'd be too much for him and his wolves at the moment. Of course, he wasn't going to tell anyone what he was doing. He already knew how his mom would react. She'd probably tell him to wait until he got into a hero school or something. But he knew his chances were low if he didn't start taming his shadow soon. Sure, his demon dogs were strong. But it was better safe than sorry. And he was going to apply to the U.A in 3 years, so it was time he got a move on regarding that. It's definitely not because I've been dying to unlock more aspects of my quirk. Of course not, that would be incredibly stupid if that was the main reason, he thought. Even so, he himself didn't believe that. He was a quirk fanatic. Of course he wants to see everything he can do. He also had a gut feeling that if he tamed a Shikigami he would learn something worthwhile. Honestly, he also wanted to see how accurate his instinctual feelings about his Shikigami's abilities were. He had chosen Toad for that reason, as well as it seemed like the least dangerous. One could say Rabbit Escape would be the least dangerous one. But who knows, maybe the rabbit would gang up on him and overwhelm him with their numbers and eat him alive. He did not want to find out if the rabbits were carnivores. He snapped out of his thoughts when he realized he was in front of his home. Taking his key out of his pocket, he unlocked the door and stepped in. Sure, he could go through the door by hiding in his shadow, but that was illegal quirk usage. He was only legally allowed to use it in private property that allowed the use, like his home. When he stepped in, he saw Izumi doing her homework while Inko was on the phone. She had an angry expression on her face. Izuku left her bed and went to get changed. He then summoned his demon dogs and allowed them to stay out of his shadow. He did this normally to train his quirk energy output and learn to manage having one of his shadows out, allowing him to prepare for when he would need to summon more than one Shikigami in a battlefield. If that was possible, since he didn't know if he could only summon one shadow at a time. When he went back down, Inko had a blank expression on her face, attracting the attention of both Izuku and Izumi. "Kids," she said in a tired tone. Hisashi woke up. She continued. Her tired tone became angry when she spoke his name before returning to being tired. Muzurufu Hospital. Izuku POV. Just my luck that he had to wake up today of all days. Izuku was annoyed. He was supposed to be getting ready to tame Toad, but instead he was here to see the BSTRD who hated him for most of his life. Standing in front of the door to his room, the trio stood still. They didn't want to see him. They didn't want to speak to him. And they definitely didn't want to be near him. But they knew they had to confront him, as much as they detested him. "Are you sure you need to see him?" spoke Enji. He, accompanied by his wife and the Bakugos, minus their son, stood behind them. Enji was not in his Endeavor suit. This wasn't his business, but he was still legally allowed to act and subdue villains if he was nearby. He volunteered to come and stop Hisashi if he got out of control. "Let's just get this over with," I said, resigned as I walked towards the door. Izumi and Inko followed me silently. I opened the door and saw him. The BSTRD was smiling. "Long time no see, boy," Hisashi said with a sheet-eating grin. I was set off by the smile, but calmed down when I saw Hisashi's arms. There was nothing below his elbows, much to my delight. Seeing the look on my face and quickly realizing where I was looking wiped the smile off his face. "Well, aren't you happy?" he said with a scowl. "Look at what you did to me, you villainous brat," he continued, glaring at me. "If he is villainous, then what are you?" intervened Inko. She was not about to let him of all people call Izuku a villain. They then started arguing about stuff Izuku didn't bother to care about. He knew Enji was right outside the door listening in and waiting for any indication of an attack. Izuku and Izumi zoned out. While they were interested in what they were speaking about, they stopped caring when he kept yelling about some nonsense like, "Why did you lie to me about them being quirkless?" and "Why do you still care about that villain?" What really set everyone off was when he said, "I should have burned him that day when he was announced quirkless. Would have saved us so much trouble. I wanted to have demon dogs bite his legs now." Enji then opened the door and stopped the argument since it was about to escalate. It was wonderful to see Hisashi's pale face. "I've heard enough. Under my authority as number 2 hero Endeavor, I will arrest you for the crimes of child endangerment, reckless quirk use, attempted murder, and other charges which you will hear in court." He spoke with a voice of authority before he moved away from the door. A few police officers quickly came in and put a quirk suppressant cuff on the legs of the terrified man. There have been theories on how quirk suppressant cuffs worked for a while now. Izuku theorized the use of another quirk whose ability was focused on the suppressing of a person's quirk. Izuku saw how when the cuffs were activated, the quirk energy that Hisashi emitted was quickly attacked by a foreign energy that cut the connection of the energy from the brain to the body. The energy was different from quirk energy and didn't act like how it usually did. The man was then removed from the room without much struggle. Hopefully he could leave their lives now. Now Izuku needed to prepare for what was really important. He already had a plan in mind for what he would do tomorrow, and the location in which he would do it. He would conduct the taming ritual and fight Toad tomorrow. And if all goes to plan, win. Izuku woke up early. He had to get ready since he was not willing to take risks in the ritual. He was on a timer, he needed to finish the ritual quickly before his family woke up. He put on dark green sweatpants with a matching hoodie, as well as his favorite red shoes. He had put a few large kitchen knives in his shadow, as well as some bandages from a first aid kit they kept in the bathroom. He always tries to not put much in his shadow since the weight of the object remains the same inside his shadow. However, he figures he should buy some weight soon and drop them in his shadow to work on his storage limit. He then quietly left the house and headed towards his destination. He had about 2 hours before Inko would wake up to go to work. A few minutes later he arrived at an abandoned bar. He had chosen this location since it was set to be demolished 3 days from now, and it was an enclosed space, making it so that Toad had less room to evade his attacks, effectively removing one of its advantages over Izuku. He sunk into his shadow and made his way inside. He couldn't enter another shadow, only his own. However, he could hide his own shadow inside another's, making it undetectable as long as he sticks close. The inside of the bar looked like one would expect a rundown bar to look like. Glass all over the floor, dust everywhere, nothing of value since it was probably ransacked. He started to move some chairs away and stored the glass near him in his shadow to make a small open area for himself. He planned to summon Toad in front of him where glass shards lay scattered all over the floor. The environment was set, so now all he had to do was start the ritual and hope for the best. Izuku POV. Time to get started then, I said, trying to calm my nerves. Sure, I've been into a few fist fights. However, school fights are different from life or death situations. Toad will aim to kill, unlike the kids from school. Gathering his nerves, he began to form the hand sign he would use to summon it. Feeling his quirk energy stop passively focusing on his brain and starting to travel below to his shadow. It was a feeling he was used to. He felt it every time he summoned demon dogs or stored something hid in his shadow. Toad, I said. I then saw something come out of his shadow and materialize in front of him. It looked like a frog trapped in some sort of cocoon. Thin strings appeared in the air, looking like they were holding it down and stopping any movement from it. As soon as he saw all of that, the strings were all cut simultaneously, and the cocoon started to fall off, revealing the shadow beast slumbering inside. Toad looked like a big toad. The only key difference I could spot was some sort of marking on its belly, similar to how demon dogs had some on their foreheads. It quickly opened its mouth, allowing its tongue to slip out. It used it as a whip and lashed it towards me. I narrowly ducked, sweating nervously. I quickly dropped a hand down and pulled out one of the knives. Come on, frog. Is your aim that bad? I said, trying to taunt it. It worked as it quickly swung its tongue at me again. It aimed lower so that I wouldn't be able to duck. I sunk into my shadows, letting the attack pass by while I moved toward the still toad. Seeing my approach, it decided to jump away. I saw its direction and quickly popped out of my shadow and pulled my hands together, making a hand sign. Demon dogs, I yelled. The dogs jumped out of my shadow and ran towards the direction I mentally told them to go to. As soon as Toad landed, it was assaulted by the two dogs, forcing it to jump back. In doing so, it didn't notice what I pulled out from my shadow while it was trying to evade. While it was in midair, it was suddenly hit in the head by a sharp piece of glass. The attack stung it but wasn't deep enough to kill it, something which I already had taken precautions for. I threw the knife at where it was supposed to land and quickly pulled out another one before rushing towards it. Toad landed on the sharp glass that I had left beforehand, staggering it long enough to get hit on its leg by the knife I threw. It effectively stopped its mobility and allowed me to close in and stab its head before it could shoot its tongue out at me, killing it in the process. When it stopped moving and I thought it was over, it suddenly started to disappear and turn into shadows. Clink. I suddenly felt someone click inside of me. Like a connection had appeared. I smiled before once again summoning Toad. This time, however, there was no cocoon. It just appeared out of my shadow like demon dogs normally do. I stared at it in wonder. Sure, the fight wasn't really that hard, but from what he could see, Toad was more of a support shadow which he could really use. Even then, it was his first ritual. His first taste of what was to come. Since I don't want to just call you Toad, your name will be Gamma, I said. Honestly, if they didn't come with names like New, he would just name them himself. I managed to get home quickly before anyone woke up and went to my room. Now that the fight was over, the real hard part began. How do I tell Mom about Gamma? I muttered. She knows what I need to do to tame my shadow since I told her that. And I don't really want to hide it from her, guess I'll just bite the bullet, I thought, preparing for the possible reactions she might have. He looked at his hands for a moment before deciding to summon Gamma. He tried to see if he could make it smaller, which to his surprise it worked. He quickly desummoned it and tried summoning him again, but this time slightly bigger than its original size. Sadly that didn't work. So I can only make them smaller but not bigger, huh? Still a pretty useful trick to have. I muttered, thinking of ways to use such a trick. After playing with its size a bit I stopped since I noticed I was low on quirk energy, meaning I was soon going to suffer from quirk exhaustion if I continued. Before I desummoned it I decided to try out its precision. I set up a water bottle on my desk before heading towards my door, Gamma following suit. Go, I said, mentally instructing it to grab it. It did with surprising ease. It seemed Gamma was precise with its swings. He could picture himself using that ability to GRA. He stopped dead in his tracks. Why does that feel like something I could do? I muttered. The moment I thought about using its abilities I felt a connection for a moment before it disappeared. Trying it again he felt that same connection. It was a connection to Gamma, who was looking at him in curiosity. He felt like he could do something now. He just didn't know what. He placed the water bottle on the table again and went back to his door. Facing the table he tried to open his mouth and shoot his tongue out like Gamma did. That didn't work, he mused. The feeling was still there but he was doing it wrong. Suddenly he looked at his shadow under his feet and got an idea. Moving a hand forward he opened his arms in a grabbing motion. He tried to pull the water with will alone before something happened. A small tentacle appeared from his shadow. Though it was very thin and shaky it was still there. After a few moments it disappeared. Along with the last bits of quirk energy Izuku was willing to spend at the moment. He quickly summoned Gamma and sat down. A contemplative look on his face. This opened up so many possibilities. He never thought he could use the ability of his shadows. It had never really come to mind. But having that ability was an extremely valuable asset. He could see that his version was weaker but he could probably train it to be as strong as his shadow's version. He tried to feel that connection again but it was gone. Does he only have it if the shadow whose ability he uses is summoned? Can he use multiple at a time? What would Demon Dog's ability be if I used it? Would I get nails? Would. A knock on the door woke him up from his mutterstorm. When he got up and opened it he saw a confused Izumi looking up at him. Izu, why do you have so little quirk energy? Were you testing something? She asked. I know you have a bigger pool of it than me but you don't have to brag about it, you know. He retorted. Feeling a bit downcast as he remembered how big Izumi's quirk energy pool was. Both of their eyes could see quirk energy clear as day. After seeing a few heroes stopping villains, they noticed how little the heroes were wasting energy. It was like they trained to maximize energy control. However, they also noticed how their quirk energy pools weren't better than the average person's. Meaning that the energy pool you had was something that probably stuck with you for life. Sure, he had a way above average energy pool. But Izumi's was almost twice as big as his. It's not that, Izu. She whispered loudly. Forget about it. Mom wants you to come downstairs for breakfast. She continued. Sure, give me a minute, he said. Well, time to hope for the best. You what? Said a very calm Inko. I may have gone ahead and tamed a shadow without your permission. I stuttered. Wham. After a harsh scolding on recklessly using my quirk without her permission I started walking to school. Izumi was walking next to me asking questions about Gamma. Since she was 11 years old she went to the same middle school he used to go to. Which incidentally happens to be the same area of school he is attending. Izuku took it upon himself to walking Izumi to school before heading to his classes. Apparently Gamma can stick to walls and use its tongue like a whip. It's also stick so it can easily attach itself to some. I could probably use it to evade large areas of attacks if I summon it far enough away. He explained, summon Shikigami away from his own shadow was hard and cost more energy but it was possible. That's both creepy and cool. She muttered, a habit they both shared. And guess what, I figured out a cool trick I can do dash, he said before he was rudely interrupted by a familiar voice calling out to him. Oh look, it's the villain, said Naoya, the ever-present arrogant grin sitting on his face. Izuku and Izumi glanced at each other, then continued walking, ignoring and leaving behind the confused Naoya. So anyways, I can apparently borrow some of the abilities of my shadows as long as they are summoned. Although they are weaker than the way the Shikigami uses it, I think I can train it to be equally as strong. Izuku spoke after remembering where he left off, leaving Izumi shocked. You know, we both have multiple quirks if you really think about it, huh? Muttered Izumi. While she didn't like the fact that Rika had to eat a body part to copy a quirk, she knew she would eventually have to let her eat one. The quirks she copied were stored within Rika. She could let Izumi borrow a quirk but it would only let her use it for 5 minutes before the connection to it was cut and she could no longer access it for around 10 minutes. Of course they didn't know if this would change if she got more quirks. Well, when we become heroes it will surely attract attention. He spoke with a small smile. I honestly think our chances of getting into U.A are good if we pass the mental exam. I guess, she said. Izuku POV. After bringing Izumi to her school building, they said their goodbyes as he began to head to his classes. It wasn't long before he spotted a familiar white-haired boy waiting for him at the entrance. "Yo," said Tuya. The boy looked much older, which made sense since he was barely a few months older than Izuku. "Hey Tuya," I responded. We began to walk to class together, talking about how Shoto wanted to come to school with them since he didn't like his own school. He kept repeating that he wanted to be in Izumi's class. Which made sense since they were the same age and got along. While talking, I decided to tell him about my new summon. He was my best friend and already knew most of the details about my quirk, including my eyesight. "Dude, that's so cool, you gotta let me see it after school." He had stars in his eyes as he said this. We were always fascinated at how complex my quirk was since it had so many functions. As they kept walking and chatting, they ignored the look everyone gave Izuku. One would think the fear would have faded as time went by, but instead the opposite happened. The fear quickly turned into animosity, and now everyone had a problem with him for simply existing. They at least were still too scared to openly insult him, but the writing often left at his desk told him enough about their malice. Tuya was always told to distance himself from Izuku, much to his annoyance. They apparently didn't want the son of Endeavor to be friends with a future villain. After arriving at their classroom, they sat in their seats and waited for the day to begin. Thankfully, Naoya had a different classroom this year, allowing them to be freed from his constant taunting. At least until lunch. Lunchtime. When the bell rang, they picked up their supplies and headed towards the cafeteria. After getting their food, they went to an empty table near a window. The two always sat by themselves since nobody would join the villain at the table. They minded their business, and so did the other people. It was an unspoken agreement they had with nearby tables. The only one who really came to bother them was Naoya and his friend group, but they were at the other side of the room, which meant that they probably won't bother them today. "Mind if I sit here?" asked an unfamiliar voice. Both Izuku and Tuya looked up in slight surprise at being asked that. A boy with a muscular figure stood in front of them. He had gray hair swept forward, which covered most of his face, and bent downwards, allowing only a single eye to be exposed. He wore a black mask that covered both his nose and mouth. The strangest part about him was probably that he had 6 arms. Upon closer inspection. While he had 6 arms, they were attached together by a web of skin. Out of his 6 arms, the 2 at the front had hands while the rest were stumps. "Sure," Izuku answered. While he and Tuya liked sitting alone, they both didn't really care if someone joined them. "Thanks, name's Mizo Shuji," he said as set his food down and sat in the seat opposite them. "Izuku Midoriya," I said. "Tuya Todoroki," responded Tuya with a wave. "Sorry if this creeps you out, but I can't remove my mask, so I will have to eat while using my quirk," said Shuji while looking at the boys. He honestly didn't as a bit afraid of how they would react since they seemed friendly enough to ignore his mutations. "It's cool, what is your quirk?" a curious Tuya asked. He knew if he let Izuku ask the question, he would begin to rant about how cool quirks are and then proceed to talk for 20 minutes about quirks. Below his aloof exterior still lay a quirk fanatic. Shuji looked at them for a moment before he suddenly sprouted a mouth from one of his 6 appendages. "My quirk is called Dupli Arms. I can generate body parts from the tip of any of my 6 arms," spoke Shuji quietly. He often received a lot of hate because of his quirk. He hoped they wouldn't be the type to judge. "That's so cool," spoke the quirk fanatic. His loud voice wasn't heard thanks to the chatter of the lunchroom, but the tables nearby were close enough to hear his outbursts. "Thanks, what about yours?" spoke a relieved Shuji. "Mine is called Cremation. It's a stronger version of my father's quirk, Hellflames, spoke an interested Tuya. It wasn't often he came across people who were willing to tolerate Izuku, so he was willing to talk to the guy. That didn't mean he would share his weaknesses, yet at least. "Mine is called 10 Shadow. Basically, I can summon up to 10 different Shikigami that are stored in my shadow. However, there is a whole process to tame the Shikigami, so I currently only have access to 2. Spoke Izuku. He liked to talk about quirks. "Huh, both of your quirks sound strong. What are you planning to do when you graduate?" asked Shuji while eating through one of the mouths. Izuku wanted to ask how his mouth was able to connect to his stomach. If he could only generate limbs, but he held himself back. He could ask later. "We're planning to join U.A and get into the hero course," spoke Tuya. "Same here. I want to show people that mutants like me are able to become heroes and that we are humans and not freaks," Shuji said. He might be revealing too much, but he wanted to be sure the 2 boys had nothing against mutants. Honestly, people always judge people by their quirks and looks without getting to know them. I mean, look at Izuku here. His tattoos for some reason make everyone think he is some sort of future villain. The whole school is basically afraid of him even though he wouldn't do anything. Ranted and annoyed Tuya. Honestly, he couldn't understand why people hated mutants so much. For your information, I am not a coward like the rest of these wimps. Spoke an irritated Naoya as he approached their table. He was minding his business until he saw the new student join the table where his two targets normally stayed at. Now what have we here? Of course a freak like you decided to join the other two freaks. He continued. Of course this brought the mood in the cafeteria down as conversations were silenced. They all wanted to see the confrontation. Ignore the a-hole. He does this every day to feed his superiority complex. Spoke a bored Tuya. He ignored the whispers from the people in the room as he stared at an annoyed Naoya. Wanna run that by me again, matchstick, taunted Naoya. He knew how much Tuya hated that nickname. Before Tuya could get angry enough to attack Naoya, Izuku intervened. He said you have a superiority complex. Which I honestly agree with. He spoke, shocking the people in the cafeteria. I mean, why else would you bother us for years? I mean I can understand you bothering me. But you only mess with Tuya because of his father. Honestly man, you should see a therapist or something. Spoke an aloof Izuku, though his eyes betrayed him. He was angry. To bother him is one thing but to bother someone his friend was another. Who asked you? By the way, how's your father? I heard he lost his hands when he tried to kill you, you know. Naoya spoke. He had heard of the incident on the news a few years ago. And had overheard Tuya talk about Hisashi one day while at school. He had connected the dots after a few minutes. Izuku was gripping the table so hard he thought he was going to break it. After all these years, that was still a sore spot. Do you want to go Izuku started to say before he was interrupted by a microphone. Izuku Midoriya and Naoya Zenin please report to my office immediately. Spoke the voice of Principal Arlen. Heh. Chuckled Naoya as he left the area and headed towards the office. I'll talk to you later, Tuya. And sorry Shuji, that guy is an a-hole. Spoke Izuku. He began to quickly finish his meal before walking away. Well that was something. Said Shuji, staring at Izuku's back as he left. Yeah, his father is still a topic that sees him off quickly. Tuya explained. Arlen's office. Honestly Izuku already knew how this little meeting would go. He would get accused of starting a fight with Naoya since the cameras there, coincidentally, were offline since they had to be repaired, and get after-school detention. Honestly, he just wanted to go home and see what Demon Dog's ability is. He had a feeling it was special since demon dogs didn't need to be tamed when his quirk manifested. It was something that always confused him. There was something about it that felt different from the other shadows. Let's just hurry this up. I muttered. Walking in the office I was greeted by a smug Naoya and an indifferent principal staring at me. I sat down and waited for the usual fiasco. Midoriya, mind telling me why you started a fight with Zenin here? Asked the principal. I didn't. He was talking bad about mutants. Tuya told him to stop but he didn't and even insulted him. After that I apparently insulted him by talking about his superiority complex. Which he honestly should get it checked out. I responded. Wondering how long this would take. Honestly Izuku, you need to stop lying and tell the truth for once. I will sadly have to report this to your parents, again. He said, not even bothering to check if what I said was a lie or not. Sure, can I go now? I was irritated. No, you'll have after-school detention. Maybe you'll learn from your mistakes and act better tomorrow. He said, staring at me in the eyes in annoyance. He was probably mad that I had no respect for him or something. All right, I didn't bother arguing. You may leave now, said. I quickly stood up and left without looking at Naoya. I had a feeling he was going to stay behind after school. Leaving the office, I spotted Tuya and Shuji waiting for me in the hall. Oh, what's up? I asked while walking to class. Me and Shuji are going to stay with you after school. I have a feeling Naoya is going to try something, and Shuji wanted to join in. He said, walking next to me. It's true, that Naoya guy seems like trouble and if I'm going to be a hero I need to help out those in trouble, don't I? He said. Honestly, he probably sees us as friends already and wants to help out under the guise of it helping him become a hero. Alright then. By the way, does your quirk allow you to dash? I began to get into a mutter storm as we walked. Making them both sweat drop at the amount of words they couldn't comprehend. After Tuya and Shuji stayed with me in detention we left together and quickly began to go outside. Naoya was probably waiting outside for us since he would get in trouble for attacking first with all these witnesses. On school grounds no less. Before they left through the front gate Izuku stopped them. Tuya, I'll hide in your shadow. If they show up and try something I'll be able to surprise them. I'm pretty sure Naoya doesn't know I can hide in the shadows, I said. I barely use my quirk in school. The only thing Naoya could have seen me do was store things in my shadow. He quickly sunk down into his own shadow and blended into Tuya's shadow. Shuji looked awed by the display before focusing on their plan. Walking out, they spotted Naoya along with Ranta and 3 other goons heading their way. Matchstick, have you seen a tattoo freak anywhere? He said. Already starting with the insults. No, I haven't. Now if you don't mind, my ride is going to pick me up, so I suggest you go bother someone else. Tuya said, ignoring the nickname. Now wasn't the time to get mad. Oh well. Guess we'll have to settle for Matchstick and Masky. He said before signaling Ranta to activate his quirk. Ranta quirk allowed him to stop the movement of a person or object in place. When it activates, 2 eyes appear above the person or object being affected. He could only affect 2 things at a time. When he activated his quirk, both boys suddenly felt locked up. Their limbs were responding, but they felt like they were physically being held there by an unknown force. Except Izuku was not the target of the ability and therefore wasn't being affected. Naoya quickly used his quirk to dash towards them. Frames of himself flashing for less than a moment before he arrived in front of Shuji and began winding up a gut punch. But Izuku reacted fast enough to jump out of Tuya's shadow, much to everyone's surprise. Except his friends. Catching the arm by the wrist and delivering his own gut punch, causing Naoya to crumple on the floor in pain. This made Ranta get distracted by the sudden action and accidentally let go of his quirk. He quickly tried to use it again before he was forced to dodge a fireball. Really, Naoya? You need Ranta to try to attack us, yet you claim to be stronger? Honestly, if that's all, then stop bothering us. Taunted Tuya. Before the situation could escalate any more, the group noticed a figure behind an unaware Tuya. Tuya, do you mind explaining why you are using your quirk to fight outside your school? Spoke Enji Todoroki in his Endeavor costume, causing Tuya to freeze in place, visible sweat running down his face. They started it. He tried to come up with an excuse before he realized there was no point in hiding it. Maybe his father could talk to the principal and punish Naoya for once. After a quick explanation, Endeavor told the teens to follow him inside the school so that he could speak to the principal about the situation. Needless to say, Naoya got punished for his actions since he was the one who started this whole incident. Arriving home, he saw a worried Inko sitting by the couch. Izumi was at the table finishing her homework. When she looked up, she spotted him. Izu, where have you been? Izumi said, causing Inko to look towards Izuku. Izuku, did you get in trouble with that boy again? She asked with a worried-filled voice. She knew about Naoya's arrogance and the troubles he gave her son. But Izuku never wanted to switch schools. He always said, if he can't handle a single bully, then he wasn't cut out for heroics. Yeah, but don't worry. Tuya's dad was around the area when that happened and the principal couldn't defend his favorite student. Izuku said. About time that whiny BSTRD got into trouble. Seriously, from what I've heard, that principal goes way too easy on him. Izumi spoke from the table. Tell me about it. He said. After giving a few more details, he went up to his room to take a shower. When he finished, he put on some normal clothes and sat on his bed. All right, time to see what I get. Demon dogs, he said while putting his hands together and forming the dog sign. Summoning his Shikigami. He began to meditate a bit while the dogs relaxed on his floor. The connection was there but different. It felt harder to connect to for some reason, like it was forcefully being held back. After a few more minutes he was able to form the connection from his demon dog's ability to himself. He quickly checked himself over. Nothing looked different, but he could feel something had changed. Using his quirk energy sight, he could see that most of his energy was traveling to his hands, signaling where the change was. Looking at his hands, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. The black nails didn't look any different, as well as the tattoos on his wrist. Their ability gives them stronger claws and teeth, doesn't it? Maybe if I try to swipe my hand at something it will activate? Izuku mused. He honestly was ready to try out any idea that popped up in his head. He did a swiping motion towards a water bottle on the floor. Just as he did that, a thin arc of air flew out of his hand and cut the top of the bottle in half. Izuku looked in shock for a few moments before collecting himself. However, his mind was going into overdrive. That's the ability I get? I mean, it's super strong and all, but isn't Demon Dog's ability to have stronger claws or something? Sure, Gamma's ability lets me have shadow tendrils, but that kinda makes sense. Then again, so does this if I really think about it. But why is the ability so strong already? Does it only attack inanimate objects or does it also hit living beings? He knew a way to find more answers about his quirk. If he were to try to tame another Shikigami, he could probably gain more insight by using its ability to compare everything. It was a good thing he was already planning on getting another one soon. This time he was aiming for new. That, of course, will come next Saturday. Right now I need to deal with my little Naoya problem with the meeting my mom has to go to at the school. For no, he can just enjoy himself and test out this new facet of power he found. Place another bottle on the floor. He went back to his bed and did another slashing motion, cutting the object lower down than before. That meant he could control exactly where the slash went. Before he could do another test, he felt his quirk energy levels drop down significantly. He guessed that the slashes cost a ton of energy to use, which irritated him since he had to put a stop on his testing. Well, he could continue that later. For now he will just start making a plan to catch new. And if a theory of his was right, it wouldn't take long to deal with it. A few days after, my mother went to the school and scared the principal into SBMSN via videos I had Tuya record and sent to me. Since the principal didn't want to lose his job, and with the close call he had with Endeavor, he gave in and punished Naoya. Hopefully that meant Naoya wouldn't bother him anymore. The wonders of blackmail. Today was Friday, and because of a nearby villain attack we were allowed to leave early. This means he could have more planning time to fight new. At least, that was the plan until it got derailed by a bored Tuya and Shuji. They asked if he wanted to hang out at an arcade nearby. Although he wanted to go home and get ready to fight his next Shikigami. He also wanted to beat Tuya's score in Hero Kong. Author's note, basically Donkey Kong with modern graphics. So, along with his two friends, he went to the arcade for a few hours. Much to Tuya's surprise and Izuku's dismay, Shuji beat both of their scores. They spend the rest of the day talking and playing games at the arcade before deciding to head out. They went to a cafe and ordered some food before separating and going home. Izuku had a nagging feeling he had forgotten something important today. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it felt like something he should have done a while ago. Deciding to ignore the feeling for now, he opened the door home and saw his mother, who wore a strained smile on her face. "And where have you been, young man?" she asked with a sickly sweet tone that made Izuku want to run like his life depended on it. "Oh, I forgot to tell her I was going out." The realization made his eyes go wide. Time to start begging for forgiveness then. Next day. Today was the day he would head to the location he chose later. For now he had to message Tuya that he was heading out to the ritual area. Tuya had wanted to come along even if he knew he couldn't help Izuku with it. He and Tuya would go under the pretense of wanting to hang out. Putting on the same clothes he wore when he tamed Toad, he went to leave before he was stopped by Izumi. "I got a feeling you are going to do something Mom won't like," she said, eyes looking at him with clear suspicion. He knew she wouldn't let him go unless he told her, so he relented. He sighed before beginning to speak. "I'm going to tame another shadow. I don't want her to know because you know how worried she gets. I plan on keeping it hidden from her until I attend UA," Izuku said. "Can I come watch?" she asked with childish curiosity. He sighed before nodding. "Mom, I'm going to go with Izuku to the arcade," she yelled loud enough for their mother to hear her from downstairs. "All right, when you two come home please buy groceries," she agreed before giving them a little task. 30 minutes later they were at the place. It was another abandoned building nearby. However, instead of a rundown bar, it was a normal-looking house. The place was also set to be demolished soon. Entering it, they could see the place wasn't in the best shape, but they didn't care. Izuku had already scouted the place and cleaned up an area in the basement to fight new. He had chosen the basement since it would restrict New's movements and not allow it to charge up its attacks. While it could still fly, it wasn't out of his reach anymore. All New could do now that its mobility was limited, was hit him with its discharge ability. And if Izuku's hunch was right, it couldn't launch lightning at him, only when in direct contact with its wings could it transfer its electrical discharge into him. Meaning Izuku had to attack while keeping as much distance from himself as possible. The ability he has, or Incarnation as he calls it, of demon dogs will not be of much use unless he gets close. Its range isn't far, and while its power can cut a water bottle, it cannot cut much stronger objects like metal at the moment. As well as the amount of quirk energy needed to use them, made it unreliable for this fight. He had a plan, and if it worked, it would take less than a few moves to take out New. It all relied on a theory he had on how its ability worked. "All right, listen up. You two cannot get close to me under any circumstances after I summon it, got it?" he said, reminding them that they wouldn't be able to help him. If they interfered and beat the Shikigami, it would not be tamed. After they nodded, with a bit of reluctance, Izuku got a few meters away from them, and faced a little open area he made. He made the hand sign and said its name. "New," he said. Similar to when Toad was summoned for the ritual, New had appeared in a sealed cocoon. And a few seconds later the cocoon unwrapped itself and two orange feathered wings appeared. They had purple bioelectric aura beginning to appear around them. When it was fully free and all its restraints fell off, they saw a mask-like skull staring at them. The sight unnerved them a bit, but Izuku quickly regained his composure and began to act. Summoning demon dogs, he ordered them to begin their assault on the owl. Said owl started to fly towards Izuku. Since the space they were fighting was so enclosed, it was hard for it to go at its max speed. The wolf-like dogs attacked it mid-flight, gaining its attention while Izuku summoned Toad. I have to time it right or else Gamma will fry themselves, he muttered. When Izuku spotted the opportunity, he mentally told Gemma to wrap its tongue at its talons and pull it to the ground. Once it did that, the screeching owl didn't have time to do anything to free itself before it was attacked by both dogs. The wolf-like dogs rained down attacks on its head, while trying to avoid its static-covered wings. After a few seconds they parted away, and before Izuku's eyes was the limp body of the owl. It slowly started to disintegrate, turning into a shadow-like substance. Clink. Feeling the click in himself, he checked his energy reserves. Upon seeing he didn't use much quirk energy, he summoned a small version of the owl on his shoulder. He was careful to order it to not use its ability before walking towards the two observer. Dude, was it just me or was the fight a little one-sided? Asked Tuya. He had expected Izuku to win and all, but not this quickly. Yeah, it was very quick, Izuku. Rika said you looked cool, Izumi said. I had a plan to take it out as quickly as possible. While it was attacking Onyx and Casper, I noticed it only generated electricity from its wings. Its talons were sharp, but they were also something I could grab onto. He said. He knew Nu could generate electricity to discharge at opponents, he just needed to know where they generated it. Now let me see what the Incarnation does. He said as he stepped back. He felt the connection to Nu who was on his shoulder. He felt static build up from his hands. When he lifted them up to get a better look, he saw purple sparks appearing around them. Heh. Hey Tuya. He said with a grin. What? Responded the other boy. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider unnatural. Said Izuku. He and Tuya watched a certain movie many times, so he was sure the boy would get the reference. Tuya's eyes widened and he had an evil smirk on his face. Izuku held his hands in the air as they crackled and screamed. Unlimited power? He howled with glee. Nerds. Spoke a deadpanned Izumi. Monday. Since he had 3 years until the Udata Hero Course exam, he decided it was time he got to improving my body. He wasn't in the worst shape by any means, however he was closer to a twig than he'd like to admit. The only reason he wasn't training himself on how to control quirk energy was because he couldn't understand it. His eyes could see it, but my mind couldn't process it. After seeing heroes control their energy to some extent, he realized that it's something that is probably taught at hero schools. However, something about that was always bugging him. How was it that the public didn't know about it? Sure, it shouldn't get taught to the public as a whole, or else villains could learn about it. But how is it that nobody ever heard about what it is? There are always school dropouts that could have spread the information online. Yet he couldn't find anything about it. Ignoring that for now, he stared at the large piles of trash decorating the sand. He had come to a beach known as a Dagoba Municipal Beach, or as locals call it, Garbage Dump. Author's note, it's canonically called Takoba, but I wanna call it Dagoba. He has decided to clean the area up and train both his body and his shadow storage weight limit. He had a limited amount of storage since he would bear the weight of items in his shadow. He had made a few calls to a local garbage disposal company, and got them to park one of their trucks nearby in the morning and allow him to dispose of the garbage he managed to move. Every day the truck would be taken by a worker at night and brought back the next morning, ready to be filled again. The company had originally wanted some people to clean the place up for a charity event, but nobody volunteered. When Izuku called and explained why he was doing it, they agreed. Seeing the truck get parked near the streets, Izuku then looked back at the trash-filled beach with determination. He would clean the place up, it would be his first heroic act. He had told Tuya about his plan. Though he sadly rejected to train with him, Tuya had his dad to train him. Shuji was already buff, so there wasn't a point in inviting him here. It was going to be a solo mission. He had already made a workout routine, with the help of his mother and some advice from Tuya's father via overhearing his son talking about it. He would go in the morning as early as 5 a.m., work out and drag trash to the truck, go home at 7:30 a.m. He would then attend school, after which he would get home around 3:20 p.m. He would then return to the beach and train until 5 p.m. He would save the rest of his time for homework, and any other things he might do. He would only take Saturdays off as a break day. He would also put some heavy items he found into his shadow so that he could train and improve his weight limit while at school. The workout was a bit hard but doable. It would surely get him ready before the 3 years were over. Author's note, tried making a workout routine, don't know if it's good or not. We still balling with it. A few days later. Pain, it's all he felt. Until today, working out daily had made him tired enough to not want to get up and continue, yet he stubbornly pressed forward. He knew the first days were the worst, his body needed to get used to the routine and all, but man was it horrible. Today, he managed to finish his workout with enough energy without as much pain as normal. Which was progress. After school ended, he went home, got out of his uniform, and headed right back. He thought about training his Shikigami there to see if they would get stronger. However, he would need to contact the local authorities and get a permit. He didn't want to get arrested for illegal quirk usage after all. After moving a few pieces of trash to the truck, he began to run aside the shore, his shadow full of heavy scraps. After some laps he went to take a small water break. He then looked at his shadow and started to make shapes with it. It was an interesting aspect of his quirk. He could change his shadow's shape with some effort. Another interesting thing was that when he sunk into his shadow and hid inside of another, it would stick to the shadow, allowing him to practically ride the shadow of a car while it was moving. He was so focused on his idle thoughts that he didn't hear the rapid steps heading in his direction. "Hey!" yelled a loud voice, scaring the soul out of Izuku. He turned around, hands forming demon dog sign, when he saw a girl a few feet away from him. She had pink dreadlocks and yellow eyes that seemed to have crosshairs in them. "Are you the one taking away my material?" said in a demanding tone. "If you mean the trash in the beach, then yes I have. I had no idea if someone was using this place as a scrapyard," responded Izuku after lowering his hands. He was less wary of the girl since she was unarmed. "This won't do. I need this to make more babies," she yelled at the air, not an ounce of shame or embarrassment on her face. "How about I let you take anything you might need while I take the garbage out? I get to work out and you get parts for your projects of some sort?" he said. The way she worded made him think she was talking about something other than actually babies. "I need to work out so that I can get into U.A's hero course after all," he continued. "Oh, you're trying out for the hero course, huh?" she said idly. "You look around my age, are you going to join in 3 years too?" she continued, her eyes seemingly zooming in on me. Yeah, why do you ask?" he asked, confusion clear on his face. "That's great. You're going to be my first," she declared, making Izuku turn red. How shameless was she? "What? We don't even know each other?" He was trying to dispel the thoughts that started to appear. He had noticed she had a good figure but had decided to respectfully focus on her eyes before this. "So? I'm planning to be a support student in the U.A in 3 years. After that I will start my own company. Hatsum Industries. And you," she pointed at him, a grin appearing on her face, "are going to be my first baby testing subject." She spoke like it was his duty. Izuku was lost. This girl really came out of nowhere and made him her test subject? Her eccentricities aside, she had said some interesting things that caught his attention. If she was becoming a support student, she could make him his costume and support gear. While sure he didn't really need the gear, it would be nice to carry some in his shadows. "How about this, I'll become your test subject if you help me in regards to support gear," he said. Making connections with support students would really help him in the future. So being her little test subject would be worth it, as long as it doesn't cost him an arm. "You got yourself a deal. May Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries, at your service." She spoke with excitement. Hand held out for a handshake. "Izuku Midoriya, future pro hero? I don't have a name yet." He chuckled. Thankfully she didn't look at him like he was dumb for not thinking of one, she instead giggled a bit. Shaking her hand, he tried to let go but instead she kept holding him while checking his body out. What are you doing?" he shrieked. She was way too close and way too touchy for him. "I'm taking measurements, can't have you go into a battlefield with a suit that doesn't fit you. Now what's your quirk? I gotta know what I'm working with," she said after finishing her measurements. Izuku was frozen in place while she was doing that, trying to think pure thoughts. "Here, read this," he said as he stuck a hand in his shadow, much to Hatsum's surprise, and pulled out a notebook. It was his latest hero analysis notebooks, the 9th one to be exact. He always put any new developments of his quirk in the newest book, along with any new quirks he sees that interest him. While still admires heroes, he doesn't constantly monitor any new hero unless he finds their quirk interesting. He normally only writes about quirks and ideas for them. Mainly ideas for his quirk that he could try out when he had the time. "I wrote all I currently know about my quirk in this notebook, along with ideas for it I haven't tested out yet," he said. While it felt weird to let someone see the equivalent of a diary, he felt happy someone wanted to see what he wrote. Usually the kids at school would find it scary that a villain like him would write about quirks and what they could do. Sure, Tuya and Shuji didn't mind. Tuya was interested in a few quirks. But he wasn't as interested in quirks as he was. Sweet. She grabbed the book and began speed reading his notes. She probably had a sight-based quirk since her crosshairs kept moving. They looked like they were zooming in and out. "Say, what's your quirk?" he said. He saw the way her eyes narrowed on his face for a moment, before she sighed and spoke. "It's called zoom. It allows me to zoom in on anything I want. If I focus I can see up to 5 kilometers away," she said. She looked a little downcast. "I know it's pretty boring and it barely helps with making support tech. But a quirk isn't everything. I'll make the best support gear with my skills." She spoke with determination in her crosshair eyes. She knew how people reacted to her quirk. She was constantly told to give up on her dreams since her quirk wouldn't help. Yet she wouldn't let them stop her. "That's so cool." It was his turn to scream at her face. Could it help her speed read? It could help her when dealing with delicate equipment, right? Did it improve her hand-eye coordination? So many questions that made his inner nerd come out. He wasn't even paying attention to her shocked face. He took his notebook from her stiff arms and grabbed a pen from his shadow. He quickly began writing her name and quirk. "Say, can you see beyond a mile or is it the limit? Have you tried to see through walls? Could you dash?" He kept asking rapid questions, his curiosity never ending. She was still for a few moments before giggling. "You know most people would say it's a lame quirk and move on, you know." She said it like a joke, yet her eyes told him she felt a bit downcast by that. "So? It's still pretty interesting. And so what if people find it boring? It's your quirk, not theirs. They should just mind their business." He spoke, trying to bring her mood back up. If her smile said anything, it worked. "Anyways, back into gear. From what I can see you don't need much, but..." She pointed at his shadow. "You can store gear in your shadow, right? Your gear needs to be specialized in certain situations unlike most other gear since you can actively store it." She continued. Ideas are already forming in her head. They continued to talk about gear and ideas until it was dark out. They promised to meet here tomorrow before going their separate ways. Of course, that was after exchanging phone numbers. When Izuku got home he saw his mother preparing dinner. After he took a quick shower, he headed downstairs to eat. He saw Izumi on the table, waiting for the food to be served. His mom was still making dinner, her back turned to him. "So, anything interesting happened today?" She spoke idly. "I met a new friend. Her name is Mei Hatsum," he said, not thinking about the consequences of revealing the gender of his friend. Inko froze. She slowly turned around and stared at Izuku. When he noticed this he started sweating for some reason. Izumi looked at him in shock. Her brother was friends with a girl? What? He stuttered. Inko quickly moved over to the table and stared at his soul. "Tell me everything," she commanded. If there was a chance of Izuku developing something toward this girl, she needed to know who it was. After a quick explanation, she smiled and went back to making dinner, leaving Izuku confused at the sudden mood shift. Izumi was looking at her brother like he was an alien. Her brother of all people had a friend who was a girl. It was a miracle. It was hard for him to make friends thanks to his appearance already, and the reputation for being a villain he had at school. So for him to get another friend, and one that was a girl, was a miracle. 1 month later. Izuku just got home from working at the beach. His body had begun to show noticeable improvement over the last month. So far he had managed to move about 7% of all the trash on the beach. He and Mei kept meeting up on the beach and discussing gear. It was honestly something Izuku had begun to look forward to. Mei was someone he could honestly consider as a friend. He had even introduced Tuya and Shuji to her a few days ago. Of course their initial impression of the girl wasn't as great as they could have been. They had honestly thought she had a few loose screws. After talking to her a bit they slowly got used to her eccentric personality. Closing the front door, while taking off his shoes, Izuku headed into the living room and greeted his family. Before he could head up to his room to take a shower, there was an alarm sounding from the TV. Breaking news. There has been a development we never thought we would have to report. The Hero Public Safety Commission has just confirmed some troubling news. The number one hero, the symbol of peace, the hero All Might, has fallen in the line of duty. The camera cuts to the current president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. She was standing on a stage in front of many reporters, all waiting to hear what she had to say about the news. She coughed into her hand a few times before beginning to speak. "Yes, it's true. All Might has fallen in the line of duty today. He was facing an unknown villain with immense power. We speculate that the villain was the current head of the underworld. Before All Might fell, he took the life of the villain before breathing his last breath. In doing so he made sure that the villain would not continue his rampage. All Might was more than a symbol of peace. He was the strongest pillar of today's society. Without him, I'm sure that many small-time villains will try to take advantage of the situation. We have fallen into dark times now that the symbol of peace is gone, but I have something to say." The symbol of peace may be gone, but that doesn't mean you can just do what you want now that he isn't here to stop you. Other heroes will do his job and stop any villain from continuing their vile machinations. That is all. She spoke before leaving the stage. Izuku and Izumi both stared at the T.V in shock. How could All Might die? Who was the villain who killed him? That and many other questions plagued their minds. A few hours earlier, he had done it. He had bashed the BSTRD's face to the ground, until it was nothing but blood and brain matter. He had avenged Nana and all the others that this monster had destroyed. He then started coughing blood, losing a lung and most of his stomach will surely have severe repercussions, but he'll live. He didn't expect AFO to be able to use that ability so many times. Luckily he was able to counter it with his own special ability. Truly, Quirk Essence was something that could change the course of a fight in an instant. AFO had the control and essence pool to match one for all in pure Quirk Essence amount. The man was hundreds of years old, which means he had probably picked up how to control it before hero schools could properly stop students from spilling the secrets of it. He decided to stop his musings and go get medical attention. Recovery Girl was going to have his head for all these injuries. However, he kept having a feeling that if he left his body here, he would regret it. It made no sense, but he trusted his gut feeling. Approaching the body of the man, he readied his fist into one last punch. Since AFO was not using any quirks to strengthen his body, it should get destroyed by a single punch. What he didn't expect was for the hand of the body to shoot out a red spike at him. The BSTRD had another trick up his hand. Toshinori was thankful he followed his gut feeling, or else AFO would have gotten away and tried to recover from his injury before continuing his evil reign. After he dodged the spike, he heard a voice being transmitted into his head. AFO jaw was dislocated, so he was probably using a quirk to talk. You are a thorn in my side, you know? You were supposed to leave, why didn't you? He mentally spoke with clear annoyance. Because you didn't let my mentor, or anyone else go. You killed them just because they opposed your tyrannical rule. So why should I let you escape? Toshinori gave a bloody grin. He and AFO then began round 2 of their battle. In the end he had managed to catch AFO by surprise and got close enough to blow a hole in his chest, crushing his heart. If I'm going down, you're going to follow me to the grave, fool. AFO mentally yelled before piercing All Might's heart with a spike that originated from his palm. Toshinori coughed more blood and was unable to keep his hold on AFO as they both fell. With his final breaths he looked at the sky, with a small smile on his face. At that moment, All For One and All Might were thinking of different things at their final moments. How did this ant defeat me? It cannot end like this. I haven't separated my original quirk yet, meaning I won't be able to have the doctor pass it to Tamura. All we had was the copy of it prepared. Even if the doctor gives it to Tamura, I won't become a vestige and take over his body. AFO thought, desperately trying to delay death long enough to find a way to escape. But it was too late as he stopped being able to think. Guess that's it. Sorry everyone, guess I'll be going now. At least, you won't have to deal with that tyrant anymore. Toshinori Yagi thought, pleased with himself. He was so tired. You kicked the bucket a little too early, Hatoshi. Spoke a familiar voice. Nana. -2 weeks after. You would think that villains would heed the words of the president of the HPSC. That they would remain hidden in the shadows, that the thousands of heroes in Japan would ward off any attempts at villains trying to run rampant. Yet even all those threats went over many small-time villains' heads. The second they heard the symbol of peace wasn't around to stop them, they began to come out of hiding. Even the thousands of heroes couldn't stop all the crimes being committed at the same time. Since All Might was mainly stationed in Japan, we were hit the hardest by his death. The other nations suffered the least, they were able to maintain some control over their situation. Japan, however, had the highest crime rate possible just days after his death. To make matters worse, heroes were beginning to get stretched thin, trying to cover as much ground as possible, which was harder since many heroes had decided to quit while they were still ahead. Those who were there for the fame and moment were the first to quit after the hero casualties started rising. There were tens of thousands of heroes in Japan just 2 weeks ago. Now, less than 4,000 remain. The numbers are still slowly dropping. U.A and many other hero schools had begun to let their third years become active heroes when outside of school. This fresh batch of hero students were good enough to actively aid the older heroes in their efforts. However, it was still not enough. Since there were less heroes to protect them, civilians tried to protect themselves using their quirks. However, those who did were arrested shortly after and received small charges for illegal quirk usage. However, since they were always for self-defense, they didn't get punished too hard. Today, Izuku left school and went straight to Izumi's school after saying goodbye to Tuya. Ever since Endeavor became the #1 hero, he had been home less and less. too busy stopping as many crimes as he could. Now normally, Izumi's school ended a few minutes before Izuku, allowing her to get a head start home. Nowadays, she had to wait for Izuku and to come pick her up before walking home together. They had started doing this after a criminal tried to kidnap her on her way home. The villain was shortly dealt with by an angry Rika. Izumi had forbidden her from eating any part of him and quickly called the cops to inform them of the situation before running home. After Inko heard of this, and recovered from fainting, she told her to wait for Izuku before coming home from then on. And when Izuku got home and heard about it, he was absolutely set at the guy who tried to take away his sister. He quickly agreed to walking home together afterwards. Spotting Izumi waiting by the front gate, he walked towards her with his hands in his pockets. After she saw him, she nodded. Seeing that, he looked around to see if anyone was watching, before sinking into his shadow and sticking to hers. Izumi then began walking away. While they couldn't talk since he was hidden in her shadow, she felt some comfort in the fact that her brother was watching over her while nobody saw him. If she were to get attacked from behind, he would notice and swiftly defend her. The walk home was quiet. She was anxiously looking around, trying to stick to small crowds of people so that criminals had a hard time spotting her. Eventually she had to get away from them to continue on her path. Hopefully they would be lucky enough to get home without any incidents. They were a few blocks away from home before their luck ran out. A tall bald-headed man stepped out of an alleyway, two relatively shorter people stepping following him out. The tall man stared at her for a moment before giving her a strange look. "Hello there, young lady, it's quite dangerous to be out and about alone in these trying times, isn't it?" The man said with fake politeness. "How about I walk you home? My friends and I can protect you." The man continued, a grin spread across his face at the worried look she gave him. "I am fine on my own. Thank you, but I'll be on my way now." She stuttered nervously. Something about the way the man looked at her made her feel violated. The man kept grinning as he approached. "Oh, but I insist. Lucan, do me a favor and grab her." Suddenly one of the men behind him teleported next to her, his hand reaching out in an attempt to grab her. Before the man could grab her, another hand appeared and grabbed his wrist. She said, "No, dumbass." Izuku spoke from behind her. He then kicked the man in the groin before summoning Nu behind him. The Shikigami started to fly in the air, charging up its bioelectricity while waiting for its master's orders. Izuku glared at the bald man, who looked surprised. "You get a chance to walk away. I suggest you take it before I take something of yours." Izuku spoke while continuing to glare at the man. The man glared back at Izuku before taking out a pocket knife and elongating it. "Must be his quirk. Shut it, brat, I'll keep you alive long enough to see what happens to the girl." He sneered with a lecherous grin. Izuku's glare became downright murderous. He summoned Toad and told it to jump up to the top of the building. When Toad was far enough away, he told Nu to attack the bald man while he focused on the other guy behind said man. He pulled a small knife out of his pocket before charging at him. While running he yelled at Izumi. "Zumi! Get Rika out, restrain the guy next to you." While she really didn't want to fight since this technically counted as illegal quirk usage, she also didn't like seeing her brother so angry that he looked like he would kill the bald man. You know what they would have done if they had their way with you. Izu knows too, which is why he is so angry right now. He knows that we can take care of ourselves, but he is still going to be angry about things like this. Spoke Rika in her mind before she manifested parts of herself outside. If Rika were to fully manifest, she would have almost 10 minutes before she got too tired to stay outside. Izuku has theorized that she could summon half of herself outside to reduce the strain it caused her to come out. When they tested this, they figured out that if Rika didn't fully manifest, Izumi could not use the copied quirks from Rika. However, she could still use Rika's brute strength. Beside Izumi, Rika's arms and head manifested from a shadowy mist in the air. The mist acted like a portal that allowed Rika to partially manifest. She grabbed the down teleporter and held him while Izuku took care of the other two. Nu kept hitting the bald man with discharge after discharge of bioelectricity, stunning the man and allowing Izuku to run past him, toward his real target. The villain hidden behind the bald man had some type of crystal mutation quirk. His hands were like crystal gauntlets. The villain rushed at Izuku, intending to punch the brat who interrupted their fun. Izuku knew that if he tried to stab his arms with his knife, it would just break. So, he decided to do something else instead. He threw the knife at the man's leg, piercing his thigh and stunning the villain for a second. Izuku took advantage of that second and used Nu's Incarnation to shock the villain. He then grabbed the knife he threw and pulled it out, causing the stunned villain to groan in pain. He then hit him in the head hard enough to knock him out. He turned to the bald man who had bruises and small burns all over his body. He was struggling against his restraints. Toad had stepped in and wrapped the man up with its tongue, trapping the already weakened villain. New was nearby, waiting for orders. He approached the trapped man and glared at him. Izumi, I won't force you to do it. It's your quirk, so it's your choice. No, I'm with you no matter your choice. He spoke without taking his eyes off the man. After a few moments of silence she spoke, just a finger. That's all. We can see how inferior the copy is. She didn't like having to essentially cripple people to get stronger. Hair wouldn't work since Tuya had offered her some of his so that she could copy his cremation, and it didn't work. She had to know if a finger was just enough to copy the quirk. Izuku then unsummoned New and summoned one demon dog, specifically the black one, Onyx. Izuku had previously tested the ability with one of each of the dogs active. While he could cut objects with Casper summoned, he couldn't do the same with Onyx summoned. The slasher just passed by any object without cutting through them. He had thought that it would work on living beings instead but had no means to test it without hurting someone her cared about. Now would be a great time to test this incarnation. He sent a slash toward the index finger of the man and cut it off, proving Izuku's theory. While the cutting power of the ability doesn't change depending on the dog that is summoned, it does get more powerful the more shadows I tame. After I tamed New, I noticed the cutting power of the slashes increase suddenly by a small yet noticeable margin. This in theory meant that I could get stronger cuts if I tame another shadow. A theory he would test out when he battles his next selected Shikigami. Great Serpent. He picked up the finger and approached Izumi and Rika, while sending Onyx back to his shadow. Both of them were staring at Izuku. He had a bit of blood on him, but his inexpressive face changed when he saw Izumi. Here, I know it's not easy to do this, but I don't think any less of you for it. He spoke. He knew how much she hated how the condition for copying was feeding Rika flesh. But if she wanted to follow her dreams of being a hero, she would need to get used to it. Izumi stared at the finger before slowly reaching her hand out and grabbing it. She then turned to Rika and offered it to her. Thank you, Rika said in her ghostly voice. She grabbed the finger before eating it in one bite. Then they all turned to the man whose finger they just stole. He had succumbed to his injuries and passed out, allowing Izuku to unsummon Toad. They quickly left the scene, lucky nobody else was nearby. It was probably the reason those three tried to ambush her there to begin with. Izuku hid in her shadow again and they continued their walk home. -2 days later. It had been a few days since that happened. Mom had noticed the blood on me when we got home and started asking what happened. A short explanation later and she fainted. She then woke up and started hugging them both while crying in relief that they were unharmed. She had quickly told the rest of the Todorokis and Bakugos, along with the Hatsums who she had become friends with after meeting them and the girl Izuku kept talking about. Both Mei's parents and Inko wanted to meet each other for similar yet different reasons. Mei's parents wanted to see the boy who had befriended their girl. Most people would have tried to get away from the girl because of her eccentric and blunt nature. The girl didn't care about making friends and only told her parents she made one during dinner while talking to them. To say both parents were frozen from shock was an understatement. Inko, however, wanted to know the girl that her son was constantly talking about whenever he came back from his workouts. They first met after the Hatsums told Mei to invite Izuku and his family over. When she asked why, they told her they just wanted to get to know her friend. She stopped asking questions after that. When Izuku agreed and their families met the next day, they quickly got along and shared contact numbers. They bonded quickly with Mei's father, Ken Hatsum, over his love in building things, which was obviously passed on to his daughter. He was a quirkless inventor who did odd jobs. They also bonded with Mei's mother, Miki Hatsum, with her quirk which was the exact same as Mei's. She was a quality control inspector at a nearby workshop. Back in the present, Izuku was getting ready to go to the beach and continue his training while his mother was on the phone with Mei's parents. She looked at Izuku before saying, "Hey Izuku, could you tell Mei to remember that she needs to get home early today?" Her parents said that they were going to a restaurant to celebrate a birthday for a family member. "Sure," Izuku said while putting his shoes on. He left the house and made his way to the beach, walking while being focused on his surroundings. You could never be too careful now that villains and thugs were out and about. When he arrived, he saw Mei tinkering while tearing apart a refrigerator. He got behind her and whispered, "So what are you building?" This got her to flinch before they realized who the voice belonged to. She then continued her work like nothing happened. "A grappling hook prototype. I want to make it a wrist-size one that could latch onto a wall. The parts here won't do it, so I'm making something as close as I can to it." She rambled on. "Cool, I'm going to start my workouts. If you need anything, call me," he said before leaving and beginning his daily workouts. Mei watched him for a moment before returning to her business. She was glad she met Izuku. He was never weirded out by her. And she could talk about quirks and her babies for hours at a time. While the boy didn't know much about mechanics, she didn't know much about quirks either. Yet they still talked about both like they were the same thing. If she saw herself at the moment, she would have noticed a faint blush appearing on her face, remembering the times they worked together on some of her babies. It was way more fun than doing it by her lonesome. After a few hours of working out and arguing to Mei about why she shouldn't build a rocket with scraps from a junkyard, he decided to remind her to leave early since she had places to be. She had grumbled at that but left quickly enough. Izuku continued cleaning the beach for a few minutes before he noticed something on the sand. Those are Mei's goggles, she must have dropped them while we were talking. I'll just go catch her on her way home, he thought before picking up the goggles and jogging in the direction of Mei's home. While jogging he noticed a commotion in a nearby alleyway. His curiosity got the better of him before he delved into his shadow and went to take a look. What he saw made his blood freeze. In the end of the alleyway was Mei. She had bruises and scratches around her arms, her tank top was ripped apart, and her modesty was only being covered by the black bra she had. She was being held down by 3 guys while a blonde-haired man looked at her. She was desperately struggling to move while the blonde man was reaching toward her chest. "Alright, we had enough fun, time for the main course." The blonde spoke, hand transforming into claws, and were heading towards the middle of the bra. Before Izuku knew what he was doing, he moved. Shit was the only words being constantly passed around Mei's head. How did the situation even get to this point? She was just walking home while trying to think of a way to ignore Izuku's warnings on making a rocket before she was suddenly grabbed by a clawed hand and pulled towards an alleyway. Her head was practically slammed into a wall, causing her to feel dazed. When she regained some of her senses, she saw 4 men approaching her. She was about to ask what was going on before she was grabbed again and promptly gut-checked by one of them. After a short beating which had somehow resulted in her losing her favorite tank top, leaving the bra she had decided to wear today since her mother kept telling her to wear it, the blonde man's hands shifted into clasp before reaching towards the center of her bra. That was when the situation clicked for Mei. While she was socially inept enough to not know some things about human biology, something about what was happening scared her. She felt disgusted at the men at the moment, she also felt violated in some way. The man was centimeters away before something odd happened. The man's clawed hand was on the floor, severed completely without anyone seeing how. Blood began to get sprayed all over Mei and the men next to her, who promptly let go of her in shock at the scene. She quickly got away from them and turned to see a figure at the entrance of the alley. There were what looked to be 2 dogs with strange symbols on their foreheads behind him. The blonde man clutched at his severed arm while rolling on the floor, groaning in pain. The other 3 stared at the newcomer in fear. The figure was silent for a moment before he started approaching Mei. She froze in fear for a second before she noticed the green hair and familiar tattoos on them. She teared up for us before rushing to hug Izuku. Izuku held her in his arms while glaring at the frozen men and the howling blonde. Ignoring how she was getting blood all over him, it wasn't the time to worry about appearances. These men tried to have her way with Mei, he would not let them go unpunished. He didn't glance at Mei while he spoke. "Mei, wait at the entrance of the alley please, let me deal with this." Mei reluctantly nodded before heading towards the entrance. She didn't have any of her babies with her and she didn't know how to fight. She knew she was a liability in this fight, so she chose to stay out of it and watch. When Mei was far enough away, Izuku summoned Nu and quickly told it to charge up. His demon dogs were already prepared to jump at the trio. The blonde man's bleeding arm was becoming a stump at a very slow rate. His quirk might give him claws and some sort of small regeneration. Izuku had discreetly summoned Toad behind the trio and the glaring blonde man while they were focused on him. While he could summon Shikigami farther away from himself through other nearby shadows, there was never really a point because of the extra energy it took to do that, unless they were a support type like Toad. Toad whipped its tongue and wrapped it around one of the men, a black-haired man with hands that were shifting into knives. They then began to whip their tongue around, slamming the guy into the alleyway's walls and floor. The other 2 turned their eyes towards that scene, while the blonde was just getting up, unaware of the fact that doing so helped Izuku's plan. He quickly sunk into his shadow and began sticking to Onyx while the demon dog began dashing towards the other 2 men, Nu flying toward the blonde to knock him out with a high enough voltage of bioelectricity. Casper stayed behind to protect Mei from any other threats. Nu was able to hit the blonde man and knock him out while Onyx assaulted the other 2. One seemed to have an energy-based quirk, which he used to try to distance himself from the dog, which wasn't working as the dog kept dodging his attack while countering and slashing him. The other either had a quirk that wasn't suited towards fighting or was quirkless. Toad was just about finished with this target and was about to turn to the other 2 before they were promptly told to return to the shadows. Izuku needed to conserve his energy. He wasn't totally used to having all of his Shikigami out and it was draining his quirk energy at an increased rate, as well as giving him a small headache. He could keep Toad in the battlefield in case of emergencies, but he felt there was no need for that. That choice would both show him something new about his quirk, while also make him lose something in return. While Onyx kept assaulting the men, he would jump out of the shadows and land a blow or two before returning his shadow. The bleeding men looked at each other in despair. They knew they couldn't beat the brat. However, one of them spotted May watching from afar. He jumped back and made some distance from Onyx and the other man before making what looked to be an invisible energy blast the size of a baseball and aiming it at her. It was a desperate gamble to buy time to get away. Izuku could see the blast forming, however, and was shocked at the amount of quirk energy the man used to create the thing. He had practically put all of his energy into this one small attack. He could feel the lethality of it as well. While it was noticeable the man knew nothing about quirk energy, since he was practically leaking most of the energy out and wasting it, it was still a substantial amount to kill someone, if the earlier uses of his quirk were used as an example. Izuku knew he and Onyx were too far to stop before it was launched, and so was New. The time it would take for Toad to be summoned and to use an attack was also too long. He knew what he had to do to save May. "I'm sorry, Casper, please save May." He mentally commanded the dog, who quickly rushed at May and pushed the shocked girl out of the way. The man let go of the energy-packed blast and it flew at speeds that far surpassed any earlier attacks by far, and hit Casper straight in the neck, severing it from its body with ease. The blast ran out of power a few meters after hitting Casper, most of its energy spent on piercing the dog. Izuku looked at the scene in anger, at having to sacrifice one of his Shikigami, someone who was practically family to him. He never knew what would happen if one of them died. He thought that maybe they would respawn in the shadow, but he never wanted to test that theory. His answer was found, however, when he felt his connection to Casper disappear. He was gone. All that remained was some sort of energy which instantly began to transfer to Onyx. The other dog was still attacking the seemingly quirkless man when it suddenly stopped and turned to stare at its brother's corpse. Said corpse became a wisp of shadow that rushed towards it. When they reached Onyx, they were seemingly absorbed by it. Onyx stood still, allowing the men to regain their bearings, before it suddenly started shifting. It started to grow twice as big, claws elongated, teeth sharpened, some black fur began to turn white. And the symbol on top of his head changed to show both Onyx and Casper's symbols were on its forehead, one on top of the other. The wolf-like dog looked more like some sort of werewolf. Words reverberated through Izuku's head as he saw what had happened. He suddenly gained insight from deep within his mind. An instinctual understanding of what had happened and why it had. When a shadow dies, its power gets absorbed by another. Said shadow cannot be summoned ever again. The power changes the shadow that consumes it and strengthens them. With that he said the only words that could describe the being in front of him, his beloved dog who had absorbed the power of his fallen brethren. Diving dog, Totality. The wolf moved at speeds more than twice as fast than before. The men didn't have enough time to react before it was upon them. They were quickly subdued after a barrage of attacks from New and Divine Dog. Their injuries weren't fatal enough to be life-threatening. Izuku was trying to be a hero after all, even if his emotions got the better of him, and he severed the claw guy's arm. Said arm was promptly stored in his shadow to later give it to Rika. Turning around he spotted May staring at the spot Casper was killed at. There was no trace of Casper left behind as it had all been absorbed by Onyx. She then turned to Izuku, who was walking towards her. His expression was conflicted by the sudden events, but he quickly schooled it and tried to comfort May. Being almost in an alleyway was known to be traumatic. He stopped a few feet away from her. She could have developed a phobia for men for all he knew. He then asked a simple question, "Are you all right, May?" Her expression told him she was confused. "Am I all right? What about Casper? Is he okay? He can regenerate, right?" she asked. She was more worried about the dog than her current trauma. Izuku knew Casper was one of her favorites, which was why he left him behind with her. "He's gone. When he died I gained more insight into my quirk. When one of my Shikigami dies, they don't come back. Their power is instead absorbed by another Shikigami and strengthens them." He spoke. May's downcast expression deepened. "What type of quirk does that?" She then stared at Onyx, who was behind Izuku. They had what appeared to be a sad expression on their face as they stared at the place where Casper was last seen. I'm sorry, it's my fault that dashed." She began before she was interrupted by Izuku raising his hand. "No, it's not. It's mine for getting too cocky against them. When I saw what they were planning to do to you, my personal emotions got the better of me and I wasn't thinking straight. I should have left the Gamma out to assist the others. I had enough energy to last long enough to defeat them." He needed to get better. He would not allow his Shikigami to die if he could help it. He quickly dialed the police using the blonde man's phone and explained the situation. He had omitted the fact that he was the one who stopped them and told the officer on the phone that he had found the bodies like that. Before the officer could ask more questions, he ended the call. He pulled out an extra shirt he had in his shadow before throwing it at her. "Now come on, I'll walk you home," he said before turning away and heading to May's house. She looked at him for a moment, before walking next to him while putting his shirt on. They were quietly heading toward her home before she spoke. "Why did you save me?" she asked quietly. He knew that May was probably a bit shaken because of what had just happened, but to hear her usually energetic voice become so quiet made his heart squeeze. "I'm going to be a hero, remember? It's what I want to do. And after all, what are friends for?" He spoke like he was stating the obvious. May actually giggled for a moment before walking quietly next to him. When they reached the door of the Hatsum's household, Izuku stopped her and looked her in the eyes before he spoke. "May, your parents are going to ask what happened. So do you need me to stay or can you do it on your own? I'll talk to them while you freshen up if you need me to." He would not let her recall those moments if he could. "Could you stay?" she responded. While part of her wanted to let him go since he had already done more than enough for her, another part wanted him nearby. It made her have a weird feeling in her chest. Izuku smiled and nodded, and May used the keys to open the door. When they got in, the scent of oil and metal permeated the place. The first time Izuku was here it didn't smell anything like this. Then again, Izuku was visiting at the time. They could have cleaned the place up before they had arrived. They both took their shoes off before May went and found her father in his garage, using a small workshop he had there. Her mother was next to him, helping him out. They were both trying to fix the car they owned which had broken down earlier this week. Upon spotting their daughter, the couple also quickly spotted the injuries their daughter had, as well as the shirt she was wearing. It wasn't her size at all. They quickly found out who it belonged to when they spotted Izuku walking behind her. May quickly ran, approached the confused couple and hugged them. A few tears fell down her cheeks. She couldn't remember the last time she had cried. After a few minutes of hugging them, she stood back and walked next to Izuku. Grabbing his hand, she looked back at her worried parents before she began explaining what happened. Their faces conveyed many emotions while she told her story. But they were mainly angry, not at her, but at the men who would dare try to do something like that to anyone, especially to their daughter. They quickly enveloped her into a hug before turning towards Izuku. They bowed and thanked Izuku for saving their daughter. "No worries, what are friends for?" He smiled. "Anyways, I'll head home now. If you need anything, call me or Mom. Take care, May. Oh, before I forget, catch." He took May's goggles out of his shadow and threw them at her. She instinctively caught the goggles and looked at them in wonder. After a few more goodbyes he turned around and left the building. May's parents turned to her again to ask if she needed something, when they saw May looking at where Izuku was last seen with an unreadable face. "Hey Mom, why does my chest feel weird when I look at him? Also, why am I disappointed that he left?" She spoke in an inquisitive voice. Her parents stared at each other before looking at May's innocent expression. There were signs that she had developed feelings for the boy that the parents had spotted weeks ago. This experience may have caused those feelings to grow. "Well, you see Izuku was walking home while keeping a close eye on his surroundings. It was getting dark, which meant that more activity was bound to happen. While he was doing that, he was also actively checking his connection with his first Shikigami demon dogs, or more accurately his one and sadly only divine dog. The presence of Casper was gone. Onyx had completely absorbed the shadow. This got him thinking about the incarnation that Casper gave him. He was actually a bit confused when he felt like he could activate it at the moment, even though Onyx was still in his shadow. He always felt when his incarnations were ready to be activated after figuring he could use his Shikigami's abilities. However, this was different. It felt weaker. After some theorizing, he came upon a conclusion. Some of Casper's essence had gone into him as well when he died. The main amount might have gone to Onyx, but a small part went into Izuku. Maybe when he summoned Onyx the incarnation could return to normal. He would test that tomorrow when he had time. If that was the case, he should probably name the ability. Since Onyx and Casper's abilities worked the same but on different things, he should give them different names. He had decided to name the slash that cuts animate object Dismantle, while the one that cuts inanimate objects Cleave. They both sounded cool that way, so he let it be. When he got home and saw Inko waiting for him at the door, Izumi was next to her. He knew something was up. "Izuku, we got a call from the Hatsums," Inko said with worry. "Don't worry, I'm alright. However, I have some bad news," he said, making her worry even more. Rika partially summoned her head to see what he was going to say. Before he could continue to speak, he was interrupted by a surprised Izumi. "Hey bro, your quirk energy pool looks like it increased. I'd say it's about a quarter bigger than before." She spoke in surprise, her blue eyes staring at him. Izuku was also surprised. Did Casper dying also give him a larger pool of quirk energy? Would killing all of his Shikigami and leaving a single one give him possibly the strongest Shikigami he could have while also giving him more than enough energy to surpass Izumi in raw energy amount? He would never know, since he would never willingly sacrifice his Shikigami to test that. He had practically built a bond with each of them. He saw them as part of his family. Sit down, it's going to be a long talk, it ties into why I have more energy, I think, he said, mentally preparing himself to soothe his mother's worries while he talked. Surely enough, he had to pause his explanations multiple times to allow them to digest what happened. From Mei forgetting her goggles, to Casper dying, and his new abilities. After promising to not become a full-on vigilante after this, Inko left to take a shower to cool down my nerves, as she said. He took this chance to approach a half-manifested Rika and Izumi, who were still staring at him in shock. The fact that his Shikigami could die made them worry for Rika's life. She, however, kept saying that she'd be fine. Hey, so I'm going to be blunt and tell you this, I won't give you the guy's arm if you don't want to dash, he started. Just give it to Rika, I'm going to be a hero, so I need to get over it anyways. She interrupted. It was time for her to get off the idea that heroes don't kill. Especially in these dark times. He nodded and pulled a bloody hand out of his shadow. He threw it in the air before Rika opened her mouth and practically leaped towards it like a dog catching a treat. After talking a bit more and eating dinner, he headed to his room. He had decided to tame one more Shikigami before the entrance exam in 2 years. He had a feeling that after Rabbit escape, the other Shikigamis might start to become lethal enough that he would need actual training to beat them. Which meant that he would first tame Great Serpent before moving on to Rabbit escape. A day after Casper's death, Izuku was thinking up strategies to defeat Great Serpent. He knew that because of its size, fighting it would be difficult. While Divine Dog could do some real damage with it, along with its full incarnation, it was still better to be ready for any potential problems. He had no doubt that fighting it would be different than fighting New or Toad. While he could tell that its ability had something to do with size, he had no idea how big Great Serpent could be, or if it could change its size at will. While he could change the size of his tamed Shikigami to a smaller version of themselves, they lose most of their raw power. The only reason for him to lower their size would be for reconnaissance, since most people wouldn't think much about a bird high up in the sky, and it would be difficult to spot a small toad hidden from plain view. Something he noticed was that he could not lower the size of the Divine Dog much. While before he could lower the size of Onyx and Casper to the size of a puppy, the most he could lower it now would be to the size it used to be before its totality. While Izuku was pondering strategies and reminiscing about the past, when both of his beloved pets were still alive, he didn't notice the look that his mother and his sister were giving him as they ate their breakfast in silence. Izumi broke the silence first. I swear he always gets lost in the clouds when he thinks about something he considers important. She spoke with an amused expression. Inko chuckled, don't you do the same? Izumi had to look away in embarrassment. Although Rika's mental teasing was something she could not escape. After they finished breakfast, they got ready to go to school today since it was Wednesday. After May's incident at the alleyway home, her parents had prohibited her from leaving the house without one of them driving her to where she wanted to go. The only exception was when she left with someone else, like Izuku. This meant that after school ended and he got home and changed clothes, instead of going straight to Dagoba Beach, he had to go to May's house, which was already near his path to the beach, and pick up May. While it didn't change his routine much, he was always amused when May threw a fit over them being so overprotective of her. Though she did seem to be a bit more touchy with him for some reason. Of course, parents, being as talkative as they were, quickly learned about Izuku's rescue attempt and Casper's death. While they didn't know why it mattered so much that the Snow White Dog Shikigami died, since most Shikigami are known to reconstruct themselves after death, they quickly learned about what happened to his own Shikigami when they died. Enji himself told Izuku how proud he was at saving Mei, even if it cost his beloved companion. He told Izuku that while heroes often have to make the hardest decisions, they train themselves to not have to make said decisions too often. While he did that, he also mentioned how Izuku had technically broken the law and could be charged with vigilantism and illegal quirk usage. He would overlook that since Izuku was something of a nephew to him. In his point of view, Izuku risked his life to save someone else, which was the epitome of heroism. Saying goodbye to their mother, the duo headed toward school. While the situation had calmed down somewhat in other nations, Japan's situation still remained. Meaning that villains still actively committed crimes, making working as an ordinary citizen more dangerous than ever. Walking toward school, Izumi constantly talked about Bakugo and her defeating upperclassmen who were picking on those with weak or villainous quirks, and especially the quirkless. Bakugo Katsuki was an odd case. He was originally an arrogant kid with anger issues, he honestly reminded him of Naoya. However, he had recently changed after All Might's death. He had apparently learned that even the strongest could lose if they aren't careful. While still arrogant, he had significantly calmed down and even stood up for the quirkless kids that went to Aldera along with Izumi. He seemed genuinely remorseful and even apologized to a few of the kids he used to bully. Though the last part was due to Izumi telling him that heroes don't pick on the weak. Apparently before his idol's death, he had thought that the only job heroes had was to beat up villains. When the media talked about how many lives All Might saved, and Izumi's talk, he had realized that there was more to being a hero than he thought, and had decided to change himself in order to become a true hero. Arriving at Izumi's school, they quickly said their goodbyes as Izuku then went on to his high school building and got to class. He sat in his chair next to Tuya and in front of Shuji, who were talking about this year's sports festival for the third year ending with someone with a rabbit mutation destroying the competition. Are you talking about Maruko? I heard she was one of the third years who decimated her competition with just her legs. I asked, butting into their conversation. Yes, to see someone with what some people would call a useless quirk, being so strong fills me with hope that I could reach her level. Shuji said. As they kept talking about the sports festival, and ignoring the gaze of a certain blonde. They continued their day in relative peace. People never really talked to the trio for different reasons. Shuji is often disliked because of his mutations, making many of the kids in class stay as far as they could from him. Tuya didn't like anyone in this school since they were all quirkist who only talked to him because he looked normal and was the son of the current #1 hero. Izuku was the least liked of the three. His villainous appearance was already something he was hated for, not including his quirk, which seemed to scare everyone for some reason. The trio never really cared about what others thought of them, already used to their attitudes. The only reason they bothered staying in this school was because most schools were the same. And the public wonders why there are so many villains. After school. After picking up Mei from her home and heading to Dagoba Beach with her and Izumi, he quickly spotted Tuya and Shuji waiting for them there. The beach has already become a sort of hangout spot for the five of them. It was a place nobody bothered them in, mainly because nobody except their parents knew they were there. Organizations like the Creature Rejection Clan, or CRC for short, have been ramping up their efforts in recent times, forcing many heteromorphs to endure more injustice from quirkist people, especially in schools by students who are taught by their parents to constantly antagonize anyone who looks different. While one would think that Shuji would be the main target for these quirkist, which was true since at school the constant stares and whispers were always seen and heard by Shuji. However, for Aldera, he was not the main target. Izuku, who had more noticeable mutations in the form of his tattoos and extra eyes, was the bigger target for the quirkist. His mutations were not only noticeable, they made him look like a villain. People had made remarks about how he looked like a criminal that was branded with his tattoos in ancient Japan. It didn't help that he still got stares outside of school. Grown adults would look at him in fear because of his appearance. It got to the point that Izuku would begin to cover up his face with a mask similar to Shuji's. His mask would cover his lower eyes, which didn't really affect his vision much. He could still see quirk energy just fine with his original eyes. He would only wear it outside of school just so he didn't attract unwanted attention. If he kept beating up villains who target him because of his appearance, he would likely be labeled a vigilante, which could affect his chances of getting into the Udata hero course. His family, as well as their friends, were understandably upset about his decision to wear a mask. The fact that a kid had to hide himself from the public just to not have to deal with people bothering him made them angry, yet they couldn't do much about it. Snapping out of his thoughts, he waved at them. He removed his mask as he entered the beach's trash area. He was almost halfway done with it. "Hey Izuku," Tuya said while sitting on the stairs that led down to the beach. Shuji waved back at Izuku. "Sup, so what do you all feel like doing today?" I said as Izumi talked to Mei about support gear she could probably use when she got into the U.A. Mei was also giving her suggestions and asking more details about Rika. "We wanted to go to a cafe and hang out. I know one that isn't quirkist to mutants, which is honestly a rarity these days. I heard they even fired an employee who was harassing a mutant couple on a date." Tuya said, honestly it was nearly impossible to go anywhere without his friends facing some sort of discrimination. As they kept talking, they began to walk behind Tuya as he led them to the cafe he was talking about. Before Mei asked a question, both Izumi and somehow, the quirk nerd Izuku, never asked. "Say, Rika apparently disappears and goes to a place, like a mindscape, right? If that's true, could she bring things into it? Izuku's quirk allows him to store things in his shadow, since your siblings couldn't do something similar." Mei continued talking about possibilities while Izuku and Izumi stopped dead in their tracks. Tuya and Shuji noticed this and chuckled at their expressions. Before chasing after them when they ran back towards the beach to test the theory out, Mei was dragged by Izuku. When they got back and made some distance from the entrance, Izuku was the one who started theorizing on how it would work. Okay Izumi, tell Rika to come out in her full manifestation. If it won't work in full manifestation then it probably won't work in her half-manifested form. He instructed while explaining his reasoning. Izumi quickly told Rika, who was just as excited to test it out, to come out. Soon enough a fully manifested Rika appeared next to her. She had grown from when she first appeared all those years ago. Yet her appearance stayed the same. Mei quickly gave Rika a piece of scrap metal. Okay now, go back to where to come from, if that piece of metal follows you, drop it and come back outside. Izuku said as he stared at the disappearing Rika. When she was fully gone, the metal felt it was floor, failing to follow Rika. Izumi looked downcast at this, making their friends go to comfort her, explaining that it was worth a shot. Izuku however had a different idea. Izumi, tell Rika to come out, I have a few questions. He said in a serious tone. Rika once again manifested next to Izumi while Izuku walked up to her. Getting in front of Rika, Izuku spoke. Rika, are you able to bleed? Or feel anything inside your body? He asked while his friends looked confused. Rika didn't really care that Izuku was asking these types of questions, she knew he was just curious, so she answered while doing a thinking pose. No actually, I can feel when I touch something or when I get tired but it feels like my body is hollow. She tried explaining. Izuku nodded before asking something that shocked everyone there, including Rika. Could you possibly store things inside your body? Try to open your chest somehow, or eat the metal maybe. He suggested. Rika was against eating the metal so she tried to gently open up her chest. Surprisingly it opened, showing nothing but darkness. It was like Rika was opening a portal to a pocket dimension. Mei quickly put the scrap metal inside and watched it disappear within the void. Rika closed her chest and disappeared, then she reappeared and opened her chest, it was still nothing but darkness. Okay then, try thinking about the metal and wanting it to appear. Izuku said, both Rika and Izumi though about it and soon, half of the metal popped up from the darkness. Mei quickly grabbed it and pulled the rest out. Did you feel any sort of weight or drain when the metal was there? Izuku continued. When Izumi shook her head, he turned to Rika. No I didn't, I felt it pass through the portal but that's it. She said in her ghostly yet childish voice. Izuku stared in amazement. This means that you can store things in a pocket dimension you apparently didn't know about, you have no apparent drawbacks, you basically got the better version of my shadow storage. She said, watching Izumi's eyes sparkle in joy. After testing a bit more they returned on their way to heading towards the cafe. They had found out several things about Rika today. The most important thing was her storage limit. She had said she felt full while they kept dumping scrap in her chest portal. Meaning that there was a limit, however the limit was big enough to store the equivalent of 10 Izumi-sized piles of scrap. After they threw all the scraps out of her, Mei instantly came up with many ideas for support gear. She was more than overjoyed to have two people who could store her babies in the safety of their storages. Meaning that instead of having gear that was versatile for many situations like most heroes had, their support gear could be made for specific situations, making them more efficient. As they arrived at the cafe and got Mei out of her thinking zone, they sat down and ordered food. They then began talking as they waited for their orders. At some point, they began talking about Izuku's quirk and its peculiar nature. Say what shadow are you planning to go for next? Asked Tuya and he lazily sat on his chair. Everyone looked interested in his answer. Well I wanted to get Rabbit Escape at first. However with my current shadows it would be too difficult to tame because of its ability, which I won't tell since I want it to be a surprise. He said, much to everyone's dismay. He may have told them about some of the Shadow's abilities, but he kept some hidden to surprise his friends and allow them to guess what they were. So I have decided to tame Great Serpent before moving on to Rabbit Escape. He said while noticing someone gazing at the crowd nearby while wearing a black hoodie. He had blue hair and a scar running down his lips. His red eyes were full of anger and hatred. So when do you plan on taming your little snake? Asked Mei curiously, while she knew how he had to tame them, watching it in person was a whole different thing. She wanted to see how he fought and also his future shadows. While she was looking at Izuku, she didn't notice Shuji and Tuya struggling to hold back from laughing. Izumi had facepalmed at the poor choice of wording. I was actually planning on doing that tomorrow at the beach. He said absent-mindedly, not noticing the choice in wording, opting to figure out who he was looking at. There was something off about the man, he couldn't put his finger on it. You were going to do that without telling us? Asked Tuya with a confused expression. Why would Izuku not tell them that? He knew they all wanted to see him fight his future shadows. Nah, I was going to tell you later since I just finished my plans for fighting it a few minutes ago while we were walking here. Izuku responded, eyeing the man. Said man kept walking before leaving Izuku's sight. Odd, he gave the feeling like he hated everyone for some reason. Izuku thought. He decided to keep this little observation to himself. It wasn't often he got to hang out with his friends in this day and age, with villains running rampant with the symbol of peace gone. Tuya himself had gotten multiple villains try to kidnap him when he left the house to use him as some sort of hostage or bargaining chip against Endeavor. All of them failed since Tuya had been trained by his father, who had bought a specific skin-tight suit that allowed him to use his flames without burning himself. The suit of course had a limit. Tuya could not use the full power of his flames unless he wanted to burn both the suit and himself. After they got their food, they ate while talking about different topics like school, Udata plans, and what type of hero they wanted to be, May excluded. Tuya wanted to surpass Endeavor. Shuji wanted to become a hero that mutants can look up to. Izumi wanted to protect innocent kids from the horrors of the world. May just wanted to build a support company. While Izuku just wanted to save people. He knew nobody could replace the safety that All Might's presence gave. His smile let those he saved know that everything was going to be all right, because he was there. Izuku knew that he couldn't do the same as he did. So he opted for another option. He would simply become strong enough that villains who heard of him would surrender without a fight. A hero that would protect everyone no matter what. He would work to stop mutant discrimination with Shuji, save people with Izumi, and become the strongest alongside Tuya. Help May with anything she might need. He would become a hero. Because if not, then what else would he do with his powers? Become a doctor? While he could with Round Deer, he could also save people on sight instead of waiting for them in a hospital. No, he would become a hero. After eating their meal and promising to come tomorrow to the beach to see Izuku face off against his next Shikigami, Tuya and Shuji went their separate ways. May got a car ride home after calling her mother, also saying that she would be there to see the fight. Izuku and Izumi headed home while talking about possible gear Izumi could store in her storage. They had both agreed that she should store her hero's costume there when she became one. As well as a sword. The quirk she got from that one villain allowed her to change the size of the object she held. Meaning that she could make a knife the size of a sword. When they got home, they did their usual activities like finishing up homework, playing video games, and watching TV shows, and enjoying time with their mother who apparently had gotten some sort of a date with a coworker at their job as a lawyer. The duo was happy their mother was finding love again. They would, of course, interrogate the man the second they met him. They did not want to find another man like Hisashi anytime soon. Before the duo went to bed, Izumi had a question. Hey Izu, can Kaken come watch tomorrow? Izuku raised an eyebrow at this. Why would the Bakugo's son want to see him tame his shadow? Seeing her brother's confusion, Izumi answered, he said he wants to scout out future competition for when he becomes a hero or something. I'm pretty sure he is just bored and wants to hang out with us. While Bakugo may have calmed down, he was still bad at expressing himself. Izuku didn't really have a reason to say no. Izumi trusted Bakugo to not snitch on him using his quirk illegally, so he didn't mind. Sure, tell him where we are going to be at. She nodded before heading towards her room. A few minutes later, he surprisingly got a phone call from Tuya. Apparently the youngest Todoroki wanted to also come and see the fight. He had heard from Bakugo in their group chat that Izuku was going to fight something tomorrow and he wanted to see. When the three youngest were able to form a group chat, much less share their numbers, was beyond him. After agreeing he went to bed, he had finalized a few details on his plan. If all went well, the serpent should be tamed relatively quickly. He had noticed something about his tamed shadows compared to his untamed ones that gave him an edge when taming. Something that gave him a reason to train his output, other than the effectiveness of his incarnations. When he summons a shadow like Mu or Onyx normally, it takes a bit of quirk energy to allow them to be summoned. Said quirk energy is the default amount that is used on the Shikigami. However, if he puts more quirk energy into his Shikigami while they are summoned, their abilities get stronger. Onyx, his divine dog, becomes slightly faster and stronger when he uses more energy on him. Nu can generate their purple bioelectricity faster and do more damage with it. And Gamma, his toad's tongue, becomes more stickier while also more powerful. After he tested the difference in his output, he found out he could only pump them with more quirk energy during their summoning, raising their abilities to greater levels than if he just summoned them with their default cost of energy. He could only pump so much at a time, giving him more reason to want to train his output. The only way he had found to train his output at the moment was to just have as many Shikigami summoned when possible. They don't necessarily need to be doing anything, they are being summoned already passively using quirk energy while helping him train his output slowly. He had seen Endeavor release great outputs of quirk energy before, giving him hope that he would learn better ways to train his output. When he asked him about quirk energy in general before, he would always say that he was under a contract that couldn't easily be broken. He would say something to do with how quirks work, and how he would learn when he gets into a hero school the truth about quirks. Giving him more reasons to want to go to U.A was when he was old enough. Soon the next day came. The duo were at Dagobah Beach, waiting for their friends to arrive. Surprisingly, Bakugo was the first one to arrive. He has come under the excuse of wanting to hang out with Izumi and Izuku at the beach where Izuku trained, which his parents bought. Bakugo approached casually with his hands in his pockets. "Izumi, are the others here yet?" he asked while looking at Izuku. The two never really talked much without Izumi nearby. Before Izumi could answer, another voice joined in. "Nah, but they should be here soon," Mei said while breaking a microwave piece by piece. "Gah, when did you get here?" screamed Izumi. She hadn't noticed Mei sneaking up on them since she was focused on Bakugo. "She was already here?" spoke Izuku from beside her. He had noticed her here before the duo even arrived and just let her be until the other came. Soon enough the last three had arrived. Tuya and Shoto had come here via car being driven by Rei, while Shuji came here walking. "Already, since everyone is here, I'll start the ritual. Remember, you can't join it or else it will be invalid. If my life is in danger, then sure you can help, though I doubt that will happen," he said, explaining the ground rules to the newcomers. Last time only Izumi and Tuya saw him fight against New, so they didn't know what a ritual would look like. Izuku then remembered something and spoke again. "Also, stay far back. I don't know exactly how big Great Serpent will be, so I would rather not risk it. Unlike last time, I don't have territorial advantage like I did against New, which only Izumi and Tuya saw, so this fight might take me a bit," he said. There weren't many things he could do to give himself a bigger advantage against Great Serpent since he couldn't fight it in an enclosed space due to its unknown size. The biggest problem was that he couldn't summon any Shikigami before the ritual started. He had a feeling that it would count as outside help if he did that. After they all nodded and moved away, he went to the front of the shoreline, then began the ritual. Forming a shadow puppet in the shape of a snake, he chanted, "Great Serpent." An egg-like cocoon soon emerges in front of him. It was bigger than the width of a car and as wide as one. Soon the cocoon began to break and the top of it was pushed off, revealing the head of a giant white snake with black markings all over its body, and a yellow underbelly. Then as the snake rose, it grew bigger and longer. Waves crashing harmlessly on its body, coating it in wet sand and salt water. It had stopped when it reached 50 feet in length. Its head was big enough to swallow a person whole. It stared at a grinning Izuku, ignoring the shocked audience watching from afar. Izuku was feeling immense joy at guessing its size. This meant that the plan he had could work. It relied on many factors, but it could work. He has deliberately chosen the beach as the battlegrounds for a reason. While its size would be a big problem, it wouldn't matter if it couldn't make full use of it. He quickly spawned Toad behind a scrap truck and positioned it to a spot that he could use to anchor itself as it shot out its tongue and wrapped it around the snake's midsection, leashing it. He then summoned New as he put as much quirk energy as he could on them before sending it out. The snake was about to lash out and attack Toad before it felt itself spasm. Bioelectricity coursing through itself. The beach was the best spot to fight such a foe because of its salt water and wet sand. Both of them are highly conductive, making New's electricity crawl across Great Serpent's body. The waves that splashed harmlessly at the snake while it was being summoned would be its downfall. As the snake fell due to its spasm, he summoned Onyx and told it to hold it down while he sunk to his shadow. The divine dog got to its neck area and started to hold it down while biting at it and tearing flesh as the snake regained control over its body. And rose again. Toad let go while New stayed back, both ready to support when Izuku needed them too. After the snake rose up again, it quickly began to shake itself, trying to get rid of the wolf biting its neck. As it did so, it failed to notice a figure appearing below it. A hand raised as if it were about to flick something at it. Dismantle. A line was seemingly drawn into the air, which was quickly shot towards the serpent. A large gash appeared on its neck. Black blood flowing out of it. The weakened snake could do nothing but fall to the ground, its life fleeting away. After a few moments, it started to turn into shadows which quickly disappeared. Clink. Izuku felt his new Shikigami settle in. He was a bit winded from spending so much quirk energy, but still had half of his reserves. Turning around, he saw shocked looks from everyone. "What? Something in my face?" 2 minutes ago. Izumi POV. "So, you think your brothers got this?" Kaken said as he stared at the back of Izuku. While they both got along fine, they weren't close enough to casually talk. Izumi stared at her brother while he began to mentally prepare himself. He planned extensively for this. "I'm sure he's got it." She spoke full of confidence. "All right, could someone explain his quirk to me real quick?" All I know is that he needs to tame some animal and he gets it right? Kaken spoke. He didn't know the details of Izuku's quirk since he never really asked. I'll do it after the fights are over, now let me see how he handles this, Tuya said. He was rather curious about what the next Shikigami would be, since Izuku never told them what his untamed Shikigami were. He would always let them piece it together based on their names. Mei looked the most excited out of all of them. I can't wait to see Izuku in action again. I've always wondered what the little snake he keeps talking about would look like. She didn't notice how Tuya and Shuji and surprisingly Kaken were holding back their laughter. Shoto looks at the scene in wonder. It was a rarity for him to leave home unless it was for school. The kids at his school always cared more about his father than himself, making him naturally avoid them. However, this friend group didn't care about heritage, making him smile a bit as they waited for Izuku to begin. I bet the snake won't be so by dash, Kaken was about to say before they all saw a cocoon appear in the shoreline, seemingly out of thin air. Shuji looked confused. Wasn't he summoning a serpent? Why is there an egg? He asked. When he first summons a Shikigami for a taming ritual, it appears in a cocoon-like state. Like if it was sealed. Explained Izumi, as she and Tuya were the only ones to see new being tamed. The cocoon started breaking and then emerged Great Serpent in all its glory. Rapidly growing as it exited its egg-like shell. Everyone was amazed at its sheer size, even Kaken was stunned by it. Soon enough the battle had started. When they saw the snake begin to launch at Izuku, they were going to hop in immediately. A snake that size would have no trouble swallowing Izuku whole in one bite. It was unnecessary however, since a tongue lashed out and held it in place for a moment, as Nu dived in and shocked it. It spanned and fell to the floor, allowing Divine Dog to bite at its neck. What really surprised them was the final attack Izuku used. Everyone except Izumi was confused on why Izuku was just standing below the snake's head until he uttered a single word. They saw the air shift before a large gash appeared on the snake's neck, causing it to fall dead. As it disappeared along with the rest of the Shikigami, they couldn't help but stare at Izuku, wondering what type of attack he used at the end. The man then had the audacity to turn to them like nothing happened. And even acted confused when he saw their faces. Izuku POV. What? Something in my face? He was genuinely confused on why they were staring at him like that. They were silent for a moment before Izumi stepped forward and bonked him on the head. Izuku was shocked at the sudden attack. OW, what was that for? He said. Izu, did you ever explain what Onyx's incarnation did? She spoke with a deadpan expression. No? Then why do you think they're shocked? Oh. Izumi sighed before hugging him. You had us a bit worried there, you know. Also, why was the DMN Shikigami so big? She said. She didn't know why he chose to use that move in the end. He himself told her it had a massive drain on his energy. Before Izuku could answer, Mei appeared next to him. Hey, didn't you use that attack to cut someone's hand off before? Yeah. That guy that had claws. Mei spoke in awe. She always wondered how the guy's hand suddenly fell off. There was no sharp object nearby other than his claws when she was attacked, and both demon dogs were too far to cut the guy's hand off. Everyone else looked confused at this. Wait, he cut one of the villain's hands off? Sick, said Tuya. They knew that Mei was attacked and that Izuku saved her, just not the details. Okay, listen up, looking at my current reserves. I'd say I got enough to take out Rabbit Escape. I'll play a bit with Great Serpent before I tackle it. He spoke, freezing everyone in place. Why would you fight it immediately after? Don't you need to plan for it? Said Izumi. She hoped her brother wasn't going over his head. Izuku looked at her. The main reason I chose to fight Great Serpent today was to go after Rabbit Escape. Which I wouldn't be able to beat since it's a slippery little rabbit. Trust me, I'll be fine. Izumi reluctantly let him continue, while everyone else stayed silent. Izuku then summoned Great Serpent in a smaller form next to him. It wrapped itself around his neck, much causing everyone to look at it in interest. Izuku looked at it for a moment. I think I'll call you Orochi, he said while the snake stood still for a moment before it nuzzled against Izuku's cheek in approval. Wait, so they are sentient? Said Bakugo. He was honestly kind of lost. Yeah, kind of. Anyways, I got a plan. He unsummoned Orochi before making space away from his friends. They backed off, waiting to see what the next Shikigami would look like. He didn't go next to the shoreline this time. He chose an empty area in the beach before forming a shadow puppet in the shape of a rabbit. Rabbit Escape. Another cocoon appeared on the beach. This one was smaller than the nearby garbage bags, barely reaching Izuku's knees. He deliberately spawned it close to himself. The shell fell off and a small rabbit with black markings appeared. That's it? Said everyone at the same time. How did they go from giant man-eating snakes to small bunnies? Why would Izuku need Orochi to defeat something so small? Then before their eyes, it began to multiply. It looked like a cell doing mitosis, splitting off and forming perfect copies of itself. The only difference was that the copy had no black markings. It quickly went from 1 bunny to 2, then 20, then more than 100 all in a single second. Before it could continue to multiply, a giant snake appeared from Izuku's shadow and ate over half of the bunnies in front of it, before turning back and repeating the process. Izuku stood still, watching all the rabbits rapidly appear until one of them caught his eye. Izuku quickly flicked at it with his fingers, making the air in front of them warp and be sent flying at the rabbit with black markings. Dismantle. The rabbit was cut in half. After it fell, all its brethren suddenly turned into shadows. Clink. He felt the new shadow become accessible, just like his other tamed Shikigami. Turning around, he looked at his friends. In case you didn't get why I needed Orochi for this. Since I knew it could multiply, I wanted an AoE attack to get rid of as many as I could in order to look for the original. He explained. Without Orochi he would have a hard time spotting the main rabbit. Izuku, what the f dashed up? Said Tuya. The fact that his friend could summon thousands of bunnies on command now was crazy. But the real surprise was how quick Great Serpent moved. They didn't see how fast it was since Izuku had locked it down before it could attack him. Now what to name it? He thought, before he suddenly fell on the floor. He felt a bit of blood trickling down his nose. His friends gasped before rushing towards him, except Izumi, who knew why he fell. Dumbass, expending all your energy. You should have at least waited a bit before fighting again. She scolded. I know, I was just trying to be quick so we could have time to hang out. He spoke. His friends all looked at each other, before shrugging. Well, let's go to an arcade then. By the way, what will you name your little rabbit? Said May. While she had not stopped being a mad woman whose purpose was to create as many babies as possible, she had eventually learned to enjoy spending time with others. Especially if Izuku was involved. Her parents never really explained why she felt weird when it came to Izuku. They just explained how when a guy and girl love each other on much, May's idle musings were interrupted by Izuku. Had he known what she was thinking he would have fainted. I'll name it Legion. I think it fits. He said after some thought. 2 years later. Izuku, Tuya, Shuji, and May were standing in front of a large building. Students heading inside it, looking nervous. It's about time then. Spoke Tuya. Shuji looked nervous but steeled himself. May looked at the building in interest, probably thinking about how her own company headquarters would look like. Yeah, this is our starting line. Spoke a determined Izuku. He stared at the 2 letters on the top of the entrance. U.A chapter text. Izuku POV. After wishing her May good luck on her support course exam. Izuku, Toya, and Shoji began to walk toward their own general exam. One might think that the general exam for both the hero course and the support course would be the same, when they were in fact, different. The support course student had a harder general exam before their practical, meant to weed out those who don't actively know much about support gear. They were confident that May would be able to pass her general exam with little effort. On their way to their auditorium, they spotted Naoya and Xanta, along with their little friend group, talking as they headed inside, quickly ruining the moods of the trio. Of course he had to be here. Spoke Shoji with a resigned expression. He honestly couldn't believe that the teen thought he had the makings of a hero, when his actions proved that he was the opposite. Just ignore him, U.A is different from other schools. My dad said that they had a zero-tolerance policy. Toya said. He had rejected the recommendation that his father had tried to give him. He wanted to be recognized by his own efforts, not because he was recommended by Endeavor. His father had accepted that he couldn't convince his son and dropped the idea. Izuku stayed quiet as he stared at Naoya. He honestly didn't care that he was here. This was not the place to fight battles for the sake of personal grudges. He was here to become a hero. He wouldn't let his past troubles with the boy stop him from achieving that. When they arrived at the auditorium for the general exam, they saw a hero known as Ectoplasm standing in the front, waiting for the students to finish arriving. He had multiple clones standing next to him, holding what looked like multiple packets of paper. When everyone sat down, he began speaking. Welcome to the general exam. You will receive a 10-page packet so that we may see what your intelligence level is at. For those of you trying out for the hero course, a hero must be as smart as he is strong. Please sit down while I hand out the packet. Ectoplasm explained, as his clones spread out and started hanging out their test. A few minutes later, Izuku was honestly breezing through the test. He had relentlessly studied for it since last week. Toya and Shoji even came over for a study session. May had wanted to join at first, but after her father told her he was going to an expo happening in Tokyo, she quickly changed her mind. When he got to the last question and answered it, he took a quick glance at the extra credit question and paused. There was a question that interested him a lot. What do you know about how quirks work? At first it looked like a normal question. But Izuku had a feeling that they were talking about what powers a quirk. He knew that hero schools taught heroes about quirk energy since Toya's dad had all but confirmed this theory. But to see them ask a student that meant that they were actively looking out for people who could know of its existence. Izuku decided to answer the question with what he knew, and how. My quirk gives me a special mutation in my eyes. While it might look like I just have an extra pair of eyes, it's not all that they are. My eyes can see some sort of energy which I like to call quirk energy since I didn't know if it had a name. Said energy originated from the brain of a person. When a quirk is activated, the energy spreads out and heads toward the part of the body that the quirk is activated on. Quirks that are usually always active get a constant flow of quirk energy flowing through the area they work on constantly. From what I'm able to tell, and it's not much since I still don't understand the energy. It's made up of negative emotions. It's like that for everyone I see. It has a blue aura yet emits feelings like sadness, anger, and other negative emotions. Sometimes the color is different. My energy and my sister's energy feels different from others. Mine is black instead of blue while my sister's color is pink. There have been some other people I have seen with different colored quirk energy that while they look different, they feel the same as the default blue aura. And others whose blue aura feels different than normal like ours. He kept writing what he knew about energy. How it usually acts, theories he had about it, random trivia, etc. It stopped looking like an answer and more like him just rambling on about the interesting energy. He eventually caught himself and finished answering. In summary, quirks are weird yet fascinating. When the timer rang, signaling the end of the general test, he put his pen down. He glanced at Toya and Shoji, looking a bit nervous. Alright, that's the end of the general test. Please make your way to auditorium, for those who are trying out for the hero course. The rest of you can have a pleasant day. He spoke. When the trio left the room, they saw that over half of the people who did the exam began heading outside and leaving the school grounds. The rest of the students participating were gathering up in auditorium. Present Mike was at the center, waiting for all of the students to sit down before beginning to speak. Since there weren't many people applying to the hero course, unlike previous years, they let us sit with our friends. Say, yeah, he yelled, trying to rile up the crowd. Unfortunately nobody responded, simply staring at the man, until a blue-eyed blonde decided to not leave him hanging. Yeah, the blonde yelled back, gathering the attention of all the students as he did so. One of his friends was giggling while the other was trying to make himself as invisible as possible. That's what I'm talking about, Mike said with a grin as he pointed at the smiling blonde. Anyways, welcome to the U.A practical exam. If you look at the pamphlet in front of you, you will see all that is required of you. If you have a support item you wish to bring, please consult with me before we get on the bus. Mike explained before beginning to read the pamphlet. Listen up for your instructions. You will be split up into different examination grounds depending on what school you come from, meaning that sadly, most of your friends won't come with you to the same place. Also, we know some quirks aren't suitable for certain battles, so if you have a non-combat quirk, please wait until we get you situated into a special ground where you will take a different test. He said. The students began to whisper among themselves a bit as they contemplated their new instructions. Some of them looked happy that the school wasn't biased toward flashy quirks. When the exam begins, you will have to both find and destroy the robots we placed around the field. Don't worry, they are programmed to incapacitate, not kill. They are also equipped with rubber bullets which, while they won't injure you, they will hurt. He exclaimed, drawing more murmurs. There are a few different robots which we will go over. There are the one-pointers, which are small robots that will give you 1 point per robot. The 2-pointers are around the same height as myself. And the 3-pointers that are twice as big as myself. There is also the 0-pointers. He drew a breath before continuing. The 0-pointer does not give any points, it is a path blocker that you may avoid. There is no reason for you to attack one, but if you do you will not be punished for it. He said. Drawing the attention of Izuku, as he had noticed he didn't specify how the 0-pointer would look like. Each pointer will be more durable the more points they cost, the exception is the 0-pointer, which is the most durable one. There are also weak points on each of them which you can take advantage of. And the number indicated the amount of points they give obviously. Now, for some ground rules. Mike spoke before losing his smile and having a serious face as he looked at the crowd. You may not attack a fellow participant before, or after the exam begins. You may not steal the points off another participant's target while they are engaged in a fight. And you may not, under any circumstances, steal any belongings from anyone. We had a couple accidents where some kids bullied another kid into giving up his approved support gear. Let it be known that U.A does not tolerate delinquents, it doesn't matter if they are in the hero course or not. he said. Everyone suddenly felt a chill down their spine. Present Mike was known for his outgoing personality, seeing him like this stunned a few people. He quickly dropped the face and put on a smile again. All right, I'll begin calling you by name in alphabetical order. Please come down to receive an ID with your corresponding bus number and seating number. Present Mike then began calling people down. When Izuku was called, he headed down and picked up his temporary ID before waving his friends goodbye. He located his bus and began to wait a little bit while the other participants gathered up. He had noticed a periwinkle-haired girl sitting next to his chair. He absent-mindedly sat next to her as he got on his phone and played Clash of Heroes as she looked at him. She kept staring at him. She looked like she wanted to ask him questions yet held herself back, if barely. Which was odd since Izuku was wearing his mask. His hair was also covering his forehead tattoo, so he didn't know why she was staring at him. She had a slightly cold look in her eyes as well. He paused his game before turning to her. Can I help you with something? I don't mind that you are looking at me, but it seems like you want to ask something, he said in a confused voice. The girl took the opportunity to start talking. Why is your hair green? Your eyes look cool. Why do you wear a mask? Why are your nails black? They look cool. Are you a boy? The mask makes it hard to tell. Do you eat food? The girl kept throwing out questions with an innocently curious expression. She then caught herself and quickly started apologizing. Sorry. I am told that I like asking too many questions and people can't keep up with them much. It's alright if you don't want to talk. She began before Izuku then began asking, speaking. Why is your hair blue? Or is it periwinkle? Thank you, your eyes also look cool. I wear a mask because people don't like seeing my mutations. My nails are black because of said mutations. Thank you, I like them too. Yes, I'm a boy. I know the mask makes it hard to tell. Yes, I eat food. He kept answering her questions in order. Being a rambler of his own, he could somewhat keep up with what she was saying. She looked stunned at him for a few moments before she began to smile. You actually heard all of that. Well, my name is Nijire Hato, nice to meet you, she said, hand held out for a handshake. Izuku shook her hand as he spoke. Izuku Midoriya. I hope we both pass the exam. Now quick question, what's your quirk? Sorry if it's personal, but I'm what my friends call a quirk fanatic, he said, staring at her eyes. She noticed that he was staring at her eyes and not her body, which she was thankful for. Even she doesn't know how many people couldn't keep their eyes from wandering down to her chest. My quirk is called wave motion. I can convert my energy into powerful shock waves. However, they travel in spirals, making them slow, something I hope to overcome at UA. Also sorry if I seemed a bit cold or shy. People kept saying I looked down on them when I asked them questions. Being my curious self and all, she said, while giving herself a self-deprecating chuckle at the end. Mirko and Tamaki had gotten over her cold state when they joined her high school. Yet it was still hard to talk to others. That's cool, mine is called the 10 Shadows. I can summon 10 individual Shikigami if I have tamed them. So far I have tamed half of them. I can also use their abilities, but they are less effective than them, he said. They then kept going back and forth, with her asking what each Shikigami was and their abilities. He told her about his tamed Shikigami but stayed quiet about his untamed ones, causing her to pout rather cutely. While that happened, they didn't notice that they had arrived at the exam grounds until everyone started departing. Izuku quickly put his phone in his pocket before sighing and turning to her. Well then, good luck on the exam, he saw while waving at her, and began to make some distance away from everyone else. Alright, hope to see you at the hero course, she yelled. She then began gathering her energy, ready to be set loose and destroy some robots. As Izuku made some distance from the group of participants, he made a shadow puppet in the form of a bird. Those who noticed never had time to question it as they all saw a big creepy-looking owl appear behind him. The doors to the fake battlefield soon opened up, revealing a fake destroyed city before them. Before they could ask, they heard the voice of Present Mike yelling out, Go, there are no countdowns in real life. That green-haired kid has the right idea, he yelled. Everyone turned toward the now empty space where Izuku was standing. They then turned towards the flying owl heading straight to the fake city. They quickly got their bearings and began to run toward the field, only to be surprised by a werewolf-like creature destroying many of the one-pointers near the start, before it began following the owl, who seemed to have electricity crawling on its wings. Author's note, I'm going to stop bolding new if Izuku says it like a name and not the title of the Shikigami. Izuku was hiding inside New's shadow as they headed deeper inside the fake city, Onyx following behind them. He knew the three-pointers were deeper since he read the pamphlet. When he spotted his first three-pointer, he sent New out to shock it. Surprisingly, it short-circuited and powered down, giving him 3 points to his 7 points. He had gathered them with Onyx while heading deeper in. He eventually got to the center of the fake city, where most of the three-pointers were located. He grinned as they noticed him. Time to start farming. Observation room. Well, looks like we got a good batch this year, said a woman whose outfit was very revealing. Midnight. Seems like we do, said a man wearing a mask and a cowboy hat. The hero snipe. Indeed. I'm curious about a few of them, spoke what looked to be a mouse-like being, with a scare running down one eye. The creator of U.A and its current principal, Nizu. Yeah, one of those kids looks like they have multiple quirks? Could someone get me his file? Said a man with a yellow visor and a red suit. One of the few blood quirk heroes, Vlad King. I got it. Izuku Midoriya, quirk, 10 shadows. The user can summon up to 10 different Shikigami with different abilities. Through relentless effort, the user has found out that he can use the same abilities of his Shikigami if they are summoned. It also says that he has a minor mutation that can be covered up, which explains the mask. Spoke a cheery green-haired woman with an orange bandana. The laughing hero, Ms. Joke. Interesting. It says that he has a special eye mutation. Nizu, could you see what the kid wrote on the extra credit in the exam? If my guess is correct, then he is also a wielder of those eyes, said a tired man, leaning on Ms. Joke to read the file she was holding. He had black hair that matches his equally black eyes. He also wore a scarf around his neck. The underground hero, Eraserhead. Nizu quickly searched through the general test he had assembled next to him until he spotted Midoriya's name. He quickly skipped all the answers until he reached the extra credit one. Right after that, he began laughing maniacally. Your little guess was right, Shota. He does have the same eyes as you. Who would have thought that there would be more people who wield a version of the famous 6 eyes in this day and age? Since he doesn't currently understand what he's looking at, he doesn't know much about quirk energy, as he likes to call it, Nizu said. Shota Aizawa stared at the screen that showed a green-haired boy destroying multiple three-pointers with relative ease. Well, I guess now it's time for the real test, he said as he pressed the big red button on Ms. Joke's side on the table. Hey! I wanted to press it. She said it was an outrage. Toya POV. Well, this is getting boring fast, he said as he destroyed another three-pointer in his way. He knew Izuku would try to the center of his own testing ground since all the three-pointers were probably there. He was trying to do the same, however he couldn't get by hiding in his shadow like Izuku could, so he resorted to flying while blasting any robot in his path. He had made it to the center a while ago and was just racking up points. The examiners didn't specify how many points were required, so he just kept destroying them, hoping he could get more than Izuku. It was a little competition. They had to see who would score higher when the results came out. So far, his suit was holding together just fine. It was made out of similar tech to his father's hero suit. But this was specifically made for not burning in the first place. While his father's hell flames couldn't burn him unless he overheated. His cremation was not only stronger than his father's quirk, but it didn't give him any heat resistance. Meaning that to use his quirk he had to take the full brunt of its heat. However, there was something he could take advantage of. His mother's frost resistance was carried over to him. Meaning that his suit could be as cold as it wanted to be and he would be just fine. The temperature of his blue flames and the freezing cold of his suit kept him warm. He destroyed another three-pointer before the ground started to rumble. Soon enough, a giant robot, bigger than the buildings around it, emerged from an underground platform. Toya Todoroki was currently regretting his previous statement. Shoji POV. Tearing sounds could be heard from the center of the fake city. Shoji was starting to get a bit tired from constantly tearing three-pointers, and even some two-pointers, without rest. He really had to thank Izuku for his ideas though. He never would have thought he could do this with his quirk. He had asked Izuku a few years ago a few questions about how he could improve his quirk. Izuku was a quirk fanatic who gave reliable advice. Toya, for example, had gotten his suit made because Izuku suggested it. And it worked wonders for him so far. He had asked him for advice. Izuku simply said, "Go read a book about human autonomy and another one about animal autonomy." When he had asked why he should do that, Izuku just said that there might be more to his quirk than meets the eye. Izuku said he had theorized about his quirk for a while and came up with a few suggestions. These suggestions changed the way Shoji thought about his quirk. He had always thought that he could only make body parts or organs from his limb. He never truly tested the limits of that until he met Izuku. He could possibly create superhuman arms if he combined the right parts into it. He could use the nutrients in the arms he makes to make a hardened shell covering his skin. He could also add a layer of bone outside the arm for more durability, and even make bone spikes out of these extra arms that could act as spears to impale targets. If he kept going, he could play around with his limb structure and make tiny hair-like fingers that could tell if air was disturbed from afar. though it cost a heavier toll on what Izuku liked to call quirk energy when he used more complex limbs. Shuji never could copy what made Izuku's eyes see the energy in quirks. He snapped out of his musings when the ground started shaking and a zero-pointer appeared. This is currently above me, so I'll choose to live instead, he thought dejectedly. May POV. And this? These are my special hover boots, sure to let any hero hover above ground and avoid any ground-based quirks, said May like a salesperson trying to sell a product in the market. This was the 24th invention she had presented to the examiner of the support course, Power Loader. May, for the 23rd time, I've already said you passed. He spoke in an exasperated tone. She was the only one applying for hero work-specific support gear this year. The rest of the support students had applied for general support. And this, wait really? She said surprised. Had she gotten in the zone again? Yes May, you're in. You'll receive a letter from U.A in a week from now with details about your schedule and uniform. And the dorm room, he said. Well that was quick. Time to wait for Izuku and the others to come out then, she said as she packed up all of her inventions, which somehow fit inside her normal-sized backpack, and began walking to the exit. I have a feeling that she is going to give me a headache, he said, a foreboding feeling arising in his gut. Izuku POV. 59, 62, 75. Izuku kept counting his points as Onyx tore through the robots with ease. Nu was in the air providing backup in case it was required. Honestly, the rest has been rather easy so far. Other participants had made it to the center of the fake city like he did and began to take out their share of three-pointers, including Nijire, who was demolishing the robots. He saw her quirk be activated and large spirals leave her hands and destroy many of the robots. He hoped she got in the hero course, he had so many questions to ask her. Then the ground started shaking. He saw the floor open up and reveal a zero-pointer beginning to activate. He decided this wasn't really worth the fighting and began to retreat. The zero-pointer was an obstacle robot. There was no benefit in attacking it. And he was sure he had more than enough points to pass. Since he and Toya were having a competition, he could just look elsewhere for more three-pointers before the bell rang. At least, that was what he was going to. Crash. He heard a shriek of pain. Turning around, he saw a person stuck under some rubble that fell when the zero-pointer lashed out at a building. Acting on instinct, he headed over towards the rubble and began trying to remove it along with Onyx. Nu was in the air, drawing the zero-pointer's attention away. He pulled another piece of rubble before he saw the person who was stuck. Izuku, spoke Nijire as she held her sprained ankle. She had been buried under all this rubble until Izuku had dug her out. Izuku didn't notice that she called him by his first name as he had more important things to do. He grabbed her in a princess carry, much to her surprise, and began running away from the zero-pointer. After making some distance, he dropped her gently on the ground. Stay here, I need to stop the zero-pointer before it hurts anyone else. He spoke with determination flashing in his eyes. He called his divine dog over to protect her while he dealt with the big robot. Do you think you can take it down? She asked. She didn't know the full extent of his quirk, only the basics of it. It didn't sound like something that could take it down. He smiled at her before running toward the distracted zero-pointer, hands forming a shadow puppet of a snake. Great Serpent. A large snake appeared from his shadow and began to wrap itself around the zero-pointer, halting its movements. Izuku kept running towards it as he formed his hands in position to use a cleave on the zero-pointer. He didn't need to worry about missing and hitting his snake, or a person, since this version of his slash can only attack inanimate objects. Cleave. The zero-pointer suddenly lost its connection to its legs and began to fall. While Izuku wanted to aim for its head, it was currently out of his range, meaning he had to settle on knocking it down. He then told the snake to let go and wrap itself around its head, and crush it. As the destroyed zero-pointer fell, Izuku failed to notice the looks he was getting from nearby students. They all thought he took down the zero-pointer to show off. All except a periwinkle-haired girl who looked awestruck as the masked boy took down the zero-pointer, without much effort. When he walked back towards her, he held out his hand, offering to walk her towards a medical assistant. Before she could say anything, the timer rang. The test is now over, all participants are to cease fire, yelled Present Mike through the speakers. Izuku helped Nijire get up on a smaller-sized Orochi, letting her ride on top of him until they reached Recovery Girl. The hero quickly used her quirk and healed Nijire. Izuku noticed that the girl kept glancing at him, wanting to ask a question. If we both pass and make it to U.A's hero course, I'll tell you what I did against the zero-pointer, he said, guessing what her question was. He seemed to have guessed right as she nodded and began to wave him goodbye as she left. Welp, hopefully I made a new friend. Observation Room. The occupants of this room remained silent. On the screen they could see something they never would have guessed was possible. One screen. The crushed head zero-pointer was being shown, along with its missing legs. On another screen, a white-haired boy sat on top of a fallen zero-pointer. Blue flames surrounding the area. The boy's clothes were burnt, showing a skin-tight suit that had steam rising off of it. On another screen, a gray-haired boy with a mask was seen digging out of a zero-pointed. His 6 tentacle-like limbs covered what looked like organic drills made of bones. 3 zero-pointers were taken down, simultaneously. All of them by kids who saw people in trouble, and didn't hesitate to save them. "We do have a great batch this year indeed," spoke to the principal. A few minutes later, Izuku was leaving the school grounds while trying to spot his friends. After a few moments he spotted Mei near the entrance, seemingly waiting for them while listening to something on her phone. He got up close and peeked at the phone without her noticing. He saw a podcast about invention ideas, the usual. "So are you going to keep staring at my phone, or are you going to tell me how your test went?" she asked while not glancing away from the phone. "Ah, how did you notice me? I thought I was being quiet," Izuku said. Mei pointed at her eyes, which looked different. Mei had told him when they first met that she could also zoom out, granting her better peripheral vision than most. "Anyways, Shoji and Toya are coming. You gotta tell me if anything interesting happened," she said while taking her eyes off her phone and looking at him. When the 4 of them reunited and began walking toward the beach to hang out a bit, they began talking about their exams. "Mei, did you seriously pull out 24 inventions, even though the teacher said you already passed?" Toya asked. He knew Mei could get in the zone when building. "But that's just too much. Anyways, guess who took down a zero-pointer?" Toya bragged. He was confused, however, when Shoji and Izuku looked at each other. Then at Toya. "Huh? I guess the 3 of us took down a zero-pointer. Man, we are going to get quite a reputation when we get in," said Shoji. Honestly, he wasn't really that surprised that his friends took down zero-pointers. "What's a zero-pointer?" Mei said. The trio looked at her. Before Izuku sighted and prepared himself to restrain Mei before she could hurry back to U.A and ask for blueprints for the giant robot. "Elsewhere in a hidden bar? So Tamura Shigaraki, or should I say Tenko Shimura, do you accept my offer?" said a man sitting on the bar counter. Next to him was another person who was acting like a bodyguard. The bodyguard looked very pale. The most concerning thing about him, however, was not his empty eyes, but how he hadn't breathed air once since coming in. Tamura Shigaraki, or rather Tenko Shimura as he had recently discovered his true name, stood still as he watched the person sitting on the bar stool. He had long messy hair, stylish robes, and strangely enough a scar on his forehead. "Fine, we'll do it in a month from now, as long as the pay is what you promised." "Kenjaku," Tenko said as he stared at the robe-wearing man in front of him. "Wonderful," said the man known as Kenjaku. "To a wonderful partnership then," he said as he stood up and was teleported out of the bar by a black mist originating from the bartender chapter text. -1 week after entrance exam. Now normally, Izuku would have been confident that he had gotten accepted into U.A's hero course. He had amassed so many points that the chances of them turning him down were minimal. He was also confident that he had passed the general exam without issue. However, even if he had done all of that, he still couldn't help but be nervous. Did U.A rank up the amount of points needed to pass? Was I supposed to disable the robots and not destroy them? Would I be penalized for destroying the zero-pointer, even if they said it was allowed? All those thoughts kept appearing throughout the week, as he waited for the letter that would either mark his beginning, or end his dream before it even began. He wasn't the only one who was stressed about it. Shoji and Toya kept complaining about waiting for a whole week without a hint of whether they made it or not. The only one not worried was Mei, who was told she passed on the same day she was tested. Today, while Izuku was trying to peacefully eat his katsudon, trying to ignore the worry lingering in his gut. At that moment his mother looked at their mail and made a worried expression. She turned around and approached him quickly. Izuku, your letter is here." Izuku began to pale. This was the moment he was both eagerly waiting for, and dreading at the same time. He gingerly took his letter and opened it. His sister and mother quickly sat next to him, wanting to see what was inside. When he opened the envelope, a device fell onto the table. It immediately activated the moment it made contact with it. A hologram of a black-haired man that looked like a hobo appeared. He stared at where he presumed Izuku's location was before he began to speak. "Izuku Midoriya, I am pro here Eraserhead. You might have not heard of me, since I am an underground hero, and I prefer to stay away from the media. Anyways, I'm here to announce your results." Eraserhead said. He had a never-changing neutral expression. You passed the general exam with flying colors, and you also surprised many of us with your answer on the extra credit question," he said. Izuku stood still for a moment. He saw the hero's expression change into one that gave the feeling he was impressed for a moment, before it returned to a neutral gaze again. "Now for the practical exam. You got a total of 78 villain points, which were awarded for destroying the robots. Now, normally that would be more than enough to get you into the hero course on its own," he said. Izuku perked up at this. "But, that isn't the only thing we grade in the practical. Heroes are there to fight villains, sure. But they are also there to save people. Your actions when the zero-pointer showed up, showed your heroism. Therefore, you have also been awarded 60 hero points, bringing you to 138 points in total, giving you first place in the practical exam as well as making a new record, beating Endeavor's record of 129 by 9 points. Yes, Endeavor had a higher record than All Might, surprisingly," he said, voice drawling at the last point he made. "Anyways, you have been accepted into the hero course. Congratulations." The hologram then promptly disappeared. The device then showed the scores of the participants. Izuku was first place. Toya was second with 137 points, nearly matching Izuku's. Naoya was surprisingly in third place with 73 villain points. He didn't doubt that he was fuming at getting beaten by him. The Midoriya stood still for a moment, before Izumi jumped and hugged Izuku. "You did it!" she screamed happily. Inko had tears in her eyes as she hugged the still-dazed Izuku. After more tears were shed, Izuku pulled out his phone and checked the group chat that Toya made. It included both his and Izumi's friends. The gang. Shoji, Toya, Mei, Izuku, Katsuki, Izumi, Shoto, Natsu, Fuyumi. "You're my friend now." Why is the group chat's named the gang? Burn Toast, because you're my friend now. Need a hand, I got accepted. Burn Toast, same. You're my friend now, me too. Neighbors are going to complain about the flood in the apartment again. Rickethy Goat, LOL. Babymaker 3000, not surprised L, would have been more surprised if you weren't accepted. Now I can legally make you babies. Teaching for Dummies 101, why does she keep saying babies like that? That's rough buddy, sis. King Explosion Murder, get stronger so we can fight. Shoto, can't wait until it's our turn in 3 years. Rickethy Goat, don't remind me. Burn Toast, can't wait until it's your turn in 3 years. Rickethy Goat, can't wait until you take a shower. Burn Toast, for the last time, I showered that day. It wasn't me who smelled like sheet. Need a hand, are you sure? Burn Toast, yes I'm sure. You're my friend now, sus. Burn Toast, I'm going to start dumping a bunch of brain rot in this chat. Babymaker 3000, what's brain rot? Rickethy Goat, don't do it. Burn Toast, make me. Rickethy Goat, Izu, when you get to the dorms, tell your classmates about his smell. You're my friend now, sure. Burn Toast, please don't. Shoto, wait, Toya doesn't shower? King Explosion Murder, yes I see hot, he smells. Burn Toast, why? As the verbal abuse that Toya was suffering continued, Izuku chuckled. Toya was never living down the day he smelled like sheet. He would also never know that Izuku has used fart spray on his clothes at the beach. A month later. Are you sure you got everything? Asked Inko as her son loaded up his car. He had recently bought one with the earnings he made by cleaning up all of Dagoba Beach. The company he spoke to had rewarded him a decent amount of cash. Enough to buy a car. He had also gotten his driver's license when he turned, yes I'm sure. He responded. He noticed a saddened Izumi looking at him from the corner of his eyes. Hey, don't worry. I'll come visit you on the weekends. He smiled. She brightened up a bit but still remained saddened. It's just that, we've never really been apart for so long, it's kinda scary. She muttered. Izuku looked at her for a moment, before he hugged her. Which she quickly returned. I know, but hey, I'll still text you and Mom every day. It will be like nothing's different. While she didn't believe it, she nevertheless calmed down. They kept hugging for a bit, not noticing their mother tearing up while taking pictures. Rika even appeared and started hugging Izuku while crying, surprising everyone that she had the ability to cry. After a few more goodbyes, Izuku got in his car and drove to Hatsum's residence. Mei had previously asked him to give her a ride to Udata last night, which he agreed to. The support course students had already moved their stuff yesterday. Mei just wanted to stay home one more day before staying at the school. Upon arriving at a tearful scene of Mei's parents crying while hugging their daughter. Said daughter had a few tears in her eyes as she hugged her parents back. They had noticed Izuku as he parked in front of their house. They finished saying their goodbyes before Mei ran to the car and got it. As they began to drive away, she was waving at them. I'll remember to text you every day. Also I'll try to remember to go to bed on time. She yelled. Suddenly Izuku had a notification on his phone, which he suspected was from Mei's parents telling him to check up on her. She then looked straight ahead as Izuku got on a highway. Today's the day, huh? Feels weird, she said. Tell me about it, he said, grinning all the while. They kept talking about plans and expectations for the day as they arrived at UA. He drove into a parking lot nearby made for students and parked his car. The device that told him he was accepted also had a letter stating that he was not able to put his stuff in his dorm until the first day of class was over. While he didn't understand why, he didn't think much of it. He and Mei began heading inside the building, before saying goodbye and splitting off to their classes. She teased Izuku about his tie as they left, which made him pout a bit. He had looked up countless videos on how to tie a tie. As he arrived in front of a massive door, which had 1A imprinted on them, he inhaled and exhaled a bit. Putting on his mask, he began to open the door. While he didn't use his mask at school in Alders before, it was because of the fact that everyone already knew what he looked like. So there wasn't much point in hiding it at the time. Now, hopefully nobody would know what he looked like. He would rather test his classmates and see how they would react before showing off his mutations. When he opened the door, he spotted Shoji and Toya talking. Looking around, he found Nijire talking to the blonde guy from the entrance exam and a blue-haired boy. He also spotted a few kids from Aldera, as well as Naoya and Xanta. At least fate didn't hate me enough to separate me from my friends, he thought grimly. When he walked in, all eyes immediately landed on him. Naoya began to scowl. Toya and Shoji waved him over. And Nijire somehow brightened up even more after spotting him. Hey Izuku! Toya was interrupted as Nijire practically lunged at Izuku and grabbed his arm, before dragging the confused boy towards her friends. Toya and Shoji stared in confusion at the scene. Mirio, Tamaki. This is the guy I was talking about? She said as she dragged the boy over. The rest of the class watched in curiosity. Naoya was still scowling, even if he was curious. Oh, is he the guy that destroyed the zero-pointer? The blonde teen spoke. Yeah. Izuku, these are my friends, Mirio and Tamaki, she said as she pointed at the boys. Mirio waved with a smile while Tamaki covered himself shyly. Ah, a fellow introvert, he thought. Hi. Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. He extended his hand for a handshake, which Mirio quickly shook. Tamaki then hesitated a bit before also shaking his hand, for a moment before he quickly pulled away. Well, since I met your friends, want me to bring mine over? Izuku asked. He could feel Toya staring at his back this whole time. Yeah, Mirio and Nijire said. Tamaki just shyly stood by the side. Izuku waved Toya and Shoji over. Hi, my name is Toya Todoroki. Yes, I'm Endeavor's son. I like soba, he said. He could already feel the glances at the mention of his last name, so he decided to rip the band-aid off. Hello, I'm Shoji Mizo. Shoji waved at them. As they kept introducing themselves, a third voice joined in. Why are you freaks in here? Spoke the arrogant voice of Naoya. The group turned to the scowling boy, who was surrounded by his goons. Not this guy starting this sheet again. Buddy, we're at U.A and they have a zero-tolerance policy. This isn't Aldera where you get a slap on the wrist if you misbehave, Toya said. Shoji was calmly explaining why Naoya said that to their new friends as they were confused on why Naoya was being hostile. Mirio's smile became strained while Nijire stopped smiling at all. They quickly looked at the blonde teen who was glaring at Toya. Before anything could begin, the door opened again, revealing a yellow sleeping bag, being dragged over by a green-haired woman. Hello kids, don't mind me, I'm just bringing your lazy teacher here. She proceeded to throw the yellow sleeping bag at the front of the class. The woman then left the room. The students looked at the bag in confusion, before it started to unzip, revealing Eraserhead. I'm your homeroom teacher. You may call me Mr. Aizawa. Now we don't have much time, so put these on and head outside to Training Ground A. He pulled out uniforms from his sleeping bag and put them on his desk. He then began to walk out while dragging his sleeping bag. The class stayed still for a moment, before quickly taking their gym uniforms, which had their names on them, and began heading to the changing room. As they got inside and started undressing, Izuku stood still for a moment. Well, so much for hiding my tattoos, he thought before he began to undress, revealing his tattoos to anyone watching, which was everyone in the locker room. Mirio and Tamaki looked surprised for a moment. Hey Izuku, why do you have tattoos? If it's alright to ask, said Mirio while changing his clothes. Izuku could tell it was a genuine question and not him mocking him, so he answered. Mutation, he said while finishing putting on his gym clothes. He then began to head out with Toya and Shoji, who also finished changing. Mirio and Tamaki joined them before they left the room. On the way to the training ground they were joined by Nijire, who also finished early. She had also asked about the tattoo since the uniforms didn't help in hiding them at all. After Izuku answered her, she smiled and called them cool. When they got to the field, Aizawa was waiting for them. Good, at least some of you try to be on time. He huffed. It took 5 minutes for everyone else to arrive at the field. Alright, we are doing a quirk apprehension test. No, we aren't doing orientation because it's a waste of time in my opinion. Udate gives us teachers more leeway than most other schools, so yes, we can do things like this. He said while responding to questions that haven't even been asked yet. Izuku Midoriya, the man threw a ball toward Izuku which he easily caught. You placed first in the entrance exam. How far did you throw a ball in the gym test during high school? Around 63 meters, sir. Izuku said. Aizawa nodded before pointing to a circle on the ground. Get in the circle and throw the ball as far as you can. You may use your quick in any way you want as long as you remain in the circle. He instructed. Izuku got in the circle and began thinking of a way to throw the ball as far as he could. He came up with an idea fairly quickly. While he could use Nu to take the ball as far as he could, there was a problem. After 100 meters, Nu begins to take more of his energy to keep getting farther. Therefore it would be a waste to do that. Toad, he said as he formed the shadow puppet for the Shikigami. A large toad appeared behind him, surprising most of the class. Toya, Shoji, and Nijire had already seen this Shikigami before. Although Nijire was interested in seeing what it could do. Catch, he threw the ball up in the air as high as he could. Gamma quickly shot out its tongue around the small ball and started to spin around. It was building more and more momentum as it spun. After a minute of this, it let go of the ball. The ball was launched and quickly disappeared. Aizawa stared at the device in his hands before showing it to the class. 758.3 meters. We are here to test how much you know about your quirk, and how you use it. He spoke as he stared at the shocked class. That far? Man, he's strong. My quirk is a physical one. I have an advantage, and many other whispers began to be heard from the class. A purple-haired teen was beginning to look nervous. This is going to be so fun, said Nijire. Hook, line, and sinker, thought Aizawa as he was waiting for someone to say that. Fun, you say? Fine, I'll make it more fun for you. Whoever score doesn't meet my standards will be expelled from the hero course and be put into general studies, he said. The class looked shocked and outraged. It's only the first day. You can't do this, it isn't fair, said one of the teens. Aizawa's neutral expression turned serious. Are natural disasters fair? Power-hungry villains? Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out cities? No. The world isn't fair. That's why it's a hero's job to fight against that unfairness, he said. The class didn't have a retort against that. Grip test. It was Izuku's turn on the grip machine. After thinking for a bit he decided on which Shikigami to use. Divine Dog, Totality. Onyx appeared behind him, towering over his frame. The students looked a bit fearful of the werewolf-like creature. Izuku told Onyx to grip the bar on the machine. He then places his own hand on top of it. Error, the machine said. Aizawa wrote it down. Using another machine. Shoji also got an error. Apparently his new developments from learning how to augment his arms even more was too much for the machine. Minus 50 meter dash. Toya had to go against Nijire. After wishing each other good luck, they ran towards the finish, though it was more like Nijire ran while Toya propelled himself using his blue flames. Eraser headed Nade down their scores. Toya Todoroki, 3.2 seconds. Nijire Hato, 7.18 seconds. He announced. Their friends congratulated them on their scores. Izuku Midoriya and Naoya Zenin. Of course he would face his worst enemy, who also happens to have a speed quick. Just his luck. They got into position soon after. Get ready to eat dust, freak, Naoya said, not noticing how Aizawa's pen froze for a moment, before he continued writing notes in the glass. Freak, huh? Wonder what their past is. Zenin is already pushing the limits of our no-tolerance policy. One more act and I'll intervene, he thought while staring at the blonde boy. Go. Naoya quickly activated his quirk and ran. It looked like frames appeared in front of him as he ran through them. Before he could reach the finish line, however, Izuku was already there. Naoya passed the finish line and started at Izuku in shock. How? He howled. Izuku grinned. I simply had a little frog help me out. Izuku had summoned Gamma at the end of the finish line while pumping it with a lot of energy, increasing its tongue range. He then had it shoot it at him and snatch him all the way to the finish line. A cool thing Izuku found about it was that the toad seemingly absorbed all the momentum from being swung that fast towards it while training on the beach. And amuses Aizawa spoke. Naoya Zenin, 2-3 seconds. Izuku Midoriya, 1.8 seconds. He said. Standing long jump. Izuku used Nu to glide across. Toya propelled himself, as well as Nijire, who had tried doing something similar and succeeded. Other classmates had succeeded as well. Toe touch test. Almost everyone passed. Only some random people who didn't work out. Repeated side steps. He had summoned Gamma on his left and used it to hasten his steps. Toya was propelling himself using his flames from side to side. However, Naoya's speed let him come out on top. Endurance run. Izuku was simply in Naoya's shadow. The guy had a speed quick, which meant he probably trained himself to run for large amounts of time. Which proved to be correct, and Izuku won the moment Naoya got tired. Ball throw. Izuku had already thrown the ball, so he just stood in the sidelines and watched. Toya had beaten his score with 873.6 meters. How massive firepower is coming into play. Honestly, that support item had gotten rid of the only weakness he had. Toya was already a prodigy. Were it not for his body, he would have already been halfway to surpassing Endeavor. Yet he is forced to limit himself in order to not get burned. Nijire had used a massive amount of power to get 847.2 and get a bigger score than Izuku, though she did seem a little tired. Upon activating his eyes and looking at her quirk energy pool, he had noticed that she spent a large amount. The attack had wasted around more than it properly used. Shuji landed at 557.9 meters. His improved grown arms did wonders. Results. Alright, I've compiled all your scores, and since telling you then one by one would be irrational, read it from the board. He said as a holographic board appeared next to him. 1 St. Midoriya Izuku. 2 Nd. Todoroki Toya. 3 Rd. Zenin Naoya. 4 Th. Shoji Mizo. 6 Th. Hado Nijire. 7 Th. Amajiki Tamaki. 10. Togata Mirio. 15. Heiayuyu. 18. Aoi Saiko. 19. Utsushimi Kami. 20 Th. Shinso Hitoshi. Everyone stared at the people-haired boy in last place, who hadn't used his quirk at all if Izuku's memory was right. Izuku Midoriya, Shoji Mizo, Toya Todoroki, Nijire Hado, Kami Utsushimi, Yuyu Heia, Shinso Hitoshi, Mirio Togata, Tamaki Amajiki, and Aoi Saiko. All of you go put your belongings in your dorms. The rest of you are expelled. He said promptly. Shocking everyone, even being called. Wait, why does he get to stay? Xanta had pointed at Shinso. He got the lowest score here. People agreed with him and looked toward the hero. 2 reasons. 1. Most of the ones being expelled didn't try their hardest, taking the test as if it were nothing important even though I said it was for me to help you. And 2. The remaining ones being expelled have violated our zero-tolerance policy multiple times when they thought I wasn't listening. He spoke, Naoya and Xanta flinching slightly at his last words. He continued, now leave. When the expelled students grumbled and left, he turned to the confused remaining ones. You're probably wondering why I left you here? It's because I see potential in you. I've read each of your files, and as much of your background as I could. Do not take this as a sign that you can slack off, however. If I find out you're not trying to achieve your full potential, then you will be cut out like the others. He said in a serious tone. Anyways, get settled in your dorms. Me and another person will be joining you there. As he said this, he glanced towards Izuku for a moment, before quickly turning around and walking away. Everyone stared at the retreating hobo, then looked at each other. Guess we are all classmates now officially. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said, taking advantage of this to make more friends. He might be an introvert, but having more friends is always good. Everyone introduced themselves as they walked towards their dorms. Their stuff is lying around in the living room area. Upon finding their own belongings, they quickly headed to their rooms to unpack. Izuku had an advantage, however. After arriving at his dorm, he quickly stuck a hand and pulled out his belongings. Imagine not having personal storage. He chuckled inwardly. He had significantly raised the limit of his storage during the 3 years of training. He could now hold over 7 times his own body weight in his shadow. Guest arrival. When they were called down to meet someone, they wondered who the guest egg they were meeting was. Upon arriving downstairs to the living area, they spotted Aizawa standing next to a man in a suit. He had blue hair and green eyes. His sharp eyes honed into the students. Hello there, my name is Kai Mabito. I am going to be your vow holder. He said with a smile. The students were confused at the term vow holder. Aizawa took his opportunity to speak. There are a lot of things about our powers that we call quirks that we don't want the general public to know. Think of it as a contract. He will announce the terms of the contract. After you agree, you cannot under any circumstances break it. If you do, you will befall great consequences. He said. When I finish speaking, say the words, I your name, vow to follow this contract. Kai said. He coughed in his hands for a moment before begging to speak. The Hero Public Safety Commission wants to make a binding vow with you. I am the one who will make and hold the vow. Here are the conditions of the vow and the benefits you will gain," he said before breathing in and out for a moment. "The conditions are, you must not directly or indirectly tell anyone about what you learn in this hero school or any hero school, unless they already know about it. If you are about to indirectly tell someone of what you learned, a warning will be sent out. 3 successive warnings and the vow will break. The benefits are, you will be allowed to know the truth about quirks, as well as secrets which the public aren't allowed to know. Do you accept these conditions?" He finished by naming each of the students who were about to make the vow. Everyone agreed to the condition. Once everyone had agreed, something happened. They felt something seemingly wrap around them. Like a chain. "That is all, have a good day," Kai said before turning to leave. Leaving Aizawa with the confused students. "Alright, now that my lips aren't sealed, I can talk about what your life will be like now. Tomorrow our first lesson will be about quirks and the history of them," he said before walking off, leaving the students in silence. A girl decided to break the awkward silence. It was Cammy, if he remembered correctly. "Yo, so we should introduce ourselves properly, like hobbies and all. I'll start. My name is Cammy Atsushimi, my quirk is called Glamour. I can basically create illusions. I like going out all the time," she said. Shoji decided to go next. "My name is Shoji Mizo, my quirk is called Dupli Arms. I can make multiple limbs from any of my arms. I also like to read." Toya went next. "Name's Toya Todoroki, my quirk is called Cremation. My flames are so hot they burn blue. I like soba." Mirio began. "My name is Mirio Togata. My quirk is Permeation. I can phase through things like walls or bodies, but I am still trying to iron out the KNKS of it as it seems to make me fall on the floor sometimes." The way he said it made people chuckle. Nijire went up. "My name is Nijire Hato, my quirk is called Wave Motion. I can release spiral-like shock waves from my arms. It drains a lot of my stamina, but I will work on it." Tamaki was asked to go by Mirio. "Hello, my quirk is called Manifest. I seek and basically become what I eat." He quickly went into his corner again. Nobody having the heart to tell him he forgot to say his name. Izuku decided he might as well go next. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, as you've heard before. My quirk is called 10 Shadows. I can summon up to 10 Shikigami that all have different abilities. Currently I can only summon 5 of them." Though he got looks of confusion at only being able to use 5, nobody asked. Yu went ahead after him. "My name is Yu Heya, my quirk is called Electric Arrow. The name is self-explanatory." She giggled, earning a few chucks. Psycho went ahead after. "My name is Psycho Aoi, my quirk is called Boogie Woogie. I can swap places with anything in my line of sight as long as I clap my hands." Izuku noted how useful it would be when ganging up on villains. Shinso, being the last one, began. "I'm Shinso Hitoshi, my quirk is called Brainwash. He had closed his eyes, waiting for the backlash. When everyone just stared at him in confusion, he continued. "I can brainwash people if they respond to me. They can be freed from my control if they are knocked by something." He was surprised that nobody was scared of him yet. That's cool. Imagine how easy hostage situations would be dealt with a quirk like that. Izuku, ever the quirk nerd, said. "Although you should train up your body for when you can't rely on your quirk. What if a villain was mute? You should invest in a weapon or something." Their classmates agreed with his suggestion. Shinso looked taken aback by the support, before he began smiling. "Sure. I'll think about it." Next day, Izuku woke up as early as he usually did and began preparing himself for today. He brushed his teeth, showered, and put on some clothes. He headed downstairs and began making breakfast for everyone. While he didn't cook much, he was still a great cook and usually helped his mom make dinner. He had also left behind the mask since he had decided to not hide his face anymore. His classmates seemed nice, and he was going to be stuck with them for 3 years, so he might as well try it over with. He finished making bacon and eggs, and began setting the table while his classmates slowly began waking up and heading downstairs. Nijire, Psycho, Yu, and Cammy exited the girls' side of the dorms together, talking about the smell of bacon as they came down the stairs. Nijire quickly spotted Izuku wearing an apron and cooking. She skipped towards him, trying to see what he was making. The rest of the girls noticed this and began following. "What are you making?" she asked from behind Izuku, startling the boy hard enough to drop his own plate of eggs and bacon. Everyone watched as the plate fell into the boy's shadow. "And Nijire, you scared the life out of me," he said, left hand covering his chest. Said girl was staring at the floor where the plate disappeared. "What was that? Where did the plate go? Did your shadow move by itself? Oh, and you have extra eyes. That's so cool. Can you see better with them?" Why did you hide them to begin with? She began asking, making the girl's sweat drop. It's another facet of my quirk. I can store my belongings in my shadow, he said as he crouched on the floor and promptly stuck his hand inside his shadow, surprising the girls and the few boys who came down to see the commotion. He was also happy that nobody minded how he looked. They were a bit surprised that he had extra eyes, but that was it. So cool, muttered Tamaki as he saw the boy drag out what seemed like a plate full of eggs and some bacon. As Nijire kept asking questions and the rest of the boys came down to eat, Aizawa stood by the door watching his students begin their breakfast. He smiled a bit at this sight. At the unknown bar? Are you sure about this? Shigaraki asked as he looked at a grinning Kenjaku. Normally he would have agreed immediately to follow this plan since it aligned with his previous goals perfectly. Now he wasn't sure, after all they didn't have a weapon that could help them achieve this mad plan. We need society to slowly lose faith in heroes, what better way than attacking one of the only remaining hero schools? Kenjaku said. The man paused for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, before turning to a TV nearby. Say, we could use what do you call them again? Oh yes, a Nomu, he said. The TV was suddenly turned on and a short, bald man appeared, glaring at him. Now why would I allow you to use one of my master's greatest creations? The man said, venom drilling from his voice. Because me and your master go way back. Besides, there is another goal in attempting to raid the school grounds. You see, U.A were the ones who took in both All Mights and All for One's corpses and buried them. No doubt the principal's attempt at stopping people with a quirk like mine from getting his body, he said. This had caught Shigaraki's attention. Now that I think about it, what even is your quirk? He asked the scarred man. Simple really, I can reanimate corpses. Much like necromancy. But my quirk also alters their bodies and turns them into what I like to call curses. He began, a smile appearing at the name he came up with. It fit the description of how the corpses looked like when they morphed as they began to have life in them again. Of course it has its drawbacks, which will be explained during your quirk lessons, the man said. He had begun teaching Tamura much about the truth of quirks. The man had told him that he had learned the same way All for One had when quirks started manifesting in society. In case you are wondering, I can indeed use my quirk on myself. I have indeed become a curse, it's just that I'm hiding inside this body which I stole. Stealing it also allowed me to use its quirk, which is rather useful for my final goal. It was the main reason I stole this body after all, the quirk that will allow my vision to become reality. Sadly I will not tell you what it does yet, after all I like to keep a few secrets to myself. However, I'll tell you the name of my original quirk. The man continued explaining, confusing Shigaraki. Why was the man telling him all of this? It's called Curse Creation. A name I gave it myself. Kenjaku finished his long lecture, before heading towards his room, leaving behind a confused Shigaraki. Shigaraki sighed and turned towards Kurojairi. I'm going to take a walk. I need to process the dump of information that the BSTRD dumped on me, he said as he stood up and headed outside. Honestly, when did everything get so difficult? The moment Master died, everything started going downhill, and I had to start actually thinking. Seriously, what a drag. He sighed again. Leaving the bar, Kurojairi stood still at the bar counter, watching as Shigaraki left. While the man may be suspicious, he was indeed with the master since the dawn of quirks. The Nomu isn't complete, but it should be able to deal with any hero they have in that school, he thought. Wondering when Shigaraki started to get smart enough to not follow plans aimlessly. Chapter text. Izuku POV. After eating breakfast and putting on their uniform, the students of Class 1A headed towards their homeroom. So what do you think we'll learn about? The guy was pretty cagey about all that binding vow stuff, Toya said while walking next to Izuku. No idea, but it sounds interesting, he replied. He wondered why his quirk energy felt disturbed for a moment when he had finished speaking and the so-called binding vow took effect. They kept walking while talking about random things, Nijire inserting herself into the conversation when she heard them talking about the dragoon hero Ryukyu. Apparently she was her favorite hero. As they got inside their homeroom they noticed the seats were arranged in a way that made them all fade towards the teacher's desk, which was in the middle. The tables were left behind, leaving only the chairs at the front. As they sat down, they noticed there was an extra seat at the front. Soon enough, Aizawa-sensei walks into the room. His tired expression was present as always. Behind him followed a shirtless man wearing a helmet that looked like a rectangular excavator claw, and had L-shaped pieces at the end of his fingers acting like some sort of claws. He was also being followed by a familiar pink-haired girl who was absent-mindedly tinkering with a small device on her hand. Mei wasn't paying attention to her surroundings, other than where the shirtless guy, who Izuku was able to identify as Power Loader, and was to follow him. When he stopped and stood beside Aizawa, she did the same next to him. She didn't notice Izuku looking at her as she was too focused to pay attention to anyone. Aizawa stood at the front of the class and began to speak. This is our hero support department. This year we only had one applicant for it. Her name is Mei Hatsum, and she had also reviewed a binding vow, since she will need to know certain things in order to work for heroes properly. He said. Upon hearing her name, Mei lazily looked up and checked out the students sitting in front of her, before looking back at her device and continuing to tinker with it. 3, 2, 1. Izuku thought as he watched Mei's next actions. The girl quickly stopped tinkering and looked back up and stared straight at Izuku in surprise. Izuku smiled and waved. Toya and Shoji also waved casually at the girl. Today's lesson will involve Zuku, where have you been? Aizawa was promptly interrupted as Mei yelled at the smiling tattooed boy. She quickly lunged at him and started to hug him like a koala. This had the effect of startling the students while simultaneously surprising the teachers, mainly Power Loader, who had never seen the girl be interested in anything other than her inventions. As Mei kept hugging him, she spoke. I've been trying to call you last night, but you never picked up your phone. She didn't notice how Toya and Shoji were trying not to laugh at Izuku's expression. His face was so red to the point that he might have achieved a new level of red. He was used to Mei's antics, but she never hugged him like this. He wasn't mentally prepared for such a level of, whatever this is. Mei. Sorry, but you called me when I was already asleep. My p-phone was off and I only noticed your call this morning. I didn't know your schedule, so I thought I shouldn't call you until later. He didn't usually stutter anymore after having grown some confidence in himself years ago. Sadly, this was one of the situations which caused his old stutter to reappear with a vengeance. The rest of the class, minus Toya and Shoji, who were trying not to laugh, stared at the scene in front of them. Aizawa glanced back at his coworker to see if he could explain what was happening. Sadly, the man was just as lost as he was. Mirio was smiling at the scene, finding it amusing and adorable. Tamaki was looking interested for a moment, before looking away while mumbling something about feeling like an extra. Kami, Yu, and Psycho cooed at the scene before them, causing the already blushing mess of Izuku to intensify even more. Shinso snorted a bit at the face his friend was making. Yeah, friends are a new thing he needed to get used to. Nijire was looking at the scene with mixed emotions. It looked so adorable and cute that she wanted to join in. But she also felt something else. It was a mix of jealousy and something else which greatly confused her. Shaking her head to dispel the thought, she continued to stare at them, trying to figure out what the relationship of these two truly was. Izuku noticed the stares and began to try to explain. Mei is an old friend of mine along Toya and Shoji. She's bad with names, so if she gets yours wrong, don't be offended. Nijire's emotions calmed down somewhat at his words. She still felt something wired in her stomach, but it was lessened. Aizawa coughed to get everyone's attention before beginning to speak again. He noticed Mei and did not let go of Midoriya, but didn't say anything about it. Anyways, as I was saying, today's lesson will involve a few things. We will start with a short history lesson about a certain man. After that, we will all go outside to learn how to properly get a feel for a certain something inside our quirk. Any questions before we begin? Aizawa said. Mei instantly stopped hugging Izuku and instead let herself fall down to his lap. She turned towards the teacher and raised her hand. Yes, Hatsum? Aizawa said while trying to keep his expression as neutral as possible while internally enjoying the face that his student was making at her movement. He had noticed Izuku calm down as he talked, only for Mei to sit on his lap and turn around to face himself to ask a question. This had caused Izuku's blush to regain its ferocity, as well as the cooing and barely restrained laughter to return. He had also noticed Nijire stare at the couple with a face that practically screamed jealousy. He already knew that Emi and Namuri would start shipping his students the second they heard of this. Mei didn't seem to notice anything as she spoke. Why do I have to be here for this? While she liked seeing Izuku again, they could have just met up to hang out or called each other. This was supposed to be her baby working hours. This time the support course teacher decided to speak up. Don't worry, Mei. This is something that will help your inventions in hero work excel greatly. The support course's hero branch must know the basics of what we will talk about if they ever hope to go far in this line of work. Mei decided to trust her teacher in this. Besides, she got to sit on Izuku's lap all the while, which was a bonus. She didn't know why she liked being on his lap, but she wouldn't question it. A few years after the dawn of quirks, people wondered what powered quirks, and how exactly they worked. Today, the media will say they still don't truly know how quirks work. That's because the knowledge isn't meant to be publicly known. Only certain people know what quirks are truly fueled by. It could cause civil unrest and many other problems if they knew. Aizawa said. He had noticed he still had the students' full attention, so he continued. Quirks are powered by emotions. However, they are mainly powered by negative emotions. It's been called many names. Quirk energy, negative power, quirk fuel. But it has two names which are mainly used. In the past, its name, which was given by the person who first found out about it, was called cursed energy due to its negative aspect. In today's age, however, it goes by a different name. It's now called Quirk Essence. Aizawa turned on a screen board as he spoke. A white-haired blue-eyed man appeared in the screen. This is the founder of Quirk Essence. His name was Gojo Satoru. His quirk let him manipulate space to some extent. He had found out about Quirk Essence after playing around with his quirk a bit at 6 years old, but began to truly study it at 23 years old. Now you might be asking, how did a 6-year-old find out about some mystical energy while nobody else did? He said. The class was also intrigued in how the young boy found out about it. He had a particular mutation in his eyes. It's called the 6 eyes. No, it does not give you 6 actual eyes. It's just the name that he came up with himself since he was the first person to ever wield them. Half the class was confused on what the special eyes did. Izuku, however, felt like this was important to him. The 6 eyes are what I like to think of as a cheat code. A person with them can easily control and see his quirk essence to the point that he can expend nearly 0 essence in an attack. If you want an example, imagine a hero or villain who can shoot lasers out of his hands. Shooting a laser takes about, let's say 25% of their current amount of quirk essence stored. If they had the 6 eyes, they could reduce that amount to nearly 1% or even nearly 0%. The class began to notice why the man had referred to it as a cheat code. Today, there are few people who are born with the mutation. Ocular-type quirks like myself have a greater chance of manifesting it than most others. I'd say about 1 out of 1 billion have a chance of manifesting it, with an ocular quirk. However, the mutation has never been as good as the first 6 eyes was. He said. The class was surprised by the low chance of getting the mutation. Nowadays we get minor versions of it. While the control and sight are still somewhat the same, if not lesser than the original. The 6 eyes no longer instantly process information without the user first knowing about said information. Which is both a boon and a loss at the same time, since while their brain no longer gets constantly overwhelmed by all the information they receive, they can no longer constantly receive said information without knowing what it is originally. If you want to know how I know this, it's because I myself have the 6 eyes. He dropped a mental bomb on the students at the end who were listening. Izuku noticed his teacher looking at him. Aizawa's black eyes meet all 4 of Izuku's green eyes. They instantly knew that the school knew that the boy had them as well. Okay, we got a bit off topic, but yes, the 6 eyes is basically a cheat code for quirk essence control. However, a normal person can still train their control to such a level that they could achieve lesser but similar feats of control. This bright the hopes of the hero students up. There is another reason we try to learn to control our energy as well. Heroes train their control to strengthen both their quirks and their body's durability and other such things. While hero support gear inventors learn to make something called a quirk tool. This caught the attention of Mei, who was starting to doze off a little. Before realizing something. Wait, hold on. Back to the 6 eyes thing. She interrupted any further discussion before turning towards Izuku, while still sitting in his lap. Zuku, don't you have something like that? Izuku, although still distracted by her current position, began to think about it. He did see the energy that powered quirks, so maybe he did. Yeah. You also talk about some sort of energy that moves in our bodies whenever we train our quirks. Toya agreed. Shoji also nodded, remembering the times Izuku would just watch them as they used their quirks. It always felt like he was looking through them. Wow, that's so cool. Can you control the energy? Could you also not expend any of it? What does mine look like? Nijire began to ask before Aizawa decided to fake cough and gather their attention again. Yes, Midoriya Izuku has a version of the 6 eyes like myself. We noticed it when he answered the extra question on the general exam. He said. Suddenly everyone was confused by this, all except Izuku. Yu spoke up, what extra question? I didn't see any on the packet. A murmur of agreement swept across the room, leaving a confused Izuku staring at his classmates. Aizawa smirked a bit. That's the point. We use a special ink made by a quirk tool in the form of a pen. It can only be seen if you can observe quirk essence. We made it to weed out any potential 6 eyes users, allowing us to know who to pay close attention to if they manage to pass the practical exam. He said while staring at befuddled Izuku. Power Loader then spoke up, alright, back to quirk tools. Mei paid close attention to her teacher's next words. They are tools like weapons, armor, or accessories that are infused with quirk essence, granting them different properties. An example would be your teacher's scarf or my helmet," he said while Aizawa lifted his scarf and masterfully threw it and wrapped it around the extra chair that Mei wasn't using. When it wrapped around the chair, it started levitating a bit. His scarf lets him capture villains with ease, as well as throw them without needing to expend extra stamina, either moving them to a police car or throwing them at another villain. "Izuku, you can see the quirk essence running through the scarf, correct?" he explained before pointing at Izuku. Everyone turned to look at their classmate, seeing him stare at the scarf. "Why did I not notice it earlier? I can see the glow from here, but it suddenly appeared," he asked. Power loader smirk was visible to all. "That's because Aizawa had to put in a bit of his own quirk essence for it to activate. It's a minimal amount since the function is simple, but effective nonetheless. Mei, as the year goes on, I will teach you the method to create these tools. But first, you must also learn how to control your own energy in order to infuse it into tools." Mei looked excited at the prospect of building better babies. She was also curious about how they worked. "Alright, today we will begin to teach you how to properly control your energy. You will learn other uses than just powering up your quirk as the year progresses. Don't worry if it takes weeks for you to learn to control it. Everyone is able to, all you need is to first acknowledge its existence for it to become accessible," Aizawa said. The students didn't realize it. But as Aizawa kept talking about quirk essence, they started to feel odd. Like something had been unlocked in themselves. Izuku, however, didn't feel any different. He had already known of its existence, just not how to control it properly without any potential danger he didn't know about. Aizawa then told the students to get their gym uniforms and head towards training ground ETA. 10 minutes later everyone was standing in front of Aizawa. Power Loader had gone back to the support classroom while leaving behind Mei, who was eager to learn about quirk essence. Probably just to make quirk tools. Aizawa spoke up, "Alright, everyone get in a meditative position if it helps you focus. Now think of negative thoughts. Yes, negative thoughts and not positive ones. When you do that, try to feel around yourself for a source of energy," he said. The class gave him odd looks for telling them to think negatively, but remembered what he told them a few minutes ago. We heroes train to master our emotions. We can control our emotions to the point that we can use it without thinking much about it. We can have good moments and laugh while still using our negative emotions to control our energy. Something you will all learn to do," he continued as the students began to get into meditating positions. Izuku already knew where his pool of energy was. He always knew he could manipulate it. He just didn't know if it would have consequences. He feared he would accidentally stretch it and break it or weaken it somehow. Now that his fears were unfounded, he could finally give in to the curiosity that had plagued him for so long. Toya began to think about his father. They had fixed their problems, having talked it out with him. He instead thought about Naoya and how they treated Izuku and Shoji just because they looked different. Those two were the only friends he ever bothered to have. They were real friends, not just people who sked up to him to get on the good side of his father. Heck, Izuku is the only reason he ever reached this point. Had he and Izuku not met, he would have probably lashed out at his family trying to prove to them that he could handle his flames. While he was thinking of this, he felt something in his chest. An energy that was radiating the emotions he was feeling. He began to try moving it, failing to do so effectively. He started using his quirk and noticed the way his energy moved to power it. As everyone else began to get a feel for their energy, Shoji came to a realization. He activated his quirk, noticing how his quirk essence moved towards the hand he wanted to make. The energy quirk began to exit his body and take shape in the stump. An eye appeared in the stump. Shoji then looked at Toya with his eyes and focused on putting some of his energy into the eye. He then began to see a blue light moving around in Toya's body, seemingly being controlled by the boy. At that point the boy had also turned on his quirk. This allowed Shoji to see the way that Toya energy moved differently than himself. Shoji's energy was concentrated on his stumps, while Toya's moved to cover his whole body. "Is this what you always see, Izuku? Fascinating," he thought as he stared at the rest of his classmates who seemed to have gotten a grip on their energy. He noticed Mirio's and Izuku's energy seemed different than everyone else's. Mei thought about someone destroying the babies Izuku was using during a battle. Instantly she felt her energy spike. Nobody destroyed her babies without punishment. Nijire thought about her life before UA. How people used to treat her just because she was curious. Her endless questions about people making them uncomfortable and leaving her soon after. Yu thought about how she stood back while her so-called friends bullied a quirkless kid, feeling all the guilt and shame at her actions. Kami thought about how people told her she had a weak quirk. They kept saying that illusions wouldn't be helpful for fighting villains, and that she would easily be beaten. The anger at those comments made her want to scream and yell at them. Shinso thought about the bullying he received because of his quirk. He had always wanted to be a hero, yet everyone told him he was nothing but a villain. Tamaki thought about him personally. He hated how cowardly he was. He always wanted to talk and make friends, communicate with others. But his shy nature never let him get out of his comfort zone. Mirio thought about his weakness. His quirk always kept switching between on and off. He remembered one time where his clothes suddenly fell off his body while walking towards school. He had laughed it off but still felt embarrassed by the situation. Saiko's thoughts were similar to Kami. People kept belittling her quirk because it was a damage-dealing quirk. The ability to swap people when she clapped her hands always seemed too simple and weak to others. After Aizawa, using his 6 eyes, noticed the class had somewhat gotten a handle on controlling their energy. When he noticed Mirio's and Izuku's energy looked different, he widened his eyes for a second before returning to a neutral expression, quickly writing down a note about talking to the Nizu about the development. He then told them to stop. Listen, while you think negative thoughts, remember they don't rule you, you rule them. The negative thoughts are simply a fuel source to create yet another fuel. Whatever happened in your past is just that, the past. Now I will explain your schedule. Aizawa said. Hatsum, your schedule will be given by Majima, your teacher. For the rest of you, you will attend heroics classes twice a week with your heroics teacher who is currently not here. And Quirk Essence classes daily with me. He said before turning towards his actually students, tomorrow is your first heroics class. It will serve something you look back to in the future. He explained while beginning to leave the training ground. The students stared at their teacher for a moment, before beginning to stand up and head towards their locker rooms to change back into their uniforms. They still had to take general classes even in the hero course. Or in Mei's case, the hero support course. Girls' locker room. As they changed, Mei looked at Nijire with an inquisitive gaze. Say, purple girl. Why were you staring at me and Izuku? You had a weird look on your face when you did that? Asked Mei. Kami, Saiko, and Yu stared at each other with grins, smelling tea brewing. Nijire, not noticing this, said, it's odd that you were on his lap all the time. Say, are you his sister or something? And why were you on his lap? While she had more to say than that, she held herself back. It wouldn't do to scare her away with her questions when they basically just met. Nah, his sister is Izumi. I'm just his best friend and one and forever only support specialist. Also his lap felt nice and comfortable for some reason. She said, making the other girls grin harder. It was obvious to them that Nijire was trying to see if Izuku was single. And Mei was subconsciously attaching herself to him. Nijire was surprised that he actually had a sister. Then she was suddenly annoyed at the lap comment. She still didn't understand why she felt so annoyed by her sitting on his lap the whole class until they began meditating. She quickly shook her head and talked to the rest of the girls, ignoring their grins, about other things to take her mind off her feelings. Mei, being as socially awkward as always, simply finished changing and exited the room and went straight towards the support department. Boys' locker room. Shinso's curiosity made him ask the question lingering in everyone's minds. Izuku, are you and Mei dating or something? He asked. Mirio and Tamaki were interested in his answer. They had both noticed how Nijire talked about him, and were sure she had developed some feelings for him. Nah, we're just friends. She simply has no care for personal space. He replied casually. He wasn't usually flustered by her actions easily anymore, but she sometimes still catches him off guard. While he was changing, he didn't notice the questioning looks the boys sent towards Toya and Shoji. Both boys just shook their heads in exasperation. Shigaraki POV. As he headed back to the bar after a walk, he thought about the deal the scarred BSTRD gave him. All he wanted was Shigaraki's assistance with a project in the future. In exchange, the man would teach him about Quirk Essence like his master was doing before he was killed by All Might. His already bad mood suddenly plummeted even more. TCH, it's all his fault. If my master hadn't been killed, I wouldn't be in this situation. Sigh, it seems I'll need to take charge soon. Dr. Garaki said that the Nomu would be ready for battle in 2 years. Meaning the plan Kenjaku had would happen anytime soon. He thought, reaching for the door handle while folding his pinky finger. Stepping inside the bar, he noticed that Kurojiri was standing alone there. Like a robot waiting for instructions, just what he was made to do. Shigaraki then went to his room and turned on his Hero Station 5. Opening up Brawlhalla, while putting on his headphones. Hopefully he would have a nice time enjoying his favorite game. A few minutes later. You shitty nig dash. Back at U.A. The students were heading to lunch after they finished their mathematics class. Aizawa headed toward Nizu's office. Upon arriving at the principal's office, the doors automatically opened for him, revealing Nizu calmly drinking tea. Shota, did anything interesting happen today? I heard that Midoriya did indeed have the 6 eyes, but you seem quite interested in something else. The principal said while staring at his employee. He was keeping an eye on the first Quirk Essence class like always until he spotted Aizawa get shaken up while the students were meditating. Togata and Midoriya have special energy traits, he said. The principal was surprised, a rarity these days, before beginning to giggle mischievously. Aizawa continued, unnerved by the giggling but used to Nizu's antics. Mirio's energy looked sharp, while Midoriya's looked elusive. Their colors were also different. Midoriya's was black while Mirio's was yellow. The rest of the class had the basic color scheme, he said. While the colors didn't matter, the fact that the energy looked different was a whole other thing. The giggling intensified before Nizu spoke. Hasn't it been years since someone with a Quirk Essence trait appeared in our halls? Keep an eye out on those too, he said while dismissing Aizawa. When his employee left the room, Nizu turned around and looked outside his window. A grave could be seen in the distance. It was adorned with many flowers and other accessories. It looked like it was placed there just a few years ago. Hasn't it been a few years now, Tashinori? It seems like you aren't the only one with a trait that's coming to learn at the school. He kept staring at the grave, before turning toward his desk. Staring blankly at it for a moment, he stood up and turned towards a wall, putting a paw on it, triggering the wall to move to the side, revealing a secret compartment. A screen opened up asking for a password. Once Nizu put the password in, another screen opened up, allowing Nizu to view an object which he himself hid away from school grounds. There was a glass container filled with liquid. An eye could be seen floating in the liquid. Not even Endeavor's maximum output of flames were able to destroy this. What did All for One do to his eye for it to be this strong, and why? The principal asked himself. He knew that not even a necromancy quirk could bring the man back from just a single eye. So why did he leave this behind? Izuku POV. Lunch rush's food tastes almost exactly like my mother's, he thought while devouring his katsudon. His classmates were sitting around him at a table, with Nijire and Toya being beside me. Shoji was sitting in front of me with a questioning look. He then decided to just ask. Hey Izuku, why is your energy different? He asked, being mindful of the general ed students sitting nearby. Those students weren't included in on Quirk Energy Skybay had to be careful around them. This gathered the attention of everyone, wondering what Shoji meant by that. Izuku, however, knew what Shoji was talking about, as he himself had seen and felt how different his energy was compared to the average person. I myself don't know why mine is different. Aizawa-sensei can see energy if his eyes are the same as mine, so he probably also noticed that, along with Mirio's, he said. The blonde boy was confused at suddenly being brought up. Izuku noticed this and decided to answer his questioning gaze. My energy, as well as yours, are different from everyone else's. I don't know why, but yours looks sharper, while mine seems to be more elusive. Hopefully we will learn about that later. His classmates nodded at that and continued talking about other things while finishing up their lunch. A few hours later at the dorms, Class 1A had decided to hang out in the living room to play Hero Combat. Izuku, being the assigned cook, since he was the only one who knew how to cook besides Tamaki, was making his favorite dish, katsudon. He soon called everyone at the table to eat, talking a bit about random subjects. Izuku had just sat down to eat before he heard a knock on the door. Apparently he wasn't the only one, as everyone stopped talking and turned towards the door. The teachers had keys to get in, meaning that whoever was behind the door wasn't a teacher. I'll check it out, he said as he stood up. The class nodded while curiously staring at the door. They were in the Udata ground, the chances of it being some sort of villain were non-existent. As he opened the door, he was met by two people waiting outside. Izuku, da. A very excited Mei appeared in front of him. Not a second after, he was struck by a sudden hug from the girl. The sudden action was caught by the rest of the class. This resulted in the boys chuckling at their friend's situation. The girls were also giggling at the sight, except a confused Nijire. I really need to get to the bottom of this feeling, she thought while staring at the pink-haired girl. Hey Mei? What are you doing here? The boy asked while hugging the girl back. He didn't know why Mei was so touch-starved these days. If this keeps up, she'll give him a heart attack. Since Hatsum is the only one trying out for the hero support department this year, we didn't want her to have a dorm building all to herself and leave her alone. Therefore, we decided to bring her here to use one of your class's empty rooms as her dorm. Power Loader said while holding some more bags that looked like they belonged to Mei, if the writing on the sides that said Hatsum Enterprises was anything to go by. Izuku nodded. Do you need help with that? I can store it in my shadow and bring it to her room. Power Loader nodded and dropped off Mei's belongings in his shadow. Mei was given the keys to her room before Power Loader left them. All right, let's go. She then proceeded to drag the boy to her room, leaving behind all the students who had gone back to eating. The girls were gossiping about shipping the tattooed boy with the pink-haired girl, much to Nijire's annoyance. Honestly, she really needed to figure out these feelings of hers. It's not like he had feelings or something for the boy. Oh no, she mumbled, voice barely audible for anyone to hear. How could this happen? She literally met him not even 1 day ago and was already crushing at him? How? No matter, this is just a small crush. Yeah. I'm probably just crushing on him because he saved me from the 0-pointer. Yeah, that's most likely why. These feelings will probably fade if I give them time. Besides, it's not like I have a chance with him. After all, nobody likes hearing me ask endless questions about them. She had already turned away enough people who she wanted to be friends with because of her curiosity. She did not want to lose another. Mirio and Tamaki were staring at the rather quiet Nijire. She seemed like she was blankly staring at her food, ignoring the world around her. Wonder what's up with her? Mirio said. Tamaki shrugged, then continued to quietly eat the food while listening to everyone talk. Mei was eagerly running to her room, dragging a resigned Izuku with her. He had long gotten used to her dragging him everyone while holding her stuff in the shadow. He didn't mind it, he liked spending time with Mei. As they arrived at her new dorm room, she used her new keys and opened the door. Inside was an empty room. It only had a bed, closet, table, and a balcony. It was rather bland since there wasn't really anything out yet, but Mei liked it all the while. All right, give me my things, she said, eager to start shaping the room to her style. She needed to organize her room a bit so that she had enough space to make babies. Izuku dumped all her belongings on the floor, slowly making sure nothing broke upon being ejected from his shadow. He had once broken an All Might figure because of hastily ejecting it from his shadow. Many tears were shed that day. When Izuku finished with that, he had decided to ask Mei if she needed help. Nah. I got it. I'll finish up quickly then come down to eat, she said, already begging to organize her things. She had started taking care of herself because of her parents and Izuku's insistence. Had the girl been alone in the U.A, she would have probably gone back to forgetting to sleep for days straight. Izuku nodded and began heading back down, wondering what he would be doing in his first heroics lesson tomorrow. When he arrived downstairs, he saw everyone at the table still eating. Nijire did seem a bit off, but he chalked it up to nerves and began to go sit down at his seat, which was coincidentally next to hers. Nijire notices this and shyly waves at him. He smiled at her before beginning to eat, not noticing the stares Toya and Shoji were giving him. Toya stared at Izuku for a moment, before turning to Shoji with an, "How the F did this happen?" look. Shoji responded with a, "I don't know but it's funny" look. Toya couldn't disagree, so he chuckled and continued eating his food. Shoji doing the same with a mouth-shaped limb. Mei came down and sat in the chair opposite Izuku and began eating. "I didn't finish setting up my room but it's good enough for now," she said. "All right, if you need help just call," he said, noticing the glances between Mei and Nijire. They both kept staring at one another from time to time, as if they were analyzing competition for something. Izuku chalked it up to girl stuff and called it a day. After they all finished eating, Mirio suggested they all watch a movie before going to bed. Everyone agreed since they still had time. They had chosen to watch a pre-Quirk era movie called Transformers: Dark of the Moon due to it winning a vote. Mei was clearly the happiest out of all of them to see this movie again. Izuku sat in one of the couches, Mei following and sitting on his right. This prompted Nijire to sit on his left, Tamaki following her and sitting on her left. There were 2 couches, each couch could hold 4 people, meaning 2 would have to sit somewhere else. Apparently Toya and Mirio both decided to just sit on the carpet in front of both couches. The other couch was filled by the remaining classmates. As they were getting the movie ready, Izuku noticed Nijire looking off again. "You alright?" he said, startling her out of her thoughts. She looked at Izuku for a moment before turning away. "Nothing, it's just that it feels odd. I went to having no friends for most of my life, then having Mirio and Tamaki during my last year of high school. Now I have my whole class wanting to be friends with me. It's so weird. I'm honestly just waiting for the other ball to drop. I know sooner or later everyone will get tired of me rambling about things. They always do, and then call me arrogant, like if I were looking down on them because of it. Like, why can't I just be less hyperactive?" He started muttering about her life while still looking away from Izuku. Everyone else was too busy setting up the movie to hear what she was saying. Izuku looked at her for a moment, before chuckling, causing Nijire to look at him with surprise, and a bit of hurt. She was probably thinking that she was right and he was just messing with her for some reason. "You and I are in the same boat then," he said, causing her eyes to widen a bit. I also didn't have many friends. Due to my appearance I look quite like a villain. I can always feel the stares behind my back while buying groceries or simply walking home after school. It doesn't matter what I was doing, only that I looked like a future villain. I only had Toya and Shoji to keep me grounded before I met Mei. So I'll say that we are pretty similar in regards to feeling weird about friendship," he said, recalling all the memories of his past. Nijire sat still for a moment, just staring at him, before a small smile appeared on her face. "I guess we are. Say, why are tattoos part of your mutation? I mean, what do they do? Do they let you control essence better or something? You do have the 6 eyes thing after all. Wait, how does everything look like to you? Can you see colors? Are you colorblind?" She began asking a multitude of questions, returning to her usual self. Izuku smiled as he began answering her questions. While the mutation didn't affect him much, he had theorized that it was what led him to use the incarnations of his Shikigami without drawbacks. Otherwise there wasn't anything of note about the tattoos. As he kept answering her questions, he didn't notice the stare of a pink-haired girl next to him. Mei looked between the two of them, feeling weird. She shook her head and focused on the TV, where the movie was beginning to start. When the movie finally started, it was apparent that Mei wasn't the only fan of giant robots. Nijire was eagerly asking questions about them as quietly as possible to not disturb everyone else. Izuku happily answered them as he had watched the movie before with Mei. "Say, why can they transform?" Nijire asked. Mei heard this and decided to answer the poor uneducated girl. While she had mixed feelings about her, she might as well try to be friendly. Izuku had told her to make friends after all, even if she didn't really care for friends outside of her current friend group. They have this thing called a transformation cog in their bodies. It's what basically makes them change into cars and stuff, Mei said. Nijire nodded slowly, before thanking her and turning back for the movie. After watching Peak. Not gonna lie, that's one of my favorite movies out of those. They were all good but this one took the cake, Nijire said, making many nod at her. Yeah. The movies after this really started to fall off. I mean, come on, the models don't even look like they could transform. Where did the wheels go? And the windshields? Honestly, they just wanted to try to make them look badass, but failed miserably at it, Mei said, beginning to ramble about the many inconsistencies of the sequels. Nijire nodding along and rambling alongside her. Izuku noticed this and smiled. He saw both of them as good friends, which is why he was worried when he noticed the tension between them since the moment they met today. It had grown when she joined the dorms. But now it was practically gone. The two of them were animatedly talking about their favorite scenes, before switching to a different topic. This became a cycle of talking about one thing before moving on to another. He should stop them or else they would keep talking until morning. He walked between the talking hyperactive girls before speaking. "Hey Mei, it's bedtime. Now you're not skipping to build anything. If I found out you didn't sleep I won't buy you your favorite chocolate tomorrow," he said. Mei promptly stopped talking at the threat of not being able to receive chocolate. She quickly said goodnight to Nijire before running to her room. Everyone stared at Izuku, making him swear drop. She gets hyper-focused when making things, which often makes her stay up for multiple days. "I found out that chocolate is her weakness," he explained. His classmates still stared at him. Next day, as he and the rest of Class 1A were waiting for their teacher to arrive, they chatted about the newest hero news. Apparently third-year students from U.A and Shiketsu were being acknowledged by the HPSC as full-fledged heroes, and were being sent out on missions without needing another pro-hero to mentor them. The reason only U.A and Shiketsu were allowed to do this was because of 2 reasons. First, the HPSC wanted to increase their numbers faster. And second, there were almost no other hero schools in Japan. Not only was it harder to become a hero in this age, there was less of a reason to become one. All Might's death shattered the illusion of a simple lifestyle of a hero, making many young teens rethink their career choice. His, however, also allowed those who have the determination to save others and become heroes to have a better chance at joining the hero course. "All right, listen up," said their teacher Aizawa as he entered the classroom, effectively stopping all conversations. "We will be having a quick lesson before your heroics teacher arrives since they are running late." He continued with a sigh. "I will talk about 2 things. Binding vows, which you should already have an idea about, and the differences between quirk essence output, efficiency, and pool," he said, drawing confused looks from some of his students. Mirio raised his hand, which Aizawa nodded at. "Aren't binding vows the thing with the commission agent that came over to our dorms on the first day?" he asked. "Yes, that is a basic vow between 2 people. I'm going to teach you about internal vows. Keep in mind you will not be allowed to perform a binding vow on your own until you become second years. If you wish to make a binding vow with yourself you must come to me. he said, once again drawing confused gazes. An internal vow can change the way your quirk works. Imagine someone could shoot out a single giant fireball. He can't change the size of it, can't control it, none of that. He can only shoot out one big fireball and that's it. If he makes a binding vow with himself, he can allow himself to shoot out many smaller fireballs at the cost of not being able to summon his big fireball. He summarized what the effect was. The students had an odd expression at that. Doing a binding vow to change how their quirk works seemed so powerful at first. But then their teacher quickly destroyed that thought. Binding vows are not free. You must sacrifice something in return for something else. Not all heroes do binding vows because there is no reason to. However, we at UDOTA highly encourage students to think about binding vows. He said, drawing looks of understanding. They could potentially cripple their quirks if they carelessly make binding vows. Of course, you could break a binding vow with yourself without much effort, however there will be a small cost if you do that. You get a minor debuff for a day or two. However, breaking a binding vow with another person is near suicidal. We have a few reports of what happened to someone who broke a binding vow with someone else, and let's say it's not pretty. He said with a grave tone. He himself idly remembered seeing a villain break a binding vow with their boss during one of his night patrols. The flash and the disintegrating corpse would never leave his mind. Especially because it was the man's own quirk essence that attacked himself. The students seemed to pick up on his meaning as they all nodded. Moving on, first let's talk about a quirk essence pool. That is what your energy reserve is called. Everyone is born with a set amount of reserves which cannot grow unless some sort of external unknown eternal force gets involved. Haven't seen any cases of that yet, but it is possible. He explained while lazily pointing at some students. From what I see, Midoriya Izuku has the biggest amount of reserves in the class, Todoroki Toya following after him. Hato Nijire also has more than most and is behind Todoroki. The rest of you have a slightly above average amount. Seeing the slightly downcast faces of some students, he sighed before throwing them a bone. Your reserves don't matter much if you know how to use them properly. Having more reserves is good, but it becomes slightly harder to control effectively. Which ties into our next topic, quirk essence. Efficiency. Efficiency is not wasting extra energy when using your quirk. Todoroki, when you used your flames yesterday, I noticed that about 68% of your energy was being wasted. He said, drawing shocked looks from almost everyone, besides Izuku, who had always noticed this but never figured out how to fix the issue. He himself always lost extra energy because of not knowing how to properly control it. Now that he did, that was going to change. It's basically using the least amount of quirk essence to produce a normal attack. We will talk more about that later. Our last topic is output, which Todoroki has the highest amount in the class. He continued. Output is how much we can pour into an attack. Higher output normally leads to stronger attacks. An example would be if a person has 1000 energy in their pool, and their output is and their opponent has 800 energy in their pool, but can output whose attack do you think would be stronger? He asked the class who seemed to be following along. Izuku raised his hand. Would it be the one with less reserves but higher output? He asked, to which Aizawa nodded. Indeed. The higher the output, the stronger the attacks regardless of how much you have in reserves. Of course you need to keep an eye on that to lose all of your energy mid-fight. Anyways, that's it for today, your teacher should be here any moment now. Aizawa then promptly dropped down and got inside his yellow sleeping bag before wiggling himself into a corner and closing the zipper. Everyone stared for a moment before Mirio chuckled. Well, that's a something. Tell me about it, said Psycho. Totes crazy lesson, said Kami. Why yeah, said Tamaki. Before they could continue speaking, the door was kicked open. Standing there with a leg outstretched, was a smiling woman. She has dark green eyes and green hair that was mostly covered by an orange bandana. She wore a suit looked like a hero costume that resembled a female pirate with orange and green lined shorts, and a sleeveless navy blue shirt. Hiya. Name's Ms. Joke. I am both your heroics teacher and your grumpy teacher's wife, she proclaimed, making Aizawa groan from within his sleeping bag. The class stared at the woman in shock. She was married to a hobo? How did that even happen? I'm not gonna question it. Hitoshi muttered while rubbing his temple. I'm totes gonna question it, Kami said while hoping to find some gossip. Same. Yu agreed. This is my life now, Toya muttered. Nijire was currently holding herself back from asking a million questions. Ha ha ha. Anyways, today we will be having battle training. We're throwing you into the deep end so that you can swim to the surface yourself and rise above, she said while clicking a button on Aizawa's desk. Here are your hero costumes. Put them on and head to Training Ground Delta. Each of them has a number allocated to your desk. As she spoke, suitcases appeared on hidden compartments in the wall behind her. Each case had a number from 1 to 10. Izuku, being in the desk that had the number 10, coincidentally, picked up his case and dropped it on his shadow before walking towards the locker room. A few minutes later. "My, aren't you all looking sharp?" Ms. Joke said as the students left their locker rooms in their hero costumes. Izuku looked at his own before gazing at his classmates' fits. Hitoshi looked like a mini Aizawa. He had a black short-sleeved shirt along with purple shoulder and elbow pads. For black mini speaker-like devices on his belt, wrapped around his waist. He had black pants that also had small mini speaker-like devices attached to the side. He had a purple tripe wrapped around his thigh and calves. And he also had white shoes with purple tips and some sort of purple mask that covered his mouth. Cammy had a simple black cat suit with a zipper running down the middle, left slightly down to show some of her cleavage. She has white cuffs on her wrist, and white knee-height boots patterned with gray lines. She also has a loose collar lined with metallic plates. Psycho had a sleek black compression suit with padding on her joints. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail. She had neon yellow geometric lines running down the sides of her limbs, mimicking the color of her eyes. She also didn't wear gloves and had white boots as well as a yellow sash filled with something. Yu has a navy blue archery tunic that was sleeveless on what Izuku guessed was her drawing arm. She has a compact bow on her back, seemingly ready to be drawn. She has a leather bracer in her forearm. Probably carbon fiber to protect her skin from the electricity he emits. She had orange shoes that seemed to protect her from the same. Tamaki had a black bodysuit with beige-colored plating around the arms and shoulder. He donned a white tunic, matching cape, and hood with more beige layers. The cape also connected to a scarf-like collar with a silver-colored mask. The boy was also barefoot, which would probably allow more freedom for when he used his quirk. Mirio thankfully had a costume. He had a white skin-tight top, yellow shoulder pads and lines running down his costume. He has 2 green lines on his waist acting like a belt. He wore blue pants and white night-knee boots. To top it all off, he had a long red cape on his back. Shoji had a tight light blue tank top, with 6 eye-like markings, connected at the top to a darker and more indigo-colored mask. It was similar to the one her usually wears. He has a belt with a large yellow eye-shaped center. He wore slightly baggy trousers that matched his tank top and indigo line on the sides of his leg that connected to his indigo-colored shoes. His hands were left alone. Nijire had a dark royal blue skin-tight bodysuit with a high collar, with pale mint green markings covering her torso from over her shoulders to between her legs, framed with turquoise, a matching stripe of the same 2 colors around both of her upper arms. On her feet, she wears a pair of knee-high boots, a thinning flap buttoned on each thigh, with spiraling yellow gauntlets and wrist guards. She has a black strap around the top of each thigh, and 2 spiraling horns of hair protruding from behind her ears. Toya had a matte white bodysuit underneath a white trench coat, and white slightly baggy pants. He had cyan lines visible through the seams that spiderweb across his chest and limbs. Black shoulder and elbow pads as well as black knee-high shoes. And finally Izuku, he had a sleeveless mid-length black overcoat and black compression shirt. His black hakama pants were tucked into dark green boots. He wore a sharp, metallic mouthguard that looked like an evil grin in the darkness, his 4 green eyes still clearly visible. He had dark green pads on his shoulders, elbows and knees. He has specifically elected to not have any gloves since his hand signs were one of the most important aspects of his quirk. His green mouthguard also worked as a defense against gas attacks. He and Mei had constantly changed the design and decided to land on this one. Since he could store items in his shadow, his medical supplies and any gear he would have received would be stored there. However, he didn't have any offensive gear. Everyone had gear that supported their quirks but not anything offensive. They weren't allowed to have offensive gear until they could be trusted to not use it recklessly. It had put a damper on Mei's mood when she learned about it but decided that she would use that time to come up with even more gear. Author note, most of them were taken from the wiki with a bit of input on my end. Costumes will change a bit later on. Quirk essence being a thing will give them reasons to change costumes. My, aren't you all looking sharp? Ms. Joke said while analyzing everyone's costumes. She knew of everyone's quirks and was internally looking for flaws in their suits. While everyone had a heroic look to their costumes, one didn't. Izuku's costume wasn't really built to inspire hope in people. However, she understood his reasoning. She had read what type of hero he wanted to be on his exam, along with everyone else's. He wanted to be underground like her lovable yet always grumpy Aizawa. Undergrounds had more leeway in their look since they weren't chasing after the media. However, she knew he would be on the scariest looking heroes tier list in the future. Especially with that mouth guard. All right, follow me into our training ground, she said, waving at them to follow her. The students quickly followed her lead into a monitoring room. Today we are having a little combat simulation. The story is, villains have raided a building and are holding a bomb that will detonate in 15 minutes. The bomb will wipe out the city and themselves. Your mission is to disarm the bomb or capture all villains using a capture tape you will be given before the trial starts. She explained while handing out capture tapes to the students. Any questions? She asked. 2 hands went up, which belonged to Psycho and Toya. Yes? She pointed at Psycho. How are we going to decide teams? She asked. Toya lowered his hand. He clearly intended to ask the same question. Lottery. She pulled out a box which seemed to be filled with paper. There will be teams of 3 versus 2 before we switch it up. Everyone will have gone dashed up. Zuku. Ms. Joke was interrupted by a pink rocket heading straight toward the green-haired boy. Said boy was nearly sent flying as he was practically tackled by Mei. How's the suit? I added a few things to it but it should do its job. You too, Toya. I added a bit more detail to yours as well. Shoji didn't want any more so I left him alone sadly, but you didn't say anything so I tinkered a bit with it. Spoke Mei as she rambled about their suits, Toya having a resigned face. Mei? Why are you here? Izuku decided to ask. Power Loader said I'm supposed to watch your first battle training to pick out any flaws on the class's suits. She responded, ignoring the looks everyone was sending her. Anyways, as I was saying, everyone will go twice. Now for teams. Ms. Joke said, trying to bring focus back to the lesson. A few moments later everyone had been assigned their partners. The teams were Villains, Midoriya Izuku, Hado Nijire, Shinso Hitoshi. Versus Heroes, Amajiki Tamaki, Otoshimi Kami. Villains, Todoroki Toya, Aoi Psycho, Togata Mirio. Versus Heroes, Heiyu, Mizo Shoji. You probably noticed that the villains team has more members. Ms. Joke said. Everyone nodded at this. The MVPs of each round will switch teams. Meaning that everyone will go twice while having different teammates. In the future you will have to deal with sudden changes in teammates, and sudden teammates leaving for one reason or another. This trial will test your team adaptability. She explained. Alright, first teams get into position. Villains will head on first before the heroes. You may move the bomb around the building, and you have 5 minutes to plan a strategy. Begin. She said while escorting the first teams. Mei had to get off Izuku before he was allowed to leave. The girls took this as an opportunity to talk to Mei. They quickly headed towards her as she looked at the screens in wonder. Why are you so close to Midoriya? Are you dating? Asked Kami, looking interested in the details. Shoji and Toya sighed, knowing that Mei wouldn't understand the implications of her question. Oh simple, I like him. She said. Shoji stared at her with a wide eye, like he had just seen the impossible. Toya had fallen on his back from the sudden confession. Sure she means just as a friend. This whole time she never acted like a girl with shame or someone who had any social skills. They both thought? While they had both thought that their friend would eventually end up with Mei, they didn't think it would happen this fast. They knew Izuku and Mei were dense. They just didn't think Izuku was denser than Mei. When it came to this. The girls, however, wanted all the details. You mean as a friend or as a potential lover? If so, then when did it start? Psycho asked. She had stars in her eyes as she watched the drama that would unfold once Nijire heard of this. Oh, like a potential lover probably. It started when he saved me from some thugs on my way home. Parents thought it was trauma bonding or something. I spent more time with him and realized it wasn't after I was given the talk on the same night. She casually explained. Shoji has also decided to fall on his back at the casualness of the girl. Toya stared for a moment, before he began to laugh at the absurdity of his life. Mirio chuckled at the scene while Tamaki had a small, almost imperceptible smirk. Kami, Psycho, and Yu cooed at the tail of the girl. Mei had gotten into details of the incident, making it seem like a romance story. Like a knight rescuing a princess from mongrels. The girls kept cooing at the thought. Ms. Joke returned to the monitor room, confused at the girls' actions. She sent a questioning gaze toward them. Upon no reply she shrugged. A few hours earlier. Izumi really hoped to have a normal day, walking to school by herself. She had begun to get used to walking alone again now that her brother couldn't take her to school anymore. At least she was able to meet Kaken halfway through her walks. He seemed to always wait for her before heading off to school ever since he brother went to UA. As she walked, a man wearing a hoodie and a ski mask appeared from an alleyway in front of her. He pulled out a pocket knife and lunged at her. Come here! He yelled while dashing toward her. So much for a normal day. She thought, panicking as the man practically lunged at her. He was suddenly slammed down into the concrete by a white ghostly arm that appeared out of thin air, knocking him out. Honestly, why even bother trying to mug someone if you're going to get beat in one hit? Rika said in her eerie voice. Her head has also materialized next to Izumi. I don't know, nor do I care. Let's just go and hope this dude learns his lesson or something, she said while hurriedly trying to leave the scene. The police had started to become less lenient on self-defense quirk usage. Meaning if she was caught, she would probably be taken to the station before her mother picked her up. A few minutes later, she arrived at her school before the bell rang. Kaken followed her with a bewildered look. So you just slammed the guy down and left? Why didn't you call the police to pick him up or something? He asked. I was already running late. And hey, maybe the guy will learn a lesson and stop trying to mug people, she replied while sitting down on her desk. Hopefully she won't have to deal with anything else today.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.